Fearless with the Bareback Rider. Faithful Cowboys Book 2. Written by Danae Little. Published by Little Publishing. 1. The horse's ribs expanded as it sucked in a breath, pushing against Cameron's legs. The sensation took him back to his first memory, sitting atop Nelson, his dad's horse. The warmth of the animal had seeped into him on that wintry day, and without thought he had leaned over, nuzzling against the enormous creature's neck, his hands threading through its mane. "Look at him," his mother had said, wrapping her arms around his father. "He's just like you," his father had said, kissing her on top of her head and then reaching a hand onto her expanding belly. "I bet she will be too." The memory settled within him. A picture-perfect family centered on love and faith. The horse beneath him stamped, bringing Cameron back to the present. The smell of dust, horse sweat, and popcorn filled the air. The announcer quieted, as did the crowd, and Buckeye, the horse he sat on, pawed the ground. Cameron reveled in the feeling of the magnificent creature beneath him, with no saddle separating them. Just him and Buckeye. His leather-gloved hand squeezed the rigging secured behind the horse's withers, the only gear to keep him connected to the horse. His muscles strained and rippled just like Buckeye's. They were in this together. Cameron closed his eyes in silent prayer. Only a few words, but they held the power of faith. Though bull riders got the majority of the attention, bareback riding held the most danger. That fact made Cameron's lips twitch. He held his gaze between the horse's ears, readying himself for the longest 8 seconds of the day, 8 seconds that felt as if he became lost in a time warp where time didn't matter. With one last test of his grip on the rigging, he raised his left hand and nodded. At the sound of the gate's latch and pull of the flank strap, Buckeye shot from the chute in pure wild beauty. Cameron leaned back as the gelding bucked, sending his feet above the shoulders of the horse to mark out of the gate. Clear. Buckeye reared, bucked, jumped, and twisted, doing his job, trying to throw Cameron off with all he had. Cameron bore down on his mouthguard and held tight, doing his best to allow his body to move in motion with the horse. He may not have the grace that his buddy Jake showed, but he had grit. Pure grit that came from faith in the horse, in himself, and in God. That faith had him hanging on, until the buzzer sounded, and the pickup man released the flank strap from Buckeye and caught Cameron off the back of the wild horse. Cameron landed on his feet and threw his arms into the air, relishing in the crowd's roar. He brought the cross he wore around his neck to his lips and looked up to the heavens, giving credit where it was due. Another great ride from Cameron Romero, our last year's circuit champion and nationals champion, who is on his way to holding the title for another year. The announcer continued on, stating his accolades, but that didn't matter to Cameron. His eyes scanned the crowd as he hopped over the fence and out of the arena. His chest tightened as he searched, and just when it readied to drop, he saw a flash of red hair disappear into the medic trailer. She had watched. His heart swelled as he threw his shoulders back, and the crowd gathered around him. He bent down in front of a young boy, pushed up his cowboy hat and smiled. "Hi there, what's your name?" Cameron asked the wide-eyed child. "Cameron, sir." "See, can I have your autograph?" The boy held out a pen and pointed to his own hat, a replica of the light-colored cowboy hat that Cameron always wore. "Of course, you want it on your hat." "Yes, sir. Right on the brim where everyone will see it." "Please." He ducked his head and pointed with a small, dirty hand. Cameron signed his hat, then sat back on his haunches again. "There you go, Cameron. Now what are you going to be when you grow up?" "Why, a bareback rider, of course," Cameron said with a gap-toothed grin. "Is that so?" Cameron leaned back. "Let me get a better look at you." "Yeah," he nodded his head. "I'd say you have what it takes to do it, but it takes a lot of hard work, long hours of training, and eating all of your vegetables." "Can you do that?" "I can, sir." Cameron looked up at his mom, who smiled at Cameron. "Well then, I look forward to seeing you in the arena in another decade or so." He winked at the boy and stood up. Several more people asked for autographs. He smiled politely, signed his name, and told them all to have a good day. Then he climbed the fence next to his competitors and friends. "You got a knack with kids," Beth said as he sat next to her. "Well, they're cute with their toothless grins and aspirations. That innocence reminds me of my childhood." He glanced around. "Where's your old man?" "We haven't been married a week, and you're already calling him an old man." Beth smirked. "Not an old man, your old man," he said with a wink. "I see." She smiled, a fresh glow surrounding her. "It was nice of you to go on a rodeo circuit for your honeymoon," Cameron whispered. Beth shrugged. "I knew what I was marrying into." "You sure roped him into a wedding faster than I would have thought," Cameron said, his heart racing in anticipation. He had wanted to talk with her ever since the wedding. Beth laughed. "Well, when you know you found the one God meant for you, time takes a back seat and you realize why wait." "How'd you do it?" Cameron fiddled with the fringe on his chaps. "Do what?" Beth asked, her eyes wide in innocence. "Get someone who was dead set on remaining single for the rest of his life to see, to see." His words faded off. "To see how much better life could be together?" She finished for him. He nodded, craning his neck to see if anyone could have heard. "Have you told her yet?" Beth leaned over and whispered. "What?" "Who?" Cameron gasped. "You know who. Why'd you think we paired you two up?" Cameron felt the blood drain from his face. "Jake knows?" Beth smiled. "Don't worry. It's not obvious, just I could see it." Cameron hung his head to hide the truth in his eyes. "She has turned down my dates. It's probably useless. I know I'm not in her league." "Oh goodness, Cameron. There are no leagues in love. You're cute and sweet, I'm sure it's not that. I have a feeling there is something else blocking her." "You think I'm cute?" Cameron asked, raising his eyes and feeling his goofy grin stretch his lips. "Hey now, I'm a married woman." She laughed. "I'm trying to see from her perspective, you know." "So, you think she actually might be interested?" Cameron asked. Beth shrugged. "You won't know until you get to know her more. Have you thought about just being a friend?" "I don't want to be just friends," Cameron said, hearing the pout in his voice. "From experience," Beth leaned forward again, "starting out as friends creates a firm foundation. You get to know the other person, without all the strings that come with relationships." Cameron tweaked his lips, trying to process Beth's advice. "It's probably how I worked myself into Jake's heart, and it's definitely how he worked into mine." Beth smiled and hopped off the fence. "Take it slow. Get to know her, and I'll bet you find what's blocking her from seeing that there is more to life." Cameron stared at her. It had been too long since he had a deep talk with another female. Talking with Beth reminded him of how much he missed his sister. "Thanks, Beth." "No problem. My door's always open. I've got to go meet Jake. He's getting us lunch." Beth started off but turned back. "Oh, great ride by the way, and Cameron. Don't give up. Give the friend thing a try." He nodded and lifted his hand in farewell. Jake had gotten lucky with that one. Beth had changed him for the better. His eyes fell on the medic's trailer. Would the redhead he sought allow him the chance to be a friend? Could he restrain himself long enough to allow that friendship to build? Vic tore the wrap off the surly cowboy. His deepening glare only gave her satisfaction. Most of the competitors she worked on made life easy, but this guy. She yanked off the last of the sticky wrap. "Geez, lady, you have to be so rough," the guy spat out. "The name isn't Lady. I'm your medic, and you'd be smart to remember to treat me with that respect from now on." Vic's lips hardened into a thin line. She had dealt with rough guys for too many years for this cowboy to scare her. "You got nothing to prove here," the guy snarled. "Just because you're tiny doesn't mean you have to." He reached out to touch her. Vic dropped the bandage, grabbed his fingers, and twisted them in a way that she knew debilitated even the strongest men. "Don't touch me." "Okay. Okay, the guy pleaded. Let go. Vic stepped out of his reach and let go of his hand. I suggest you see Brian next time you want that shoulder taped up. She stormed out of the medic trailer, tying her red hair up in a knot as she did. How dare that guy? He was new to the circuit. She couldn't even remember his name, and she didn't want to. It wasn't as if she hadn't dealt with worse men, but it had been a couple of years. The time had made her soft, unsuspecting. Her shoes kicked up the dust as she strode from the trailer with no actual destination in mind, except away. As the medic trailer's door slammed behind her, she picked up her pace, not wanting to deal with the guy again. She rounded a horse trailer and ran right into someone's chest. Someone who smelled like spruce trees and freedom. Someone who made her heart race as much as she wished it didn't. Hey there, Cameron said, his hands closing around her arms, sending sparks tingling down to her fingertips. What's wrong? He looked past her and his body stiffened. Nothing. She stepped away, kneading his hands off her so she could think clearly. Just needed some fresh air. Aha! Cameron brought his eyes back to hers. I think I'll go for that walk with you. Vic glanced over her shoulder, feeling a gaze burning into her back. The surly man smacked his hat against his leg and slammed it on his head, never taking his eyes off her. Why not? She told the cowboy standing in front of her. Cameron grinned, his eyes filling with a light that always made her heart skip a beat. Why did he have to be so appealing? After you, he said, letting her go by. And polite. She walked past him, really having no clue where to walk. She had just wanted to get away. After a few moments of weaving in and out of trucks and trailers, she glanced back, relief easing her pace once she saw no one followed. You going to tell me what all that was about? Cameron asked, keeping his voice light. I can handle myself, she said evenly. Of that I am sure, Cameron replied. She whipped her head around to glare at him, but he only smiled sweetly in return. He hadn't been teasing her. After a few breaths to ease her ruffled feathers, she found a nice pace beside the cowboy. May I suggest we walk along the creek rather than the parking lot? Cameron pointed to the slight greenery, following a small meandering creek that ran alongside the edge of the fairgrounds parking lot. She nodded and veered in that direction. As soon as her feet hit the grass and the babble of the creek reached her ears, her shoulders fell and she let go of the tension in her body. Better? Cameron asked, his hands fiddling with a blade of grass he plucked from the ground. She nodded. Thank you. They stood in silence. Though the silence didn't sit heavy and oppressing. Rather, it seemed full of peace and acceptance. It was a strange sensation, and she felt herself being soothed into it. That guy was Derek Deter's new competition, right? Buck or something like that. Cameron broke the silence, breaking the peace that had almost lulled her into relaxing her guard. I don't know and I don't care, she spat out, walking again. If. Cameron stuttered. I told you, she said, stopping in front of him. I can handle it. Cameron's eyebrows scrunched together, and a slight pink came to his cheeks. Got it. Won't ever mention it again. Good. She nodded and stared closer at him. Why are you here anyway? Just going for a walk with a friend. He pushed a smile to his face that made him seem boyish and innocent, and maybe he was. Friend, huh? She turned and followed the creek in the direction back toward her trailer. I thought you wanted to date. She lifted an eyebrow. Well, I know you aren't ready for that. He pulled off his hat and swept his thick dark hair back before smashing his hat on once more. And I would like to get to know you more as friends. She eyed him as she veered back through the parking lot. Her heart hammered. Every breath she took filled her with even more of his spruce scent. By the time she made it back to the trailer, her legs threatened to give out on her. Well, she said, leaning against the trailer for support. She made herself stare at him right into his dark brown eyes. Thank you for the walk, friend. Her lips twitched and pulled up on one side. Any time, Vic, Cameron said, his voice taking on a stronger note once again. He took a step back and tipped his cowboy hat. Just holler if you want to do it again. She lifted her hand in farewell and let herself into the vacant trailer, settling against the inside of the door. She pushed off and wobbled her way to the bench seat. Being next to that man caused her to lose all sense, and he wanted to be friends. Goosebumps rose on her arms. She rubbed her hands along them, knowing it was more than the chill in the air that caused her to shiver. 2. Cameron breathed into his hands. He watched the tendrils of his breath wisp into the air. Winter came to Wyoming early this year. Time to head south, hopefully all the way to Texas. He warmed right up thinking about last December. Not because of the warmer temps in Texas, but the heat of sitting on the back of a horse with thousands of people waiting for him to launch out of the chute. That intense moment at the Nationals last year held so many dreams come true. Last year he had become a champion bareback rider. Now he wanted to go back, but not alone. He saw his dreams as a list. Circuit champion, check. Nationals champion, check. Marry the woman of his dreams, well, that one was proving to be more difficult. Of course he needed that checked off before he could accomplish the dream of having kids, lots of kids. He stomped his boots, warming his toes as he waited for Vic to step outside of her trailer. Glancing around, he pushed down the uneasy feeling that caused him to worry about being a stalker. He would have called her, but he didn't have her number, something he planned to rectify today. Most of the rodeoers would travel out this morning, and he didn't want to miss her. Jake and Beth had invited him to a pumpkin patch nearby. Beth, not so casually, had dropped the hint he should bring Vic with him, as a friend of course. It would be less intimidating for her with other friends around, Beth had said, but she refused to do the asking herself. It's important that you do that, she had said with a smile and a gentle touch of her hand. Cameron stepped back behind the post of the barn as a couple of the flag-bearer gals came giggling by. They were cute but held no appeal for him, even if they both had made it evident they wouldn't mind going out. He had never been one for casual dating. It didn't make sense to him. Dating took you toward marriage, and if he couldn't see himself marrying the gal, why waste time dating her? He shook his head to rid himself of the memory of his friends teasing. Yeah, he might be old school, but he knew what he wanted. He knew the moment he had seen her, even if it had taken him almost a year to ask her out. Maybe he hadn't been ready. He sucked in a deep breath, quieting his internal quivering. He was ready now, and he wouldn't let her go without a fight. A small squeak brought his head snapping up as Vic's trailer door opened. She stepped out, her long red hair flowing in the chill wind. His heart thundered like the hooves of the horses he rode, wild, crazy, and out of control. Cameron shook out his hands and pushed his numb feet toward her, praying for her heart to be open to his invitation. "Morning," he said, hating the way his voice trembled. "Morning, Cameron," Vic said, her blue eyes widening a little. She leaned forward. "Have you been waiting out in the cold? Your nose and cheeks are red." Cameron shrugged. "I didn't want to miss you pulling out before I had the chance to. Vic narrowed her eyes and folded her arms. He tried again. Well, some of us are going to go on a hayride, to a pumpkin patch. They have a maze and pumpkin chucking, and well, I hear it's pretty cool." Vic's lips twitched like she wanted to smile but kept it reined in. "Who's us?" "You know, Jake, Beth, Courtney, and maybe a few others. No pressure, just thought you might enjoy a little fun before the next rodeo, as friends of course." Cameron shrugged, but it felt stiff and awkward. Vic lowered her arms and sighed. I don't know. I can't think without my coffee. My one potter stopped working, made a colossal mess all over my trailer." "That's an awful way to wake up," Cameron said, stuffing his hands into his pockets. "Yeah. I was hoping the office would have some going," Vic said, starting that way. "Their coffee is awful. Come on." He nodded his head the opposite direction. "I've got some good flavored stuff brewing right now. I could use some myself." Vic stopped, sucking in her cheeks as she watched him. It's just coffee, Vic. She nodded and followed him. What flavor? Vanilla cream. That's actually my favorite, she said, her breath leaving big puffs of white. Winter is really coming on, isn't it? Up here it sure is, he said. You going south after this circuit? I think that's what they have me lined up for, Vic said, eyeing him. You? That's the plan. He nodded his head, feeling like a bobblehead. Planning on winning the championship again? She arched her brow as he marveled at her light red eyebrow and porcelain skin. For someone so petite, a strength poured off her, but it was the hidden moments when he saw her vulnerability that made him want to know her more. She may be all fire on the outside, but he could see glimpses of the softer edges that he couldn't get enough of. It would be nice to win again, he said with a smile. It's not my entire world, though. It isn't, she asked as they came up to his trailer, her eyes exploring his as if she searched for something she hadn't seen before. Nah, he said, opening the door for Vic. There is much more to life than a championship. Ha, she said before following his invitation inside his trailer. As he came in behind her, it took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the dim light. When they did, they landed on her long silky red hair. He squeezed his fists against his sides to stop himself from reaching out to touch it, as he longed to do every time he saw her. The scent of vanilla filled the room, it with Vic's sweet scent, leaving him dizzy. He reached out for the counter, pushing off the wave of vertigo by busying himself pouring coffee into 2 mugs. Have a seat, he offered, feeling awkward with a woman in his trailer. In fact, having anyone in his trailer was a rare occasion. From the corner of his eye, he saw Vic glance around before sitting at the small table. Her hands folded on the table as he set the plain mug in front her. Vic took the mug, closed her eyes, and inhaled the aroma. Thank you. Her tentative sip highlighted her delicate features. Cameron's gaze followed the slim lines of her fingers up around the cup to her lips, her small nose, and right to her eyes now staring straight at him. His face burned, but he held her gaze, unwilling to back down. Keeping her eyes on him, she lowered the mug to the table. So a pumpkin patch, huh? Cameron swallowed, prayed for strength and the right words. Yeah. Jake and Beth went last year and said it was a blast. Aren't pumpkin patches kid things? Vic's lips tweaked into a smirk, and he found his lips mimicking hers. Yeah, he shrugged, but what's the point of life if we can't remember the freedom of being a kid? Vic's expression sobered as she looked out the window. He wondered if he had offended her, or if she really contemplated what he said. I've never thought of it that way. She kept her eyes turned toward the window as her hands fiddled with the mug. Do you have kids in your family? Vic spun to look at him. I mean, like little siblings or nieces and nephews? Cameron's foot bounced under the table. Vic studied him for a moment. I have some nephews and a niece, but I haven't seen them in years. Why? Cameron wished he could suck back his incredulous retort. I've not been back much since I returned. Vic's eyes went wide, and she hastily drank some coffee, sputtering after. Hot. Hot. Cameron jumped up and handed her a cold bottle of water to cool her mouth down. You okay? She nodded as she gulped down the water. Yes, she breathed out as she lowered the bottle. Sorry. I'm sorry it was so hot, he said as he sat back down from across her. I knew it was, It's okay. He reached out to touch her hand, but drew it back the moment he felt the spark between their skin. Some things are hard to talk about. You don't have to rush it. She watched him for a moment, then asked, And you? What is hard for you to talk about? Cameron sat back into his seat and pondered the question. Not much, I guess. I've had a pretty boring life. Vic peered at him and pursed her lips. Rodeo champion equals boring life? Cameron chuckled softly. Well, I guess everything is based on perception. You are kind of unique. Vic took a hesitant sip of her coffee before standing up. I'm not sure if that is a compliment or. Cameron stood with her. I guess that is based on perception as well. She smirked. Thanks for the coffee. I'll bring the mug back. Cameron's heart sank as she opened the trailer door. Should he push her to go with them, or let it ride out, or? The trailer bounced slightly as she stepped off the step and onto the ground. He stood in the doorway, indecision making his gut churn as she walked away. Then she turned back toward him. What time will you be going to the pumpkin patch? Cameron welcomed the smile spreading across his lips. 2. We're leaving at 2. You could hitch a ride with me if you wanted. Maybe, she said, her eyes pensive. I'll let you know. Cameron's heart had jumped into a lope as he stepped off the last step, energy abounding in him. I'll see you then. She met his eyes briefly, turning her face away as he saw the beginnings of a smile. He owed Beth. He would buy her favorite ice cream every week for the rest of her life if he could. Vic paced inside her trailer. She shouldn't have agreed to go to the pumpkin patch. It had been so long since she had hung out socially. She snuck a glimpse of herself in the bathroom mirror. She had put a touch of mascara on, and it made her feel odd. She smirked, not as odd as the wedding when Courtney had applied their makeup. Guess it hadn't been that long since she had a social hangout. The wedding had been awkward enough, but having had to hang out with the bridesmaids, she shook her head. She had been surrounded by guys her entire life, her brothers, her cousins, her fellow soldiers. Why had Beth asked her to be in her wedding, anyway? They hadn't known each other for long, but once Beth started school, she talked to her several times, asking her medical and anatomy questions. They talked shop, not much more. Yet, when did Vic ever talk more? She shoved her hair back behind her ears. She should put it up. It shouldn't matter that she knew Cameron's eyes gleamed every time she wore it down. She shouldn't tease the man. Giving him what he wanted couldn't happen. A glance to the clock let her know she had 5 minutes to decide. Would she go? Would she ride with Cameron? Out the window, she watched Cameron lean against his truck as he talked with Jake. He was always so casual, so nonchalant. Until he tried to talk with her, that was. Her lips tweaked up at the corners. His nervousness was kind of cute. She normally wouldn't think so, but on a guy who usually acted as cool as a cucumber, it made her heart yearn. She grabbed her jacket off the bench seat and walked out the door. If she thought about the repercussions of potentially falling for the cowboy, she wouldn't do it. It would be good for her to have some fun, and not the stressed fun like the wedding. How long had it been? A year? 2 years? Since before she returned. After locking the door, she ensured she had tucked in her shirt and pulled it up around her neck. The day had warmed slightly, but she knew the chill would fall as soon as the sun slipped behind the tall mountains in the distance. She glanced at the mountains, letting the peace and strength of them settle within her. There she is, Cameron said as she rounded the corner of the trailer. He pushed off the truck and pulled at his shirt collar. Jake said something she didn't catch, but she caught the elbow Cameron threw into his side and the warning glare that narrowed his eyes. As he turned toward her, his eyes softened and a smile came to his lips, a smile that left her steps faltering. She set her chin as she pushed her feet forward. When had she backed down from a challenge? She sucked her cheeks in, knowing the answer and determined to rectify her past. Nothing would be given away by hanging out with friends. She had nothing to fear, yet her insides trembled as she stepped next to the men. Hi, she said, doing her best to keep her voice steady. Where's Beth? Oh, she's getting Courtney. That girl always takes forever, Jake said and rolled his eyes. Well, you never know who you might meet, Courtney combated as she and Beth rounded the truck. Jake slightly paled, but he pushed a smile on his face quickly. You're right. Even pumpkin patches might have some eligible cowboys. Jake reached for Beth. Vic held in the sigh that wanted to leave her. She had never seen two people more in love than Beth and Jake. She had seen it the day they came into her medic trailer, after Beth hit her ankle on the barrel. She had no idea they weren't an item yet. Not even a year later, and here they were, spending their honeymoon on a rodeo circuit. Not what she would consider romantic, but it didn't seem to faze Beth. What did Vic know anyway? It wasn't like romance would ever be a part in her life. "I'm glad you're coming, Vic. I know it seems childish, but it's fun to play." "That's something this cowboy has taught me," Beth said, leaning into her husband. "I am looking forward to finding the freedom of childhood today," Vic said, keeping her eyes focused on Beth. She felt Cameron shift as his gaze burned through her. "Well, let's go see if we can find Courtney a single dad," Jake said with a chuckle. "Hey," Courtney pouted. "That's less work for you, right?" Jake put Beth between them. "You do like kids," Beth whispered. "Come on. You'll find the right one when you're least expecting it." Beth turned back toward Vic. "You're riding with Cameron, right? We'll see you there." "Okay," Vic said, raising her hand in farewell as her heart lurched. "It's just a car ride, well, a truck ride." Cameron held open the door to his truck, his deep eyes watching every movement as if she were magical and might disappear any instant. "I'm glad you're coming." "Should be interesting," she mumbled as she pulled herself up into his truck. At least it wasn't one of those lifted trucks like some cowboys drove. Rather, it reminded her of a ranch truck. Something used to working, hauling hay, animals, and hard-working real-life cowboys. When Cameron hopped into the driver's seat and started the diesel engine, he watched her for several seconds, and finally she met his eyes. "It's okay to relax. I won't let anything happen to you." Vic tried to swallow her laugh, created by nervousness or audacity, she didn't know which, but she couldn't contain it from bubbling forth. "That's kind of you," she said once she settled down, but the rigidity of his shoulders spoke even more than his silence. "I wasn't trying to be offensive, Cameron. It's just, I rarely need protection." Cameron kept his gaze forward and jaw clenched. He closed his eyes briefly before putting the truck in gear and blowing out. "You seem nervous, and I rarely see you out, so I thought." He sighed as he pulled out to follow Jake's massive truck. "Never mind." He pushed a smile to his face. "Let's just enjoy the day." "Okay," Vic said, wrapping her arms around herself. Men's egos could be so sensitive, but she didn't like that she had hurt Cameron. He wasn't like the guys she normally hung out with, well, used to hang out with. There was an openness and innocence about him, and something else she couldn't quite put her finger on. Something that made her want to be around him, even though she knew it would only lead to suffering. After a few minutes of silence, the tension in the surrounding space lessened. She watched him from the corner of her eye. His body had eased back against the seat, his hands confidently relaxed on the steering wheel, and his eyes constantly scanned the road, the mirrors, and her. "How far is this pumpkin patch?" she asked. Jake said about 20 minutes. He glanced at her, a slight smirk to his lips as he asked, "Will that be too long of torture trapped in my truck?" She shrugged. "I guess we'll see." Cameron's smirk turned into a full-blown smile. "I like that I don't have to guess what you're thinking." Vic cocked her head at the statement, and wondered what he would think if he knew what she was actually thinking. "So," she said, wanting to get out of her own dark thoughts, "what do you do in the off-season?" "There has been little of that the last few years," he said, glancing at her. "Oh yeah, I'm talking to Mr. Champion Bareback Rider here." She smiled. "For now," he said. "That sounds ominous." She turned slightly so she could see him better. "Not ominous, just the truth. I can't rodeo forever, and I don't want to." He shrugged. "I thought you all had the motto, ride or die." "For the moment, but if we are honest with ourselves, we know that this comes to an early end, especially for the rough stalkers. I mean, a body can only last so long being whipped around like that." Vic stiffened, a memory ripping through her, causing her hidden scars to burn. "Yeah," she whispered. She shook out the memory. Needing the distraction, she asked, "So, what do you plan to do then?" "Well, my parents own a ranch. I think I could be happy with that type of life, simple and faith-filled, you know?" "A simple life." She nodded. That sounded nice. Simple. Safe. Small. 3. Cameron considered himself an observant man, but he wondered if he read into Vic's body language a little too much. Either that or she hid something that haunted her. A deep desire to protect her burned within him, whether or not she thought she needed it. When she had laughed at him, he had swallowed his hurt pride and prayed instead. If he had said exactly what he thought, he would have pushed her away for sure. Even with her tiny frame, he felt her strength and knew that she would probably surprise any attacker. Yet when he offered her protection, it went beyond the physical. He knew whatever held her back was deeper, more internal than physical. Being a big brother, he understood his protective mentality, but what he felt with Vic was different. Sure, he desired to protect his sister, and should she ever be in danger, he would demolish the person bringing it to her. Vic, though, it caused him pain to see that haunted look in her eyes. He wanted to destroy whatever or whoever had ever thought to hurt her. Cameron. Vic's soft voice reached him, and he realized he still sat in the truck gripping the steering wheel. Yeah, he said, releasing the steering wheel and shaking out his hands. You ready? As I'll ever be, she said, showing him a wan smile. Well, let's go embrace our inner child, Cameron said before hopping out of the truck. By the time he got to her door, she was already out, shutting the door behind her. He shoved his hands in his pockets, meeting her narrowed eyes with an innocent smile. Just friends. He would have to repeat that to himself the entire night to keep from pushing her away. Come on, Jake hollered from the other side of the parking lot. Cameron walked beside Vic as they made their way to the giant arched entrance. Relief flooded him when he saw the decorations leaning more toward the fun and less to the scary. Giant blow-up pumpkins waved in the wind, looking down on them like happy, goofy guardians. Vic glanced at him, giving him a dubious look. He shrugged. Embrace, he said, bumping into her, allowing a tight chuckle to escape his lips. He had to keep it casual and humorous. This gal needed to laugh more. Not that her serious side didn't appeal to him, but laughter held a magic that could release even the heaviest of emotions. She needed that. They caught up to their friends as Jake started pointing out cowboys to Courtney. Could you tell your hubby to lay off? Courtney asked Beth half-heartedly. Beth turned to Jake. Lay off Courtney. She doesn't need help to find a match. I just feel awful when I think that others don't get to experience this, Jake said, pulling Beth into his arms. Cameron averted his eyes, but Jake only kissed Beth's forehead before releasing her with a chuckle. The playful banter and small signs of affection reminded him of his parents. A wash of homesickness flooded him for the first time in years. He would call them later. See how his sis was doing too. It must be the cooler weather and getting into the holiday season that hit him. Why are you so glum? Jake asked, lightly smacking his shoulder. Me. I'm good. Cameron smiled. Jake eyed him. Come on, let's see when the hayrides are. As the group followed Jake, Vic came up to his side, her eyes narrowed. What's really wrong? Did I upset? Cameron shook his head. No, not at all. He glanced down at her. What he wouldn't give to put his arm around her right now. She said, not taking her intense gaze off him. Okay, you really want to know? He glanced at the widening gap between them and the others. Vic arched an eyebrow. Being here reminds me of my family. Makes me miss them a little, you know? I can't tell that to Jake, not with his anyway. Probably makes me look weak. Vic slightly brushed his arm, so quickly he couldn't tell if she had stepped a little too close to him or if it was on purpose, but it sent shivers of delight through him. I think it's sweet, Vic said, her voice quiet, but she picked up her pace, catching up with the others to stand next to Beth at the entrance to the hayrides. Have you ever been on a hayride, Vic? Beth asked. Vic shook her head. Nope. Thought it was something that only happened in movies. Where'd you grow up? Cameron asked, holding his breath in hopes she would actually answer. Vic shrugged as everyone looked at her. All around. Well, you're in luck today, Jake said, dropping an arm around her shoulders and wrapping Beth with the other. "We are scheduled for the next ride." Cameron's chest flamed with jealousy. Not that he feared Jake would try anything with Vic, or had any desire, it was his ease with women that made him jealous. He wanted to have an arm around Vic, but when he did, it would mean something. Jake's blatant move held no meaning beyond camaraderie and friendship. Vic quickly eased out from under Jake's arm as she went up to the board. "We have 15 minutes to kill," she said, glancing furtively at Cameron from under her lids. Her cheeks had a mild flush to them, nothing like how Beth's would flame, but enough he could tell Vic felt embarrassed. Well, at least he wasn't the only one uncomfortable with Jake's blasé gestures. "The maze will take longer than what we have, and so will the chucking," Jake said, his finger on his chin, pondering. "Let's go look at the animals," Courtney said, already walking that way. Cameron watched the other ladies fawn over the goats. Courtney even bent down and kissed one on the nose. Vic stood back, a pleasant smile on her face. "You're not a fan of goats?" Cameron asked as he sidled up next to her. "They're cute," she said. "Just have never been around animals much, well, besides horses now." "You never had pets?" Cameron felt the shock all the way in his gut. What would have it been like to not grow up with animals? "A dog once for a while." She sucked her cheeks, and he knew not to push further. "What about you?" Cameron smiled at her constant turn of conversation. "Tons. Horses, goats, pigs, rabbits, chickens, cats, dogs, and of course the cattle." "Is that what you want to do? Cattle ranch? Like your parents?" She held his gaze with an intensity, like more rode on her question than a simple query. "Well, like I said, something like that, but truthfully," he bent down closer, her vanilla scent momentarily distracting him, "I want something simpler. There's a lot more to cattle ranching than what it seems. I love the idea of living off the land, though." "Living off the land? Like preppers do?" she asked as they absent-mindedly followed the others through the rest of the animals. "Not like a prepper, but yeah, homesteading, you know, grow our own vegetables, raise goats and chickens, and maybe sell a couple bareback horses a year." He watched her as he said this, hoping to get a read on her. He wasn't particularly set on this plan, there was room for modifications. He understood relationships took compromise. "That sounds interesting. I've never even kept a houseplant alive." She pursed her lips. Cameron laughed. "Well, green thumbs are earned. It's not something someone is born with. So are most skills, including being comfortable around animals." Without thinking, he grabbed her hand. "Come here." The jolt he felt when their hands connected almost caused him to stumble, but she didn't pull away, so he happily endured the sensation. "Take this goat for instance," he pulled her closer, guiding her hand to touch its nose. "It's so soft," she said. As much as he didn't want to, he pulled his hand off hers. Losing contact left him floundering, so he did his best to shift his focus. "Their noses are very sensitive. Goats are livestock, but depending on how you raise them, they can be as loyal and sweet as a pet dog." Cameron laughed as another goat pushed through the others to nuzzle into Vic. "Oh," she said, "this little guy is demanding." Cameron scratched the goat's head and behind his floppy ear. "He just wants a little attention. Don't you, buddy?" When Cameron looked up, he saw Vic watching him. A curious, unguarded openness lived in her gaze for a moment, until another goat pushed under her hand. Her laughter floated to him, sounding as beautiful and angelic as church bells on Sunday. She met his eyes again, and though they weren't as unguarded, the softness within them had him swallowing the butterflies flipping around in his chest. He had to make this work. He had to help her see they were meant for each other, for she had already captured his heart. Vic's heart hammered as she watched a loud tractor pulling a hay-covered wagon come to a stop right in front of them. People piled onto the wagon in excitement. Jake held out a hand to raise Beth up on the back of the trailer covered in hay bales. A few kids already rolled around in the pile of loose hay in the middle of the wagon. Cameron jumped up and reached a hand down to Vic. She eyed it hesitantly before landing her hand in his. She had prepared for the spark that shot through her at their touch, but it still left her legs wobbly. Cameron caught her before she fell onto a boy. "Hunter, go on and get out of the way so the others can get on," a mother scolded the boy. Hunter crawled out of the pile, hay sticking out of his hair. "Sorry, miss?" He nodded solemnly at Vic. "It wasn't your doing," Vic said, carefully walking to sit beside Beth. "Are you excited for the ride?" Cameron asked the boy as he sat next to Vic. "Yeah, we get to do this every year, and hey, you're the bareback riding champion." "Hunter, don't bother the man. He is here having fun with his friends." The mom took the stray pieces of hay out of her son's hair, but kept eyeing Cameron and the others. "And she raced the barrels," he pointed at Beth, "and he won the saddle broncs," pointing at Jake, "and she raced the barrels too." He pointed to Courtney. Then the boy's eyes landed on Vic and his brow scrunched. "I don't remember you." Vic smiled at the boy. "That's because I work behind the scenes." "Oh, like paperwork or something?" Hunter asked. Cameron leaned forward to tell the boy as if it were a great secret. "Nah, her job is one of the most important. She takes care of all of us who get hurt while racing or riding." "Oh, like a rodeo doctor," the boy said reverently. "That's cool." The wagon bounced as the driver double-checked the connections. The movement surprised Vic, and she reached out to steady herself, grasping onto Cameron's leg. "Sorry," she said, heat filling her cheeks as she pulled her hand off. "Welcome, folks. My name's Chuck, and I'll be your driver tonight. I ask that you don't move around and stay put until we pull right back here and the ride is over. Otherwise, have fun and enjoy the ride." Chuck sat back down, rocking the trailer again. Vic's eyes opened wide, and her stomach lurched as the tractor yanked the wagon into movement. It threw her off balance, and her hand once again landed on Cameron's thigh. This time he took her hand in his before she could snatch it away. "No funny business," he said, though his voice held a slight quiver. "Just to steady you until you get the rhythm." Her hand burned and tingled, leaving her stomach flip-flopping so much she had no idea if the bumpy ride caused it or Cameron's holding on to her. Beth and Courtney giggled. Jake laughed. Yet the air between her and Cameron sizzled. As the dirt path smoothed out, the bumping motion became steady. Cameron slipped his hand off of hers, allowing her to move her hand back onto her own leg. His eyes never left hers, as if he assessed her every movement. "Feeling more stable now?" She nodded, her throat too tight for words to slip out. She hated to admit it, but losing contact left her wanting more. "Isn't this the best?" Beth asked her. Vic pushed forth a smile, not wanting to let her friend down. Beth was a friend, wasn't she? She did, after all, ask her to be bridesmaid in her wedding. Jake bellowed the first notes of a song, before Vic could get lost in her mind's wanderings. Old MacDonald had a farm. He paused, looked at the kids opposite of them, and raised his eyebrows. "E-I-E-I-O," the kids cheered. Jake continued the song, and by the end Cameron had joined in, and Vic's smile was as genuine as the feel-good sensations filling her. What a way for a child to grow up. Even as fun as the ride had been, Vic was happy to climb off the trailer. While she wiped the hay off herself, she watched Jake lovingly pull the straw off Beth. "Worth it?" Cameron asked as he came up to her. "Yeah, it was an experience," she said. She stiffened as he came close enough she could feel the warmth of his breath on her neck. "You have some." Cameron trailed off as his hand touched her hair, and the other came so close to touching her back she could feel the heat pouring off. Her back burned and she stepped away, swatting at her hair. She was too scarred to allow him to touch her. He came too close. "Thanks," she said hastily and made her way to Beth. "That was fun, huh?" Beth said as Vic reached her side. Beth plucked hay off Jake before looking at her. "It was. Do you know if there is a bathroom?" Vic asked, her skin itching, though she didn't know if it was from the hay or the eyes of the man burning into her. "Sure. I need to go too." She took the last piece of straw off Jake and patted him on the back. "Potty break for the gals." "Thank goodness." Courtney came up and linked arms with both Beth and Vic. Vic gently slipped her arm back out with the excuse of getting her chapstick from her pocket. Courtney didn't even seem to notice. Vic's cheeks burned as they walked to the bathrooms, remembering why she hadn't hung out with friends for so long. They got too close. Once in the bathroom, Courtney raced into the stall first. Beth eyed Vic and opened her mouth but closed it and smiled instead. The toilet flushed and Courtney stepped out talking. "I'm going to make sure those guys know we are going to go to the maze first. I don't want to go through it after dark," she said with a shiver as she checked her hair for hay. "Good plan," Beth said. She motioned to the stall to Vic. "Oh, it's okay. You can go first." Vic stepped aside as Courtney came past to leave. "You got some hay in your..." Courtney reached toward Vic. Vic quickly stepped in front of the mirror. "I got it." "Thank you," she said, softening her escape with a smile. "Okay, see y'all out there." Courtney left with a wave. Beth slipped into the stall. Vic looked into the mirror and ran her fingers through her long hair to dislodge the hay. Her back and legs itched something terrible. She turned her back toward the mirror and lifted her shirt just as the toilet flushed. Vic quickly pulled down her shirt and went back to picking the straw off her clothes. "All yours," Beth said. "Thanks." Vic hurried into the stall and pulled up her shirt. She couldn't see anything without the mirror, but she could feel more texture than usual. Hives. She pulled down her jeans to see them covering her thighs as well. "Oh great," she muttered. "You okay?" Beth asked, concern lining her voice. "Yeah," Vic said, sucking in her cheeks. She knew they would probably go away within an hour. It's not like they would spread and cause her harm. She wished she had some antihistamine. Her back already bothered her normally. She shook her head. Maybe it would be a good excuse for others to keep their distance and stop touching her. She battled with indecision even as she flushed and exited the stall. She had hoped that Beth had left, but she stood there with a smile on her face. "You sure you're okay?" Beth asked again. Vic pushed up her sleeves to wash her hands. "Oh my," Beth said as she came closer, her wide eyes looking closely at her arms. Vic recoiled at her attention, double-checking her shirt covered her. Then she saw the hives covering her arms. "Oh," she said. "You're allergic to hay, aren't you?" Beth asked, reaching out but dropping her hand when Vic stepped away. "Looks like it. I have never been in close contact with it, until today. The cowboys I treat aren't usually covered in it." Vic inspected her arms, and then ran cool water over them, wishing she could take a cool shower to ease the rest of her body. "I bet Courtney has some antihistamines in her purse. She has terrible allergies." Beth motioned with her hand as Vic shut off the water. "Come on. I'll ask for you." Vic hadn't met anyone as generous as Beth. She was quiet, not overly outgoing, but once talking, Vic found her to be very open and warm. It put her at ease as they walked out and toward the rest of the group. Vic's heart only warmed further for her friend when she pulled Courtney aside to ask her without drawing attention to Vic. "Let's go get some apple cider, Vic," she said when she came back, her hand enclosing what Vic knew to be exactly what she needed. Beth walked close but not close enough to touch her. Once they were away from the group, Beth held out her hand and opened it to reveal a small pink pill. "Thank you, Beth," Vic said, feeling such gratitude tears burned her eyes. She blinked them back and shoved the emotions back where they belonged. "No problem. I only had hives once, but it was awful. I want you to enjoy the rest of the day." Beth glanced back, then met her eyes as they stood in the line to get drinks. "I'm glad you came." "Thanks," Vic said. She watched Beth for a moment, wondering if she had anything to do with her being here. Suspicion pricked Vic's skin and she felt like she knew. 4. Cameron hadn't taken his eyes off Vic since she had stepped out of the restroom. Something was going on with her, and his chest tightened, thinking that she hadn't trusted him enough to share. He shook out his hands as he watched her and Beth make their way back to them with apple ciders. He had to remember that though he had been pining for months, they didn't know each other that well. She didn't trust easily, and that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It only meant he had to try harder. How did you get someone to trust you? Relax, man. You've got to play it cool. Jake stepped closer to him. Cameron glared up at him before letting a wry smile twist his lips. You mean like you did? I think the entire rodeo circuit knew you were in love with Beth before she did. Well, Jake chuckled, you got me there. Stare away, but maybe tone down the intensity. You don't want her to think you're stalker material. He slapped Cameron's back before taking the few steps to close the distance between him and his wife. You are so thoughtful, he told her as he took the steaming cup. Beth kissed Jake on the cheek before taking the other cup to Courtney, where she talked with a few rodeo gals who had just arrived. I hope you like cider, Vic's quiet voice said next to him. He had felt her come up, but did his best not to stare intensely as Jake so eloquently advised. I do, thank you, he said, his heart racing when their fingers brushed each other as he took the cup. He watched her closely, wondering if she felt the same earth-shattering spark every time they touched. Her eyelids fluttered, and a slight pink reached her cheeks as she quickly pulled her fingers away. Cameron felt the grin pulling deep into his cheeks. He had her. Now all he needed was time. The knowledge gave him confidence as they meandered their way to the corn maze. He kept close enough to inhale her vanilla scent, but far enough he didn't touch her even though he desperately wanted to. The cool wind sung through the cornfields in an eerie whisper. The girls ahead giggled nervously. Beth stepped closer to Jake, but Vic didn't seem to notice the change in mood. The girls squealed when a few birds hopped out of the corn in front of them to escape into the air. You don't have to stay back with me, Vic said, eyeing him. You know, if you want to go play protector? Cameron held his chest in mock hurt. Ouch, was that a play on my earlier comment because? No play. That blonde keeps smiling at you. Vic shrugged. I don't want you to feel obligated. Cameron grabbed her arm, stopping her, and leaned in close. Just because we are here as friends, and I want to get to know you as a friend, doesn't change my end goal. He stood back up, glanced at the blonde who was looking his way as he did. He looked back into Vic's intense blue eyes in front of him. I'm right where I want to be. Vic swallowed. She opened her petite mouth like she would speak, but closed it before she did, jutting her chin out slightly. Who wants to play hide-and-seek? Jake called out. We got here right on time, Derek Eater said as he came up behind them. A few other guys stood with him, causing a passel of giggles to erupt from the girls. So you're in? Jake asked. You bet, Derek said, raising his eyebrows at the girls. Jake looked back at the girls, and you ladies. They nodded, eyeing the guys. Cameron raised an eyebrow as he looked down at Vic. She started shaking her head, but midway she shrugged. Why not, she said. We're in, Cameron said to Jake. Great. The rules are simple. Anyone I tag becomes it with me, so you can't trust anyone. He looked at the group to add to the suspense. Last one found gets to launch the first pumpkin. Big prize, Derek said sarcastically. Oh, does the big champion want to raise the ante? Jake teased. How about the winner gets one date with the person of their choosing? Derek waggled his eyebrows. Well, that's a great singles game, Eater, but it doesn't work for some of us. Jake pulled Beth into him. The movement made Cameron remember when Derek had tried to pull Beth out of Jake's grasp. His eyes instantly swung to Vic, whose parted lips and stiff posture told him everything he needed to know. Don't you think that's a bit juvenile, Derek? Cameron glared at the man, who smiled at Vic. Don't get your chaps in a bunch. It's just a date. It's not like it's marriage. He laughed and looked at Jake. You're it, so you can't win, and Beth will be off limits. You made that clear a long time ago. What if I win? Beth asked in innocence. Well, I guess that's between you and your man if you choose to go on a date with someone else, Derek snorted, but no one laughed along with him. Ah, come on. There are 4 single women and 4 single men. Let us have some fun. Derek pouted. Courtney stepped up. I'm game. The blonde smiled toward Cameron. Me too. It's settled. Jake smirked. You have 1 minute until I come searching. No one moved for a second, and then Derek took off running, starting the stampede. Cameron did his best to follow Vic, but that gal surprised him with her speed and agility. The maze twisted and turned with offshoots heading every which way. Corn stalks rustled in the wind, disorienting him. He stood at a fork, trying to decipher which way Jake's laugh came from. A girl squealed as Jake caught her. They sounded close, but he couldn't tell from where. Taking 2 running steps in what he hoped was the opposite direction, he startled, almost yelping, as a hand enclosed his wrist and tugged him into the corn. At first he feared it was the blonde, whose name he couldn't remember at this moment, but he realized the grip was too strong, his body's reaction too deep, and the vanilla scent too strong. Vic pulled him close to her and yanked him down, her eyes intense as she put a finger to her lips. Vic averted her gaze as steps slapped the path 5 feet in front of them. I swear I heard something over here, Jake muttered. Through the long slender leaves of the corn, Cameron saw Jake, Beth, and the blonde. Probably just birds, the blonde said, jumping as a few birds startled across from her on the other side of the trail. Come on. Cameron held his breath until they moved out of sight. He let out a sigh, his lips creasing into a silly grin as he met Vic's eyes. The intensity still lived in them, but they creased in amusement. The next several minutes of squatting in silence, simply staring at Vic, felt momentous to him. Their silent conversation drew them together. Sharing the apprehension as footsteps drew near and relief as they fled, brought their breath into rhythm with each other. He had no idea how much time had gone by, but the shadows lengthened and the air chilled. It took his entire willpower not to lean forward, to breathe in her scent, to see if her hair felt as silky as it looked, but he knew he had to restrain himself. He needed to gain her trust, and overstepping now would ruin it. Well, I don't know. Maybe they snuck off. Ow, Jake's voice halted. So we caught everyone besides Cameron and Little Miss Doc, Derek said. Maybe since they are both winning they should just date, Beth offered. Cameron looked at Vic's eyes for a reaction, but they stared steadily ahead, watching the movement of the group. That doesn't seem fair, the blonde pouted. I agree, Derek said. One winner. Well, let's go find them, but if they're together, ow, why do you keep elbowing me? Jake complained. Come on, Beth said. Let's go find them. They split up and took off. Vic pointed at herself and down the right path. Then she pointed at him and the left path. She made some other signals, as if it was a language of its own, but he didn't understand it. He nodded anyway. He didn't want to leave her side, fearing the magic would end. Who cared if they caught them together? With one last lingering glance she snuck through the stalks, barely making a sound. He shook his head, and as he followed, it seemed the entire field screamed at his movement. Over here, someone shouted. Vic gave him an annoyed expression before she took off running. She didn't get far. She had turned back one last time to glance at him when he saw Derek step into her path. Her body slammed into Derek, and his grimy hands caught her. Whoa, what's your hurry, Little Miss Doc? She squirmed out of his hands and stepped back to glare at him. It's too bad I didn't win because... Because what? Cameron said as he stepped up to Vic's side. Fancy meeting you here, Cameron. Derek chuckled as he rocked back on his heels. You caught them. Jake called as he ran up to them. Both. No, Vic said, pulling her eyes off of Cameron. He got me. Cameron won. Cameron said nothing. He hadn't deserved to win, but if winning finally awarded him a date with Vic, his heart fell. He didn't want his first date with her to be because he won a silly game. As Jake and the others congratulated him, Vic backed off and his stomach soured. The magic had ended. Vic wanted to disappear. As much as she didn't want to admit it, she and Cameron had shared a moment in the corn. Of all the crazy places, she shook her head as she backed away from the group. She pulled down her sleeves and wiped off the feeling of Derek's hands. It wasn't like the guy scared her, but he presented himself as a slime ball the way he objectified women. She was sure many women wanted the role of Mrs. Eater Bull Rider champion, but not her. She had never wanted to win. The attention would have been enough to send her racing back into the cornfield. Now that she proclaimed Cameron the winner, she knew his intention. Being forced to date someone, especially someone she felt herself falling for, did not sit well. If she left, then he couldn't pick her and she could avoid the temptation. Yet her chest squeezed tight when she thought about the blonde that hadn't taken her eyes off Cameron all night. She sucked in her cheeks and squeezed her hands into fists. You can't have it both ways, Vic. She needed to let him go, push him to move on before both their hearts were broken. So, winner, Jake said, bringing Vic's attention to the group before she turned down the next path and disappeared. Who are you going to pick for a date? Vic held her breath, willing herself to move on, but her body betrayed her as her eyes found Cameron's. His deep round gaze locked her in place as her heart thundered for freedom. Would she be able to turn him down in front of all his friends? Did she want to? She squeezed her lips together. She couldn't be that heartless, but... Cameron lowered his eyes, turning back toward the group. I don't feel right earning a date by winning a game. I wouldn't want the gal to feel forced. Don't think any of us would mind, the blonde said. Vic stiffened. That's very kind of you, but... His voice trailed off as he glanced at Vic once more. No buts, Derek crossed his arms. If you don't pick, you could give up your winnings to me. He glanced over his shoulder at Vic, sending her stomach churning. I know who I'd pick. Vic's eyes went wide as she involuntarily backed further toward the other path. Fear had nothing to do with it, but she didn't want to spend a whole evening with a man who could only talk about himself. Cameron's eyes pulled at her and she met them, her chin slightly jutted out. Come on, Cameron. Winner's choice, Jake said, patting his back. He glanced at the group of girls and then Vic. The ladies are all game, aren't you? The group of gals all giggled, but Cameron's eyes went to Vic. Or you could give it to me. Derek pushed. Vic met Cameron's eyes, seeing his torment. With a racing heart, she gave him a slight nod. His whole body seemed to relax as a grin spread his lips. Then I choose Vic, he said, his gaze never wavering off her. What do you say, would you go on a date with me? Vic swallowed, but she nodded. Her heart had betrayed her. The thought of him out with Blondie, or of having to deal with Derek, had overridden her good sense. Yet it was only a date, not like they were signing papers. Jake hollered, drawing her attention away from Cameron's intense gaze. Next to Jake, Beth beamed. I couldn't think of a better match, she said, looking from Cameron to Vic. All eyes turned toward her, some of them in glares. Blondie crossed her arms, a sour look on her face. Vic, now at the entrance to the side path, turned and walked away, with all the speed she could muster without pounding the earth in her haste to retreat. She didn't look back but made a beeline for the bathrooms, not daring to breathe normally until she hid behind a stall door. As the adrenaline dissipated, drowsiness filled her. The antihistamine had kicked in. She pulled up her sleeves to see the angry welts fading. That was one thing she could be thankful for. The door to the bathroom creaked, pushing Vic to step away from the stall door she had barricaded herself behind. Vic? You okay? Beth's sweet voice filled the bathroom. Vic took in a deep breath, then flushed the unused toilet before exiting the stall. Yeah, just needed to use the bathroom. You sure? Beth watched her closely, concern lining between her eyebrows. Yeah, why wouldn't I be? Vic asked, pushing a smile to her face and pulling up her sleeves to wash her hands. See? The hives are already fading. Beth smiled, stepping forward to see her arms. They are. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you for your discretion, by the way. Vic dried her hands and faced Beth. That could have been a very embarrassing moment. No problem, Beth said. You know, when you first disappeared, I had feared that you were uncomfortable dating Cameron. Vic's mouth opened. She had become so used to being around men who didn't talk deep that the comment took her by surprise. He's really a great guy. Very kind. He is kind, Vic said cautiously. I just don't date. Beth opened her mouth but closed it with a smile. I won't pry, but I'm here if you ever, want to talk about it. Vic nodded. Thanks. I'm sure that Cameron would understand, or maybe you guys can have a friend date. Vic cocked her head as she considered that idea. Come on, Beth said, starting to link arms but stopped before she did. Don't worry. Let's just enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks, Beth. I appreciate your understanding. Vic let her hand touch Beth's arm for a brief moment before pushing out through the door. The first person she saw upon exiting into the crisp air was Cameron. His soft gaze full of concern captured her the moment their eyes met. He closed the gap between them. I'm sorry, he started but looked down at his boots as Beth walked past them. It was an awkward moment, wasn't it? Vic said once they were alone again. She bumped into his arm slightly. It was, Cameron agreed, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. So. The date hasn't started yet, lover boy. Jake called out. We have pumpkins to chuck. Vic chuckled softly as Cameron's cheeks flushed. Come on, she said. Let's go see what this is all about. Cameron fell into pace beside her. You mean you've never chucked a pumpkin? Vic shook her head and watched the group disappear behind a tall wall of hay bales. It has nothing to do with hay, does it? Cameron's eyebrows scrunched together, then he laughed. Did the hayride scare you that bad? Vic shrugged. I'll live. I'm sure you'll live through this too. He waited for her at the entrance between the hay bale walls. Jake says this is the best attraction. You get to watch pumpkins careen through the air and smash to bits. Sounds fun, Vic said, doubts making her voice heavy. Or was it the meds? Cameron laughed and walked with her as they saw their group checking out a trebuchet that was as tall as a house. They actually let us use these? Derek asked as they got close. Cool, huh? Jake said, loading up a pumpkin. Vic, come have a seat with us, Beth called to her. Vic glanced up at Cameron, and he walked with her over to the bench where the gals sat. You don't have to come over here. I'm sure you want to launch some pumpkins. Cameron smiled. I'll get my turn. Until then, I'm happy here. Vic narrowed her eyes slightly, but she fought the drowsiness more. Sitting down called to her. They sat on the wooden bench, which was only a log with the top cut off, but it felt nice to be off her feet. She fought against the heaviness of her eyelids, letting the conversations lull her into a fog with an occasional yawn breaking through. Another group of guys walked past them, sending the girls into a fit of giggles. I'm so glad I'm done looking for my cowboy, Beth whispered to her, a content smile on her face. Yeah, me too, she said, realizing what just came out of her mouth. Her eyes darted to Cameron, who watched her with wide eyes and a silly grin. I just meant that I'm glad that she isn't. She sighed. Cameron bumped into her lightly. I get it. I'm sorry, I'm really. She yawned. Tired. It's not even 5 yet, Cameron said. But if you want to go. He stood up and offered her his hand. Are you okay? Beth asked as she rose with them. I'm drowsy. Maybe I just need a drink or something. Vic tried to fight off the effects of the medicine, but she couldn't stop yawning. Let's go get you something. Cameron took her hand, and she was too tired to protest. Let me know if there is anything I can do, Beth said, her voice fading as Cameron led Vic toward the entrance. As they walked past a couple guys carrying big pumpkins by the entrance, a giant explosion burst through the air. Vic dropped to the ground just as something splattered all over her side. She screamed, backing up, no longer living in the present world but in her past. Sounds were muted and her vision blurred. Hands were on her shoulders, stopping her from scrambling further away. Vic. Hands traveled up her neck and cradled her face. Shush. You're safe, Vic. You're safe. Vic blinked her eyes, and they slowly focused on a couple guys looking at her with wide, blank stares. Then her gaze met soft brown eyes, drawing her in. "It's okay." Cameron let his thumb caress her cheek. "It's just the pumpkin chunkin' air gun." "Sorry about the mess," said the guy who had dropped the pumpkin. "I didn't expect them to be so loud." Cameron let go of her face with one hand, gently brushed the pumpkin off her side. "Can you stand?" Vic slowly came back, her face warming as understanding dawned on her. "I'm sorry," she whispered as he helped her back to her feet. I should go. I'll call a cab so you can go back with your friends." The other guys disappeared, jostling the guy who had made the mess. Vic picked off the orange gunk and seeds from her clothes while wobbling toward the exit. It shouldn't have surprised her when Cameron grasped her elbow as she teetered too far one way. "I don't know where you're from, but there aren't cabs out here." "Uber?" she asked, still feeling dazed and drugged and mostly embarrassed. "Come on. I'm not leaving you." He started to put his arm around her, but she backed off before he could. "I don't want to ruin the day for you," she said, doing her best to show him a small smile, but her quivering lips wouldn't comply. "Leaving you trembling like this would ruin my day." He started toward the parking lot. "The truck is this way. Once we get you calmed down, you can tell me what all that was about." Vic's chest squeezed as she followed him through the parking lot. She hadn't talked to anyone about the event that changed her life forever. Sure, her family knew, but she never openly talked about what had happened, never planned to either. How could she explain the crazed reaction to this cowboy who insisted on not letting her go? 5. Cameron watched Vic, the tightness in his chest starting to release as she relaxed in the passenger seat next to him. Her beautiful eyes were closed, long lashes brushing her cheeks. Soft breaths came out in smooth puffs from her full lips. Man, she was beautiful. Her natural beauty touched something deep within him, something that he had yearned to feel since the 8th grade. That year, watching his friends date different girls each month, seeing the heartbreaks and constant turmoil, made him make the commitment to himself. He wanted what his parents had, a long-lasting love. A love that would make his heart soar every time his wife walked into the room. A love that would sparkle in his wife's eyes whenever their eyes met. He had long since stopped telling his friends about this. Their laughter still echoed in his ears. He never gave up hope, and seeing Jake and Beth find their happiness only spurred on his strength. Vic's eyes fluttered open. Something scared her deeper than just the blast. When she had reacted, her haunted eyes had not seen the present. He wondered about her past. He had his suspicions by putting together clues, the no-nonsense attitude, the constant moving during her childhood, and the way she held herself. Vic briefly glanced at him. She wasn't one to just open up, that much he knew. Cameron took a deep breath before launching into a story. "My best friend joined the service right out of high school. I went off to rodeo. He went off to boot camp." When her head sharply turned to him, he knew he hit the jackpot. Her pursed lips and arms tightly wrapped around her kept him going. "He came back to visit one Christmas after his first tour. We camped out in my trailer." He shared little about his experience, but his eyes said enough. Cameron focused on Vic, who observed him. Vic opened her mouth as if to say something, then turned her head to look out the window. Cameron exhaled before beginning again. She needed patience. He had it to give. "That night he woke me with his nightmares. He thrashed in his bunk, calling out orders and screaming to get down, get down." Cameron stopped when he saw Vic's lip quivering. "I'm sorry." Cameron leaned forward, gently touching her shoulder. "I didn't mean to upset you." She nodded stiffly. "Everyone has their story. I may not have had much of one," he let a light chuckle escape, "but I know of others. Many of us have been touched by the things that are going on across the ocean." "Jake lost?" Cameron stopped. He found it too easy to talk to her, even without her responding. Jake's story wasn't his to tell. He had only opened up to Cameron recently, and he needed to respect that confidence. Vic turned toward him, her eyes seeming to read his. There seemed to be an unspoken understanding, not to push for information. She licked her lips and finally spoke. "Where was your buddy stationed?" she asked. "Saudi Arabia. He's there now." Cameron's heartbeat galloped in his ears, but he kept his gaze in the intensity of her stare and asked, "Where were you stationed?" "Afghanistan." Her eyes slightly widened, but she didn't tear her eyes away. "That must have been really difficult." He reached for her hand. "Were you a medic there?" She nodded. Cameron took in a deep breath, steadying himself when she didn't pull her hand away. Small steps. He kept the mantra going. The desire to inundate her with non-stop, in-depth questions tugged and pulled within him, but he needed to be gentle with her, like he was with a Greenbroke filly. He needed her to trust him. "I know it's difficult to talk about, but it helps. At least, that's what my buddy told me after he shared with me." Vic stiffened and pulled her hand out of his grasp. "I'm not pushing you to talk, Vic. I just wanted to let you know I am here, when you want to. That's all." Cameron fought to keep his heart from closing against the sting of her pulling away. To have genuine love in a marriage, you have to leave your heart open to the pain. His mother's words soothed the small pang of rejection. "I had an allergic reaction to the hay," Vic said, rushing out her words. Cameron cocked his head, taking a few moments to follow the abrupt change of subject. "I'm sorry to hear that," he crooned, happy for any opening. "Do you need some medicine, or to go back or?" "Beth gained an antihistamine from Courtney for me. I think the drowsiness left me vulnerable too." She glanced down at her hands, "to the reaction I had." Cameron gauged his words, trying to find a suitable way to convey his full acceptance of her, however she reacted. "You don't have to make apologies, or have a reason for what happened, Vic. You have every right to react any way you need to." Vic locked him in her exploratory gaze again. He let her read him, opened himself as his mom had taught him to. "It's embarrassing," she whispered, her words hardly making it to his ears. "I'm sorry you were embarrassed, but you don't need to feel that way with me," and he shrugged. "We'll probably never see those other guys again." Vic's lips twitched as the corner of her mouth pulled up. Cameron let himself return her smile, feeling the moment bonding them in a way he hoped created trust. The more time he spent with the Vic, the more certain he was that she was the woman for him. "You want to go back to our trailers?" Cameron asked as he reached for his keys, but Vic's voice stalled him. "No, I don't want to ruin the rest of the day for you." "Are you kidding? I'm perfectly content, having the time we have had together. This is all I wanted from today." Cameron dropped his hand and faced her again. "Cameron, As friends, of course, Vic," he said, pushing a smile to his face. "What about that date?" she asked, sucking in her cheeks the way she did when nervous. "Like I said, I don't want to force you into dating me. It's my fault you didn't win anyway. You should have been the one to pick." She watched him closely. "I didn't want to win." "Well, if you had, you could have gone on a date with the Derek Eater." He kept his voice light. Vic laughed, slamming a hand to her mouth to stop the sound. "I'm sorry. That wasn't nice." She cleared her throat and straightened in the seat. "If they forced me to pick, he wouldn't have been my choice." Cameron leaned forward. "Who would you have picked?" Vic rubbed her hands down her jeans before looking back at him. "There's only one person I would have wanted to spend more time with." She looked up at him. "But as friends?" Cameron nodded, clenching his jaw against the constant rejection. He breathed into the pain and met her eyes, unwilling to back down from what he wanted. He had time. "How about a friend date?" He knew he said the right thing as Vic's lips curled into a beautiful smile. "Deal," she said. "Now let's go back and join the fun, but maybe not any more pumpkin chunking?" "I don't know what the big deal about exploding pumpkins are anyway," he said with a grin. Exploding pumpkins had nothing on the smile that Vic just gave him. Vic turned toward the door, reaching for the handle. "Vic," he asked, "are you sure you're feeling up to more? You never said what kind of allergic reaction you had." "Hives," she said with a shrug. She pulled up the edge of her sleeve, revealing small pink welts. They're almost gone now, and that, experience, well, I don't feel as drowsy anymore. He reached to touch her tender skin, but let his hand fall before he did. No wonder she didn't want him touching her. I can't imagine being allergic to hay. Never knew until today. She shrugged. There are worse things. I'm sure there are, Cameron said, though his forward-thinking mind got lost in how a rancher's wife could get along without contact with hay. They could do it. He would find a way. When he came back to the present and saw Vic eyeing him curiously, he turned away as heat ran up his neck. He had no right to be thinking so far into his hopeful future. Tonight, he just wanted to keep the ground he had gained. Vic lifted her hand in farewell from the door of her trailer. Cameron stood a few feet away sporting one of his boyish smiles. Her heart raced as her mind and heart warred with each other. She played with fire, reviewing why she thought falling in love was something she shouldn't do. As she undressed to take a shower and wash off any remaining hay from her body, she caught a glimpse in the mirror, reminding her of the harsh reality of her decision. The scars lining her torso only touched the surface of the damage she had received on the day she wished she could forget. Disgust filled her as her heart felt raw and battered. That sweet cowboy didn't deserve damaged goods. She set her chin against the pain that lacerated her heart. She should have kept her distance, but how would she get through her life without even a friend? Surely that wasn't too much to ask. Though Cameron had made his intentions clear. It wasn't only a friendship that he wanted. Sure, he played along the edges now, but eventually he would want to turn it into more. Her heart and mind battled for the rest of the evening and through the night. The next morning left her feeling just as unsettled and torn. She rose groggily, looking forward to a steaming cup of java to clear her head before driving on toward the next rodeo. She lifted the flap to pour water into the reserve, but water already sloshed there. Memory had her wanting to throw the broken coffee maker out the window. If it had been her trailer, she might have, but the rig came with the job, and she didn't feel like having it come out of her paycheck. Instead, she swiped the broken appliance into the sink and hung her head. She blew out a breath, reminding herself it wasn't that big of a deal. She could pick a new coffee maker up on her way to the next rodeo, along with a steaming cup of coffee. She dumped the water out of the maker. Intent on getting the broken reminder out of her eyesight, she clutched the small appliance and strode toward the door. As she swung it open, Cameron stood there, a slightly surprised expression, but as he saw her, a slight grin pulled up at the corners of his mouth. He held up a steaming mug. "Thought you might need one of these," he said, his voice soft and shy. Vic wanted to hide the coffee maker but had no choice. "Thanks," she said. Cameron handed her the mug. Vanilla scent enveloped her, and after a careful sip, she let the warmth fill her, soothing her frustration. She sighed. "Hit the spot?" Cameron asked, sipping on his own mug before taking the coffee maker out of her hand. "I'll toss this in the dumpster for you." "You don't have to do that," Vic said, starting down the steps. "Then I'll come with you." He stepped back for her to join him on the gravel parking lot. "It's even colder this morning. One more Wyoming rodeo, then we're headed to warmer country." "You like it down south?" Vic asked, her eyes involuntarily looking toward the mountains she knew she would miss. "Yeah, I do. This wet cold seeps into me." Vic nodded. That was one thing she could agree on. The views were incredible, but the chilly weather got old real fast. The South has its own beauty and mountains too. Cameron noted her gaze. "Mountains in Texas?" she asked incredulously. "Sure. Western Texas has the Great Basin Range. Not the same scenery, but still beautiful. Where I live in New Mexico, we have the southern end of the Rockies. We call them the Sangre de Cristo, and boy are they something. It's warmer in the day, though it gets cold at night. It's drier, which doesn't seem as harsh to me." Cameron's eyes faded as she watched him. She wondered what his home life had been like growing up. He spoke of his family fondly, missing them even. She didn't really miss her family. It wasn't like she didn't love them, they just weren't close. Besides, they were spread out over the world right now. You going to visit them after the nationals? Cameron blinked, focusing on her once again. Yeah, I always spend Christmas with them. What about you? Vic sucked in her cheeks, wishing she hadn't asked about his family, leaving herself open for questions about hers. She tossed the coffee maker into the bulky garbage bin, hearing the satisfying sound of the metal banging and the crunch of the last drop. She wiped her hand on her jeans as she met Cameron's eyes, realizing he still waited for her response. She delayed, with another sip of coffee. My family is all spread out. She shrugged, hoping that gave enough explanation. This coffee is wonderful, thank you. Cameron hesitated before following her back toward her trailer. So, what do you do for the holidays? The tone of his voice made it sound like he couldn't believe she would be alone. Last year I traveled from the nationals to the next rodeo. The year before that I was overseas. Her thoughts clouded as she did her best to ignore the tug, to return to memories she didn't wish to visit. Yet, the lingering melancholy reached her. Her squad had been her family. She shook her head to clear the thoughts ripping at her. That's awful. Cameron caressed her arm, causing her to pause. You should come with me. My family is very welcoming. No one should be alone during Christmas. That's sweet, she said, but turned and walked away before he could read the fear in her eyes. Well, I should get on the road. She took another sip of the coffee as she closed in on her trailer. Thanks for the coffee. You sure you had enough? Cameron asked. I've got more warming in the pot. Vic shook her head. I'm good. Thank you. I'm going to stop by a store on the way and pick up another pot. Okay, well, if you can't find one, I don't mind sharing. Cameron cocked his head, his eyes glinting. Besides, it means I get to talk to you every morning. Vic felt her mouth drop open before she had the chance to stop it. If she had met him before her life had exploded, she would have fallen for him, hook, line, and sinker. As her dad would say, even though he never was a fisherman. I appreciate that, she finally said, handing the coffee mug back to him. Well, one more until we head toward Colorado, right? Yep. Cameron lifted the mug in farewell. You want me to follow you out of here, just in case? Vic bit back her laugh. I'll be fine, but thank you. See you in Laramie. See you then. Safe travels. Cameron dipped his head, hesitating a moment before walking away. Vic couldn't help but notice a hint of a swagger in his tight Wranglers. His lean frame made him perfect for riding those crazy horses. She leaned against the door as she watched him disappear into his trailer in the almost empty parking lot. She didn't know if it was courage or downright craziness that made him climb on top of the bucking broncs every rodeo, but either way that man didn't seem to have any fear, except maybe whenever he talked to her. Vic's lips tweaked into a smile, just a slight one, but she couldn't help but wish circumstances were different so she could allow herself to become fearless with the bareback rider. 6. Cameron paced his trailer, looking out the window into the fading light as the sun sank below the Wyoming peaks. It had been an easy drive, but his thoughts had warred within him the whole way. He had no idea how to get Vic to open up more, or how to be just a friend. It took all of his restraint not to reach for her, or touch her, or bring her into his arms when he saw the torment in her eyes. Where was she? Gravel popped on the opposite side of his trailer. He raced to the window where he could peer out, trying to decipher if the headlights belonged to her rig or not. The rig parked right next to him, and in the fading light he saw not Vic's rig but Jake's massive trailer. That thing was the envy of many cowboys, but not Cameron. For one, he didn't bring his horse with him everywhere. No need. Scrapper lived on the family ranch. Besides that, Jake's behemoth was a pain to park and beyond what he would want to spend on something temporary. Yet Jake had thought it would be his life. Ride or die meant something different to him, until he fell for Beth. Now Jake had something else to live for. Though he still drove that massive trailer. Of course he had his horse and Beth's, and it was their home for now. He plopped himself at the tiny table, staring at the empty seat where Vic had briefly sat in the other day. How nice it would be to have someone there all the time. He swept a hand through his hair. Not someone. Vic. He wanted Vic. Pushing back up, he looked out the window, irritation building inside him as he realized Jake blocked his view. Cameron pulled his jacket off the back of the seat and tugged it on. He wouldn't be able to relax until he knew she had safely arrived, and as overprotective as he realized this was, he couldn't help it. As he rounded his truck, Jake spotted him. "Hey, Cameron." "Hey, amigo." Cameron ducked his head against the chill wind and walked toward his friend. "How was the drive?" he asked, though he really wanted to ask if he had seen Vic's rig. "Smooth as could be," Jake said. "We stopped to do a little shopping, the missus and all." Jake rolled his eyes, but the effort seemed half-hearted. "Vic did too," he blurted out. Heat traveled up his neck. He was grateful for the dusk to hide his embarrassment. "Yeah, we actually saw her. Had a coffee maker." Jake elbowed him. "No more excuses to see her in the morning." "Yeah," Cameron said evenly. "Oh, come on. I was just teasing. You're making headway. I see how she watches you." Jake smacked his back before heading over to unhitch the trailer. "What do you mean, how she watches me?" Cameron asked, feeling silly asking such a thing, but he had to know. "Beth talks about it all the time." Jake grunted as he released a lock. "I talk about what?" Beth asked as she came out of the trailer. "You had me rocking like crazy in there." "Sorry, my wife." "Forgot to warn you," Jake said, smiling up at her. "I'm unhitching the trailer now. It might be a bit rocky." "Ha ha," Beth said, but her grin said that she hadn't minded the banter at all. Cameron stepped back, feeling like an intruder. He wasn't one to banter, and he didn't feel Vic was either. That didn't mean he couldn't see how Jake and Beth enjoyed it. "How's school going, Beth?" Cameron asked, his need for distraction keeping him there rather than giving them the space he normally would. "Great. Thanks for asking," she said. "I've got another month before I have to buckle down for finals. I'm going to complete some things with Vic, so I can start interning with her next semester." "Physical therapists intern with medics?" Cameron scratched his head. "Well, with her team." Beth shrugged. "I'll do my final with Savannah, you know, Ryder's wife." "Yeah, I know Ryder." Cameron nodded, loving how close-knit the rodeo community was. "I hear she's having a baby." "Yep, my internship will be perfect timing to help her with her practice while she is on maternity leave." Jake straightened, wiping his brow. "Yeah, perfect timing for her, but I'm not looking forward to it." "You'll be fine, cowboy. It's just for a few months," Beth said as she nestled in his arms. Cameron cleared his throat and walked backwards. "Well, I'm going to go, look around." Jake lifted his head, and though Cameron couldn't see his eyes in the growing dark, he knew they held that intensity he sometimes gets. "She'll be here shortly, man. Hang tight." Cameron opened his mouth to protest, but saw that Jake's attention had reverted back to his wife. He slipped away into the dark, walking down the aisles of trucks and trailers, looking for one with the reflective red line that read medic. Of course she would only be parking in one spot, not out here amongst the crowd. He turned and headed back toward the arena and the spot reserved for the medic trailers. Blowing into his hands, he picked up his pace to keep himself warm. He wouldn't be able to relax until he saw her safe, just friends or not. The longer he waited, the more insane he felt. Vic was a grown woman, a woman capable of taking care of herself as she had been for who knows how long before he came along. His hands icy and his body shivering, he chastised himself as he strutted back toward his trailer. If nothing else, he needed to warm up, and he was going to get her number the next time he saw her. This was getting ridiculous. His stomach growled as he reached his trailer, reminding him he had eaten nothing. As he held the door handle, He waffled with driving into town to get something warm and fresh or eating something leftover in his tiny fridge. Still undecided, he watched absent-mindedly as yet another truck pulled into the parking lot. The truck slowed in front of him until it stopped and the window rolled down. The light reflecting off of red woke him up a little, and the warmth pouring out of the cab finished the job. "Hey," Vic sighed. The dash lights lit her face, but even in the eerie light, he thought her the most beautiful woman in the world. "Hi. Rough drive?" he asked, sticking his hands under his arms to warm them. "Long. I picked up some food on my way in." She licked her lips and looked away for a moment before meeting his eyes again. "You hungry?" "Starving," Cameron said with a smile. His irritation slipped away. "I'll ride the rest of the way with you and help you unhitch." "Okay," she said, unlocking the door and watching him as he climbed in. "I think I'm supposed to be straight ahead, right?" "Yep," he said, and he wouldn't let her know just how familiar he was with that spot either. Straight ahead, right up next to the back of the arena. Cameron rubbed his hands together, rather than holding them up to the blasting heater like he wanted. He would suffer in the cold as long as needed, if it meant spending time with Vic. Whatever it took. Vic battled with herself most of the day, but when it came down to it, she liked not being alone. Cameron had a softer side than most of the men she was accustomed to, but it didn't downgrade his manliness at all. He wouldn't listen to any reasoning as he unhitched and leveled her trailer out. She told herself that his actions upset her ego, but secretly she liked him taking care of her. Not that she couldn't do it herself, and he knew that. It was that he wanted to do it for her. In the service, she either hadn't allowed herself that luxury or no one offered. She honestly couldn't say. Her whole life, she had to work harder to keep up with the guys or get left behind. So sitting back and watching someone else do the work created an odd sensation inside her. That should do it. Cameron stood up from the gear with a smile. "I'll get the trailer warming up then." She walked toward the door and turned back, shocked as she realized he stood close enough to feel his breath on her face. She sucked in a breath, tasting his scent of spruce. "Thank you," she breathed out. "My pleasure," he said, his eyes holding an intensity she wished she could navigate. Instead, she pivoted and entered the trailer, starting the heater and getting out plates so they could eat. "I've never been in this part of the trailer before," Cameron said as he looked around. "It's nice that it has living quarters as well. It's cramped, but that makes it heat faster." She set plates at the table meant for two, along with styrofoam containers of food. "This smells delicious." Cameron leaned over the boxes and breathed in deeply, his stomach joining in the celebration. "Much better than the cold pizza I had resigned myself to." "Anything warm is good to me," Vic said as she opened the containers. "Chinese?" Cameron said, a sparkle in his eyes. "Yes. I like a variety, and they don't have small servings. I thought it better to share with a friend, rather than eat it for the next 3 days." "And here I thought you had thought to invite me the entire time," Cameron said with a light laugh. Vic smiled. Actually, she had thought of him. If she was honest with herself, the thought of Cameron cemented her decision on Chinese rather than Mexican because it was easier to share. He didn't need to know that information, though. No need to spur on his hopes. "Was the food awful over there?" Cameron asked as he sat. Vic hesitated. "Yeah, it wasn't great. Some days better than others, of course." "Of course," Cameron said, staring at the food. "Please dish up," Vic encouraged. "Ladies first." Cameron nodded toward the seat across from him. Vic bit back the retort, reminding herself that he didn't mean that in a derogatory way. She loaded her plate until it couldn't hold any more, before leaning over it and breathing it in. "I like that you can eat. I never understood the dainty servings some women give themselves." "Oh, they starve themselves on the date, but when they get back home, you know they gorge themselves." Vic laughed. "You are probably right," Cameron said, a smile pulling at his lips. "I never thought about it like that." You've had lots of dates with dainty eaters. Vic twinged at the sharp stab of jealousy, wishing she could ignore it. Not really. Mostly just hear the guys talk about it, or when we all go out in a group like the other day. Vic watched him curiously. He was a handsome and friendly guy. Why wouldn't he be on dates all the time? Am I leaving enough for leftovers? He asked. Take all you want. I won't be heartbroken if there aren't any. Vic still eyed him. If that's not it, why are you looking at me like I just did something wrong? Not wrong. Vic tore her eyes away. What then? Cameron asked, pausing his fork in midair. Come on. Don't leave me hanging. It's just, why don't you date a lot? Why don't you? Cameron lowered his fork and leaned toward her. You're right. None of my business. She sat back, disliking the heat that filled her cheeks. She took a bite to distract herself from her foot-in-mouth moment. I'm sorry. It's a question I would love to know, but you don't have to answer it. As for me, he stopped, until she looked up at him. I don't want to waste my time dating someone I can't see myself marrying. Vic choked, coughing and hacking until she finally found a bottle of water in the fridge. She gulped it down, head over the sink, feeling even more embarrassed now. You okay? Cameron stood behind her, a hand hovering over her back only inches away from touching her scars. She turned abruptly, putting herself face to face with him. Yeah, just tried to breathe and swallow at the same time. You don't have to be a medic to know that can't work. She eased past him to take another water from the fridge and handed it to him before sitting back down. Her throat felt a little raw, but after another sip of water, she began eating again, wondering once more if her decision to invite him for dinner had been a bad one. Oh, I thought maybe my comment upset you or made you laugh. Cameron watched her, his eyes serious. No, she said softly. I wasn't laughing. I admire that you are fully focused on finding your future wife. I didn't say fully focused, just don't want to waste my time. I hope you don't see this as wasting your time, she said once the words left her mouth, wishing she hadn't. Never with you. Cameron sat back in his seat. I mean, this isn't a date. We're friends. Having dinner with a friend is never wasting time, right? Vic's lips twitched, but she was pretty sure a small smile creased them too. Right. And I appreciate a good takeout meal. Cameron winked. This time the flush that filled her cheeks warmed her. Well, that's good because I'm not a superb cook. Cooking is a skill and skills can be learned. Cameron smiled. Or knowing the best takeout restaurants. Vic let out a small laugh, relaxing into her seat and allowing herself to enjoy the company. Cameron was a friend. She could do friends. 7. Cameron fought to focus even with the uneasy horse prancing underneath him. Normally everything else faded once he sat on the bronc. Not today. He had spent the last 3 days with Vic. Being around her felt like it had always been this way. Yet keeping distance as friends, he fought it tooth and nail. It's not like he wanted to go fast, but holding her hand, touching her back, giving her a hug. Those things he fought against every time they were together. As if an unseen force pulled them together, he felt her eyes on him and turned to see her leaning on the fence. A small smile tilted up the edges of her lips, sending his heart into a full gallop. The bronc beneath him eagerly danced, as if he too needed to let off some steam. Cameron pulled his eyes off Vic and settled on the bronc. He had pulled Taz today, a fitting name for this bronc's wild nature. Cameron had studied him, but today would be his first shot at sitting him for the full 8 seconds. You and me, buddy, Cameron soothed the horse, before double-checking his grip on the rigging. He dropped his head, recited the same brief prayer he did every time he rode. When he opened his eyes, fully focused, he gave the gateman a curt nod. Taz shot out of the chute with all 4 hooves off the ground. Cameron leaned back, marked the horse with his heels above its shoulders, and settled in for the wildest ride a man could get. 8 seconds seemed to fly by when looking in Vic's eyes, but while barebacking, that small chunk of time spreads out into a fury of jolts, cracks, pulls, tugs, and full-on yanks. In fact, he's pretty sure he didn't breathe until the bell sounded, and he launched himself off the horse and threw his arms into the air. In his mind, he repeated the mantra, "Hang tight," as his body was battered. Not that he felt it much. Pure adrenaline shot through his veins, making pain something that only comes later, after the crowd stopped roaring and the dust settled. Most of the time it snuck up, waiting until he stands up after reading or waking up the next morning. This ride did not differ from the rest. Everything faded. His full focus only on riding the tumultuous wave of Taz's frantic movements. Fear had nothing to do with it. Fear was something that stirred up worst-case scenarios while sitting in the chute. It didn't belong in the arena. There wasn't enough room for it. On the last kick before the bell sounded, Taz flung him like a rag doll. Even through the adrenaline, Cameron felt the whiplash. As his feet hit the dirt and cheers erupted from the stands, he knew he would feel that one for the next week. Yet he made it, and knew his score would continue to pave his way to the Nationals. He kissed his cross and threw his hands up into the air as the crowd cheered. The pickup rider brought him over his hat. "Thank you," Cameron yelled over the roar of the crowd. The guy tipped his hat, staying next to him until Cameron safely hopped the arena's fence, landing feet in front of Vic. She hadn't left. "Hey," Cameron said, ignoring the pressing crowd pushing them together. Vic's eyes went wide, her attention on the throng, but she smiled. "Hey." She glanced around, her eyes darting. "Why don't you come see me when your fans have moved on?" "I look forward to it," he said. Then, pushing out from the fence a little, he made an opening for her. "Your escape route, my lady." She ducked out under his arm, and he turned to appease the crowd. He didn't mind signing autographs and talking with his fans, especially the kids. It hadn't been such a long time ago that he had been one of the 4-foot-tall fans, begging for attention from the bareback rider champions. Those moments made a big impression on him, and he promised to do the same when it was his turn. The girls he could do without. They only made him blush and uncomfortable, not that he would ever tell anyone that, well, maybe one. Doing his best to keep in the moment rather than rushing through to get to Vic, he focused on a freckled-faced boy with glasses. His cute gap-toothed grin spoke right to his heart. If he and Vic had children, would they have cute little freckles like this guy? Cameron knew he shouldn't allow himself to travel down these fantasies, but whenever he looked at Vic, he felt as if God spoke directly to him. She was the woman for him, and he would patiently and gently persist until she realized that. His heart hammered as he pulled himself away from the remaining crowd to stand in front of the door to the medic trailer. She had never asked him to come see her after a ride before. The thought caused his palms to sweat. He could sit on the back of a wild bucking bronc as cool as could be, but fear of making a good impression with the woman of his dreams had him as wily as a wild Mustang. He knocked on the door, the metallic sound reverberating through him. "Come on in," Vic called out. Cameron shook out his hands and blew out a breath before entering the trailer. He hadn't spent too much time in the medic side of it, but found the antiseptic smell a touch familiar from the times he had been close to Vic. Yet her own vanilla-tinted scent lingered longer, and even now he could smell that sweet scent overriding the smell of the trailer itself. "Hey," he said, once he saw her stacking some supplies in a small cabinet. "You made it out of the throng alive," she said, closing the cabinet and standing up. "And in one piece too." He leaned against a treatment table. "Why don't you have a seat up there?" Vic nodded to the table he leaned on. Cameron caught his snarky remark before it left his lips. He sent a prayer of gratitude for catching it in time, and otherwise was so focused on his flustering that he didn't think about why she asked him to do that. "Are you okay?" Vic asked him, walking close and seeming to look deep in his eyes. "Yeah," he said, doing his best to calm his galloping heart. "Any lightheadedness or dizziness?" "That's normal when I'm around you," he said, wishing he had the same restraint as earlier. He felt heat stream up his neck, warming the chill right out of him. The small smile that graced Vic's lips eased his embarrassment only slightly. "May I look in your eyes?" Vic asked. Cameron nodded his head, his throat going dry and his foot shaking non-stop, making the paper on the table crinkle. When she drew out a pen that shined a light in his eyes, his initial reaction calmed as more embarrassment flooded him. She hadn't been talking about a deep soul look in his eyes, but a medical one. He cleared his throat as she pulled the light away. "You look worried." "I am," she said. "Your head whipped back pretty hard." "Just part of the game," he said, his foot still bouncing. "I don't think you have a concussion, but we should keep an eye on it just in case." She started to reach around him, then paused. "May I feel your neck?" "Sure," he said, swallowing the response that he wanted to say. He knew she would see it as a pickup line, and didn't want to ruin what had started to build between them. Her cool fingers touched the skin of his neck, sending prickling down his spine and butterflies going wild inside of him. No other person's touch had ever caused such a powerful reaction in him. He squeezed the lightly padded table beneath him, crunching the silly paper as he did. "Did that hurt?" she asked, concern lining her voice. "No, not at all." Vic traced her fingers up and down his neck. He clamped his muscles to inhibit the shaking within him. Then she began gently pressing at different points against the bones in his neck. The muscles were tender, as they usually were after a ride, but he relaxed under her attentive hands. Until she hit a spot that had him stiffening and jolting fully upright. "Ah," she said. "Okay. You just became my patient." "I'm okay, Vic. You don't need to bother with me. I'm sure you'll have plenty of other guys to look after today." Cameron hopped off the table and started toward the door. "Cameron Romero, you get your booty back on that table right now." Vic stood in the middle of the trailer, hands on hips, and her chin jutted out in stubbornness. He had never seen a more beautiful sight. Left defenseless, his smile pushed through. "Well, when you say it like that." He walked back to the table, never taking his eyes off her. Once he sat down, she nodded, and then went about the trailer, pulling out an ice pack from the freezer, wrapping it in a towel, grabbing a bottle of something, and coming back over to him. The table groaned as she lifted one end, making it into a reclining position. "I'm going to rub some of this pain-relieving lotion on you. Then you will relax with this nice ice pack for the next 20 minutes. "Yes, ma'am," Cameron said, not even trying to hide his smile. Vic remained quiet while she rubbed his neck. The lotion left a tingling sensation, but all he felt were her hands sliding up and down. It could be his imagination, but he swore he could feel a tenderness, a deep concern in her touch. It filled his heart full of hope, and made him willing to do whatever she needed to make her continue to care for him. "It's going to be cold," she said as she draped the ice pack around his neck. "Now lie back and try to relax." She guided him back against the reclined part of the table. "Thank you," he said, watching her from his position and ignoring the stinging of the ice on his neck. She leaned against the table near his knees. "It's really none of my business, Cameron, but have you thought about a helmet?" For the first time her words caused him to bristle. His mom got on his case about a helmet every visit. He had already succumbed to the padded safety vest, but a helmet, the guys all made fun of the ones who wore them, plus it played with his movements. He had tried once, and it seemed to throw him off balance, something that he couldn't afford to have. "Helmets throw me off," he said, realizing his tone was even and guarded. "Then a neck brace, maybe?" She stood looking at him, her cheeks sucked in and her pretty eyebrows scrunched together. "I'll think about it," he said, his heart easing with her concern. "Thanks for caring." He waited until he saw her eyes widen ever so slightly and her lips part, then he closed his eyes and rested as his doctor ordered. She cared. Every morning Vic told herself she would stop allowing Cameron to get closer. She promised she would keep him further from her heart, that she wouldn't spend as much of the day she could with him, that she would make excuses to go back to her solitary life. Yet each morning when he showed up at her trailer door, she invited him in, accepted his invitations for lunch, dinners, and walks. Her heart was doomed. There had been many times she had almost told him everything, just laid it all out in the open. Maybe she was wrong. Maybe someone could love her and all the scars she carried. Though she doubted it. Even a sweet guy like Cameron wanted more than just her. He wanted a whole wife, a family, and probably someone who wasn't allergic to hay. Yet he knew that last part. So she kept on allowing herself to have a friend, knowing it would break their hearts in the end. Selfishly, she didn't want to let him go, knowing she fueled his hope more every day. After he won the circuit championship once again, she asked him how he wanted to celebrate. She swore his eyes twinkled as he watched her quietly for a moment. "Well, tonight we are all going out to celebrate, and you're coming with me," he said. "Oh, I am?" She arched an eyebrow and snared him with one of her stubborn gazes, even though she already knew she would. "Yep," and after he started, and she felt the blood drain from her face. "I meant the next day." "I didn't say anything," she said, busying herself with packing up the trailer after yet another rodeo. "You didn't have to." His quiet tone spoke volumes, but a moment later a look full of hope lit his eyes. "As I was saying, after, I would like us to caravan down south." "Caravan?" she asked, stopping the tidying up to watch him. "Yeah. It's a long way. It gets lonely. If we caravan, we could enjoy the trip rather than suffer through it." Cameron shrugged. "We could even get some walkie-talkies to talk along the way." Vic turned away, resorting rolls of athletic tape so she didn't have to look at him. His sweet thoughtfulness was enough to have her wanting to fall into his arms. She didn't deserve his attention nor his friendship. "I know you can do it on your own, Vic. You are fully capable. I just hoped it would be nice, you know." His boots scratched across the floor as he came to her, touched her shoulder lightly. "Please?" Unable to tear her eyes away from him, he held her in his unrelenting gaze with eyes she swore put her under a spell. She nodded, her heart giving a little leap of joy at the smile that lit up his face. "Awesome." He stepped back. "I'll be back by 6 to pick you up for the celebration tonight. We'll get dinner at the dance hall, if that's all right with you, of course." "It is," she said, her voice soft, yielding, and feeling more unfamiliar by the moment. Where had the hard Vic who let no one get close to her go? As much as she liked this softer side of her, it left her feeling vulnerable and uneasy. She should tell him. She should tell him everything, before she forgot how to protect herself. While getting ready for the evening's celebrations, she repeated how she would tell him, trying out different approaches while putting extra care into her outfit, her hair and her makeup. Talk about mixed signals. She couldn't even keep herself straight. Sighing, she watched him walk toward her with a single flower he had picked from a winter flowering plant. She resolved herself. She would tell him tonight. Yet she didn't. In fact, she didn't tell him during their 2-day trip down to southern Colorado. Nor the first rodeo there or the next. Before she knew it, mid-November was upon them, and people were gearing up for the holidays. It had been over a month since he had invited her to the pumpkin patch. Since then, she spent most evenings with Cameron and nearly every day off. Her heart would ache while they were apart, and she knew with heartbreaking certainty she had fallen in love. Panic rose within her. There was no simple way out of this, and it would only get harder as more time went on. She had to bite the bullet, had to open her heart and let the break happen, before it crushed them beyond repair. Cameron had a chance at a happy life. She had no right to stand in the way of that, no matter how much she wanted him in her life. She gripped onto the bathroom counter as she stared at herself. "You have to do it tonight, Vic. Tonight." A light knock on her door pulled her away from the mirror. The door creaked open as Cameron let himself in. When had they become so comfortable with each other? She would miss it. "You ready, Vic?" Cameron's gentle voice called to her, leaving her heart yearning and reminding her of the pain that would soon come. "Yes," she said, exiting the bathroom and meeting him in the small trailer. "You?" She looked up and met his eyes, such a deep, beautiful brown that spoke of faith and hope, and she swallowed, "Love." You look amazing, he said, his smile tugging on his lips. You do as well, she said, pushing his comment down into her heart to pull out on days she needed it most, days she knew were coming all too soon. The gang will meet us there. This place has the best steaks and the most delicious chocolate milkshakes. You'll love it. Sounds wonderful. Jake and Beth coming. You know it. They never miss these first night gatherings. He held the door open for her. It's like a family, you know. I'll miss them once I decide to retire and settle down. His eyes lingered on her for a moment before pulling away. It's so strange hearing a man not even in his late 20s talk about retiring, she said. Cameron laughed. Well, it's not like I won't ever have to work again, but this sport isn't easy on the body. No, it isn't. She reached out to touch his hand briefly. Thank you for wearing a neck brace. Anything for you, Vic. He smiled and took her hand. She allowed it, soaked in the sensation so she could remember the feeling, the warmth, the acceptance, and the security. Her breath caught as emotion filled her. Could she really do this? Could she really let him go? You all right? He asked, his fingertip gently brushing down her cheek. Yeah, of course. I'm eager to try that steak. She squeezed his hand one last time before climbing into his truck. The look of love in his eyes, the concern for her well-being pushed her to do this. She had to think of him and herself. She needed this to end for him, so he could forget her and move on to a wife worthy of him. For she didn't even come close. 8. Tonight was the night. Cameron could feel it in his gut. Tonight he would start the shift from just friends to one more step closer to the day he would make Vic. What does Vic stand for? He blurted out. Well, if that isn't out of the blue, Vic said with a laugh, holding her hands in front of the heater vent in his truck. In mere minutes, they would be at the steakhouse surrounded by friends and noise and distraction. He wished he could reserve them a seat for two and have her all to himself. Soon he could do that as much as he wanted. Are you not going to tell me? There were some things about Vic that left him frustrated, not with her but with time. He wanted her to trust him enough to tell him everything, but he wouldn't push. There had been a few times where he thought for sure she would open up, but she broke off the conversation. Time. She just needed more time. Victoria. Her softly spoken name sent a chill down his spine. It's beautiful. He glanced at her as he pulled into the parking lot. Victoria. He liked the sound of it on his lips. Victory. I bet you were a victory for your parents. She burst out laughing, doubled over and gasping for breath. Wow. I didn't think it was that funny. I'm sorry, she pushed out, taking in deep breaths and calming herself. I haven't laughed like that for years. Feel better? He asked as he parked and then turned to look at her. Yeah, actually I do. She sighed. The story I was told was that my mom swore she was having a girl while she was pregnant with me, but my dad was adamant that Allen men only produced boys. Oh, Cameron said, feeling the humor of the situation. So obviously your mom won. Yes, and when the doctor pronounced me a girl, she shouted, "Victory," shocking all the nurses and the doctor. So they named me Victoria Ann Allen. That's quite the story. He cocked his head. So why go by Vic? The humor faded from her eyes as she undid her belt. With her hand on the door, she softly said, "That is a story for another time." Cameron took a moment to breathe out his frustration before exiting the truck and walking to Vic's side. Once there, he leaned down and whispered in her ear, "I want to know all your stories, Victoria. I will wait as patiently as I can until you trust me enough to share them." He took her hand without waiting for her reaction and led her into the warm, loud, and packed steakhouse. Their friends waved from the far side. As they squeezed around tables and dodged servers, he gripped her hand. She didn't struggle. She didn't even pull it from his grip as they came up to the table where their friends waited for them. He noted several of their gazes glance at their hands before they sat. His shoulders set back a little farther with the recognition. Another one bites the dust, and another. Derek started singing, but stopped the moment everyone at the table glared at him. What? Can a man mourn in peace? Get over yourself, Courtney said, rolling her eyes. The rest of the table laughed, and even Derek couldn't stop his sheepish grin, though Vic kept her eyes downcast. He knew she didn't like the attention. We ordered for you like you asked, Beth leaned over to tell them. I hope you don't mind, Cameron said to Vic. It's not the first time you've ordered for me, and I've loved everything so far. It's nice to be known so well, isn't it? Beth asked Vic. Vic nodded and abruptly turned her head, but as she did, Cameron swore he saw a sheen to her eyes. Something was on his girl's mind tonight, and he aimed to figure it out before it ended. He watched her closely for the rest of the evening, but she laughed and joked so much it seemed like the earlier scene might have been his imagination. Maybe tonight could still be the night. He already had been holding her hand more often than ever, and she had never pulled it away. In fact, it seemed like she actually held him back with the yearning to be close to him. As the night came to a close, he mentally practiced what he would say. He knew a man like Jake, and probably even Derek, would just pull her into his arms and kiss her. That wasn't how he worked, and he knew that wouldn't work with Vic. A strong, independent woman like his girl needed to be a decision-maker. The ride back to their trailers at the fairgrounds was heavy with silence. We're quiet tonight, she noted, her hands ringing in her lap. Maybe she felt the shift too. He knew she was nervous about taking things to the next level. Should he wait longer? Could he? Every moment he waited was agony. Sure, he was patient, but what if he didn't have to be? What if he ruined it by not having enough patience? Indecision warred within him. Even after parking the truck, he didn't know what he would do. It seemed she didn't either. She stayed sitting in her seat, letting her eyes watch the frost as it trailed up the windows. The holidays were coming soon, cold nights, snow, and family. For some Thanksgivings he would fly home and then back in time for the event that weekend, but this year he didn't want to leave Vic, and at this point, unless things really shifted, he doubted she would come with him. You okay? He asked, knowing he could play the what-if game all night and realizing she still hadn't moved. Vic turned toward him, her eyes reminding him of a wild Mustang, frantic and intense. We need to talk, she said, her voice so low that it sent his stomach flip-flopping. My trailer or yours? It's too cold outside, he said, licking his lips and hoping that the intensity in her tone meant things were going his way and not the opposite. Yours, she said immediately, like she had planned it even before he had spoken. Hot chocolate coming up, he said, pushing a smile to his face. Minutes later, with steaming hot chocolate in front of them, they stared at each other across his table, each lost in their own thoughts, fears, and hopes. He wanted to pull her into his arms, lather her in promises that he knew he would keep, and extinguish that haunting expression from her forever. He started. I need, she said at the same time. They both smiled, jittery grins. You first, he told her. She shook her head. Go ahead, I'm sorry. He reached over the table and took her hands in his. Victoria, Vic. He cleared his throat. This last month has been the best of my life. Vic dropped her head. He could hear her suck in deep breaths, and his heart hurt for her pain. She pulled her hands from his, drew in a breath and looked toward him. I think I should go first, she said. Vic, Cameron said, pushing forward, desperate for her not to say another word. Fear ripped through him, propelling his words forth. I promise I won't hurt you. I'll always be here for you. You have nothing to fear from me. Please give me a chance. Vic's lower lip trembled. She stood, though her legs didn't seem ready to support her. Cameron. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. There are reasons I don't date. Reasons that... She choked back a sob. He rose and went toward her, but she stepped back and held up a hand to stop him. I thought I could be strong enough to tell you tonight, she said, the words tearing through her, making Cameron's heart rip open with need to take her pain away. Whatever it is, Vic. We can face this together. There is nothing that could keep me from wanting you, nothing. Tears streamed down Vic's face and he reached for her once more. Again she backed away until her hand was on the door handle. You deserve more, Cam. You deserve the whole package, and that's not something I can offer. I'm sorry. She pushed through the door and took off running toward her trailer. Vic. Cameron called after her, shoving his feet into his boots. She stopped, slowly turned, her face a mask of pain and sorrow. Please. I can't do this tonight. Cameron froze. His heart crushed within him. The pain was so intense he couldn't move even as she disappeared behind her trailer, even as her door slammed shut. He crumpled to the frozen ground, his body as numb as his thoughts. This could not be happening. The next day, Vic hid in her trailer as much as possible. Her red-rimmed eyes were a clear giveaway that she had spent last night crying rather than sleeping. She worked when she had to, keeping her face averted as much as possible. Her whirlwind thoughts held too much chaos to answer questions from friends. Cameron gave too much. When he had said they would face whatever it was together, his words tore straight through her. She knew he meant every word, but how could she ask him to give up the life he wanted? He deserved more than she could give. She heard the announcers gearing up for the Bareback riding event. Their muffled voices thrummed through the trailer's walls, sending her heart into even more turmoil. She hadn't missed one of his rides since they started talking, but the idea of seeing him had her gasping for breath. The first rider went. The buzzer sounded 8 seconds in. The second rider. Another 8-second ride. Her feet twitched, and restless arms fiddled with a towel she had folded and refolded for the last 5 minutes. Cameron Romero. The announcer's muffled voice pushed her to her feet. She paced the tiny room, opened the door and paced in front of the trailer. Today he's riding Tornado, a bronc that has the highest rate for tossing riders like rag dolls. He's unseated some of the best bareback riders this year. We'll see if Romero has what it takes to tame this beast. The announcers bantered back and forth about Tornado. Concern twisted her insides as a dark premonition filled her chest. She felt an unseen force push her toward the arena. Her steps faltered as she saw Cameron. He sat astride a frantic, sidestepping black horse, snorting his displeasure at being closed in the tight chute. Cameron scanned the arena, his head turning this way and that. Her stomach clenched. He was looking for her. She urged her feet forward, reaching the fence just as his eyes found her. That moment froze in time. She wanted to scream for him to be careful, to forego the ride, to give it all up. Instead, she sucked in her cheeks and held her breath, as he gave the nod that released the beast he rode into the arena. The second the gate opened, Tornado shot from the chute as if possessed. Vic had never seen a horse move the way this bronc did. He twisted and turned, but so quickly, like a release of a stretched rubber band. She could immediately tell that something was wrong. Cameron usually moved in motion with the horse, leaning back and sweeping his legs from rump to shoulder. With one swift, explosive movement of the horse, his arm that held the rigging seemed to lose control as the buzzer sounded. Vic gasped along with the rest of the crowd as Cameron flopped once, twice, and then was flung off the bronc. He landed on his side, doing his best to scramble out of the furious horse's path. One arm flopped uselessly, dragging in the dirt as the beast came toward him. Vic imagined Tornado's eyes red with fury as he reared above Cameron. The horse slammed his hooves down right next to him before bucking in a twist. Cameron ducked his head, but not quickly enough. One back hoof caught him on the left side of his face. Vic choked back the scream as she started to scramble over the fence. "Hold on," Jake said as he locked an arm around her waist. "I have to get to him. I have to." She struggled, pushing against the powerful arm holding her back. "Not until they get that flank strap off the bronc and it out of the arena. You won't be any good to him if you get injured too." But Vic felt her face contorting as images shot their way past her defenses, images she wished she could erase but haunted her daily. "He needs me," she cried. Jake brought her against his chest and held her until she felt the soothing arms of Beth taking his place. "Shish," Beth said, whispering in her ear. "Let's pray." Vic didn't really hear her friend's whispered words. She appreciated Beth's faith and held a prayer in her own heart, but her eyes were glued to the cowboy lying in the dirt, the cowboy she loved. She didn't want to love him, but she did. There was no denying it. As soon as the horse ran through the gate, Vic pushed away from Beth, hopped over the fence and raced to the fallen cowboy. Blood poured down the left side of his face from a long, deep gash. His right arm lay limp and lifeless. As she touched the undamaged side of his face, his eyelids fluttered open. Unfocused, soft brown eyes found hers as his pupils dilated wildly. "Just stay still, Cam." Vic leaned close to him, hoping her words would reach him past the shock that surely overtook him. "You're going to be all right. I'm going to take care of you." She glanced up long enough to motion the rest of the medic team. They ran in with the board gurney. "Vic?" Cameron's voice choked out. She turned her eyes back on him. "I'm here, Cam. I'm not leaving." I love you," he said, his eyes unfocused, then they rolled back into his head. Vic's heart raced. She didn't have time to think about his words and what they meant. Cameron needed to get to a hospital, fast. As soon as the medic team arrived, she gave the orders, calm and firm. Yet inside, her entire world felt like it exploded around her. She pushed back the images, held onto Cameron's good hand, and helped carry him with the others. She glanced up before leaving the arena, met Jake and Beth's eyes and gave them a nod. She would call them later once she knew more. It wasn't customary for medics to ride in the ambulance with an injured competitor, but she wouldn't be swayed. She promised she wouldn't leave him, and she didn't break her promises. 9. A steady, repetitive beep greeted Cameron as he gained consciousness. A groan escaped his lips as he tried to adjust his position into a more comfortable one. Pain lanced through his head, arm, and entire body. As used to soreness as he was, he immediately knew something was different. His eyes flew open, but the walls did not belong to his trailer, the smell did not hold the taste of horse and dust, and the bed did not feel like his double-layer memory foam mattress. The room blurred into a mixture of bright lights and white walls. "Cam!" Vic called him. Was he dreaming? He focused on the blurry face in front of him, blinked several times until his eyes righted themselves, until he could see the eyes of the woman he loved. He tried to smile, but one side of his face refused to work. "Hey Vic," he said, his voice hoarse. "What's going on?" "That tornado did a number on you." "That's what?" Her eyes narrowed as they searched his. "Are you feeling okay? Do you need more pain meds?" "I feel like I got run over by a herd of cattle, but I'm sure I'll manage." The non-functioning side of his face perturbed him. He reached up to touch it, realizing that his right arm couldn't bend. Turning his head slowly, for every movement made his eyes blur again, he saw a white bandage covering his entire arm and up around his shoulder. "That's not good." "You tore your bicep tendon," Vic said, her hand wrapping around his left one. "They repaired it and said with recovery it should be back to new in 6 months, possibly a year." The Nationals. He shut his eyes, his dreams slipping away from him like in an awful nightmare. "I know," Vic said, her voice tight with emotion. He found her face again, saw the unshed tears in her eyes, the crease between her perfect eyebrows, her lips slightly trembling. They reminded him of the last night they had spent together, and on top of the physical pain, his heart constricted. "You're here," he said, reaching up to touch her face with his left hand, before dropping back to her tender fingertips again. "I told you I would stay with you." "You did?" He tried to recall the ride or the events afterward, but he couldn't. Only emptiness met him. She nodded and sucked in her cheeks. It made him wonder what else he had said in those incoherent moments, but his heart couldn't handle any more right now. That would have to wait. "Did I make the buzzer?" "Just barely, but you did," Vic reaffirmed with a small squeeze of her hand. Cameron rested his head back against the pillow and closed his eyes. His head throbbed all the way down into his left cheek. He reluctantly slipped his hand from Vic's and reached up to touch his face, feeling bandages and medical tape rather than skin. The hoof caught you. Vic cleared her throat. It may not feel like it, but you got lucky. 1/4 of an inch back, and it could have hit your temple. Who knows what kind of damage that would have done. After all these years. He sighed. I guess I had it coming. I just wanted to finish one more time on top. There's always next year, she said, though she didn't sound happy about the idea. I had other plans for the next year, he said, his speech slurring as exhaustion filled him. I can't stay awake. Rest, Vic said. You need sleep to heal. I'll be here. He squeezed her hand, or at least he meant to, before slipping back into the escape of slumber. While Cameron slept, Vic paced the room, making hushed phone calls to her superiors. Once she had everything squared away, she took in a deep breath before calling Beth. Hi, Vic. Is he okay? Beth answered. He made it through surgery. He has a lot of healing to do, but he'll be okay. Beth let out a heavy breath. Thank goodness. We have been praying for him. Give me the details. Besides a slight concussion and being banged up, he tore his bicep tendon and has a nasty gash down the side of his face. Oh dear, Beth said as she gasped. Will he regain full use? The doctors are optimistic. The gash will leave a wicked scar, but it severed nothing in his face that we couldn't repair. With time his arm will heal enough to return to ride again, if he chooses. That's a blessing. What can we do to help? Has anyone contacted his family? Vic's heart dropped. She hadn't even thought about his parents. Guilt churned within her as she replied. No, I'm sorry, Hey, Beth soothed. You've been there for him. That's all that matters. Thanks. Vic appreciated her words, but they did little to calm her nerves. I think Jake has his parents' number, something about the cowboy code. She let out a short laugh. Anyway, I'll have him call them. What's the hospital information? Vic passed on the numbers before saying her goodbyes. She needed time to think. Her heart and mind warred with each other, and though she wouldn't leave his side until he was ready for her to, she had to protect her heart. This changed nothing. She couldn't ask him to give up his dreams to be with her. It wouldn't be fair. After his reaction the night before and his confession in the arena, she knew she had to find a way to let him down gently. Now was not the time. He needed rest, comfort, and to feel safe. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the memories of her own recovery in the stark makeshift hospital with men screaming all around her. Tough men bawling for their moms, crying out for mercy. She shook her head and walked to the window. She counted the treetops, calming her mind, reminding herself of the present moment. Would she ever be able to let those memories go? Or would they haunt her for the rest of her life? Her hand eased up the edge of her shirt to feel the misshapen flesh, a harsh reminder that she would never escape the horrors of her past. Shoes squeaked at the door. Vic quickly dropped her hand to ensure her shirt covered her torso and turned to meet the nurse. Any changes? The nurse asked. Yes, he woke up briefly. Vic closed the gap between them as the nurse checked his vitals and monitors. He did. She looked up at her. Did he seem aware, and with his memory intact? Yes, he seemed to. Though not of the actual event. That's a blessing that God built into us, the nurse said as she entered a few things into the computer. The doctor should be in to see him before shift change. Thank you, Vic said. She couldn't help wishing it was a blessing that God had built into her. Holler if you need anything, and think about getting yourself some food before the cafeteria closes. Vic hadn't even considered eating, but with the mention of food her stomach awakened, protesting loudly. She watched Cameron sleep, reluctant to leave him. What if he woke up and she wasn't there? He looked almost boyish while asleep. The phone rang, echoing in the room. Cameron stirred, and irritation for him being woken filled her. He needed his sleep to heal. She watched him as she moved toward the phone on the wall next to the bed. "Please get that," he said, his voice muffled by sleep. "Of course," she said, her voice calmer than she felt. "Hello? Hi, is this the nurse? I am calling to speak to my son, Cameron Romero." The woman's voice sounded on the edge of crying, or like she had been crying. Guilt once again clenched her stomach. She hadn't even thought about how his mom would feel. Had her father felt this way when he received the call about her? She pushed her shoulders back. If he had, he never let on. Of course. He was sleeping. Hold on and let me see if he is up to talking. Vic locked eyes with Cameron. Wait, his mother said on the phone. He won't tell me how bad it is, and I need the truth. As his nurse, are you able to give me that information? I'm sorry, Mrs. Romero. I'm not the nurse, Vic hesitated as Cameron reached for her with his left hand. It's okay. I can talk, he said. He squeezed her hand. Hold on, Cam wants to talk with you. She handed the phone to Cameron, her face heating, thinking of how silly she sounded talking with his mom. You, want some privacy? The panic that filled Cameron's eyes as he slowly shook his head rooted her into place. Her fearless cowboy needed her. No matter how her stomach growled, she wouldn't leave his side unless he asked. Hi, Mom, Cameron said, his voice sounding much more chipper than he had since he woken. I'm fine, no need to come all the way out here, I know. I'm sorry I worried you. Vic sat back down in the chair next to him, and his eyes locked onto her. No, I'm not alone, she's well, Cameron searched her eyes. Yes, the girl I told you about. His cheeks pinked slightly, but he didn't pull his eyes away. No, Mom. Hey, can we talk about this later? Yes, Mom. I'll be okay. Yes, they already repaired my bicep tendon and stitched up the gash. It's all numb right now. Yes, I will tell her, Vic. Her name is Vic, her cell phone? Vic's heart raced. How could she refuse to give her number to his mom? She couldn't be here with him, but that opened a huge can of worms. She wiggled in her seat while Cameron searched her eyes. I don't know, Mom. Asking her to give? It's okay. Vic rushed the words out. You can give it to her. His eyes said it all. Appreciation filled them as he mouthed a thank you to her. He recited the number to his mom. Vic raised an eyebrow. He had memorized her phone number. Yes, she is wonderful. Yes, I will ask her to call if there are any changes. I love you too, Mom, and Dad too. Yes, little sis too. Cameron said his goodbye and handed the phone back to her. After she hung up, she sat back down watching him, sucking in her cheeks. My mom told me to pass on her gratitude. Cameron reached for her hand. Thank you. She took his hand in hers, looking at her almost translucent skin against the tan of his. You told them about me. Of course, he said with a shrug. I don't keep much from them. Except how bad you really are. She arched an eyebrow. Well, that won't do them any good. She would only worry more, and I'll be fine. A little healing time, and I'll be as good as new. I like your optimistic spirit, Cam. Vic gave his hand a little squeeze, wondering how good as new he would actually be. I like that you call me Cam, he said, his eyes softening even more. I'm sorry. It just came out naturally. I said I like it, he said, rubbing his thumb along her hand. She hung her head to hide the heat traveling up her neck and into her cheeks. How much she wished she could go there, just give in and let herself fully fall for this sweet cowboy. 10. Cameron clenched his teeth against the groan that pushed his way up his throat. His entire body throbbed, especially his arm and his face. He half feared to see what either would look like without the bandages. With a tentative hand, he reached up to touch the covering on his face. Would Vic find him repulsive with a monster scar running down his cheek? It had been 2 days that he'd been in the hospital under observation, and Vic hadn't left his side until he urged her to go get some food about a half hour ago. He had seen her only nibbling on the few things the nurses had brought in. She needed a good, full meal. They had lowered the pain meds, intending to release him tomorrow morning. His body longed for his memory foam bed and the quiet of his own trailer, or even better, his own house. He missed home. Thinking of home made him think of the property he bought when the land next to his parents had gone up for sale. This last winter he had built on it. After winning the Nationals, he had the funds he needed to build his dream home. He hadn't seen it since they finished the house. An empty, gnawing hole gaped within him. He missed the stability of home. He had been chasing circuits for the last 7 years. It was time to retire, but not this way. Not being forced out from an injury. Not only did he need the money to invest in his dream, but his heart couldn't take the thought of quitting the rodeo because his body had given out. He grit his teeth as he moved his sore muscles. He had to do this. The Nationals were 6 weeks away. He had to be ready by then, no matter what the doctors said. Shoes squeaking in the hall outside his door pulled his attention. He swore he could smell the sweet vanilla scent of Vic before he heard her voice. "Sure, okay. I will talk to him about it and will call you back. That's very kind of you." Vic had stopped right outside his door and she peeked in, her phone at her ear. He smiled, waving her to come in. She didn't like waking him, but he was done with sleep. Done with being in bed, and in the hospital. "I will. Thank you." She stood by his bed. "We'll talk soon. Goodbye." She took her phone from her ear and clicked the end call. She stretched her neck as she slipped her phone back into her pocket. "Hi," he said. "Hey," she said, watching him carefully like she always did. "Your mom sure can talk." Cameron's gut twisted. "She called you?" "Yeah," had an interrogation load of questions. She laid her hand on his. "Don't look so full of dread. It's okay. It must be nice to have a mom so concerned about you." Cameron cocked his head at the way she said it. "Your mom isn't concerned about you." Vic pulled her hand off his and fiddled with the bag she had lived out of for the last 2 days. "She might have been, but I'll never know." Cameron watched her closely, waiting until he could catch her eyes. "Can you be a little less cryptic?" Vic stopped, and her eyes widened as she sucked in her cheeks. She died when I was little." "Oh man, Vic." Cameron ran his hand down his face, cringing when he hit the bandage section. "I'm so sorry. That must have been tough." Vic shrugged. "Your mom wants you to recover at home. She said it would be nice to have you there for Thanksgiving for a change." "Vic." Cameron started, but the fire in her eyes told him to leave it. "She always wants me home, but I've got to say I miss home." "You should go then. You'll need time to rest and heal." Vic's gaze relaxed, and he wondered why it was so hard for her to talk about her life. "I can't give up, Vic. I need to go out on top, not like this." He raised his arm for emphasis, wishing he hadn't once he did. The next month and a half would be full of pain. He needed to get used to that. "You can go for it again next year." She took his hand and gave it a squeeze. "No, I've got over 50% of the tour rodeos in. My cash rewards meet the requirements, and I'm pretty sure I have enough events under my belt this season to qualify. Nationals are 6 weeks away, I've got to try." "Cam," Vic protested, but heavy rapid steps came into the room. "I wouldn't if you ever want to use of your arm again, son," the doctor said. He looked hard at Cameron to make the point, then read through the information on the screen, leaving him and Vic looking at each other. They were waiting for word from the doctor about release and recovery time. 6 weeks won't heal it enough? Surely it would be strong enough for an 8-second ride. Cameron rejected the idea that it couldn't happen. "You ruptured your bicep tendon, Mr. Romero. I spent hours repairing that, and you want to go and rupture it again?" He glanced over at the nurse who stood quietly beside him. "Remind me again why I keep getting these rodeo cowboys?" "You're the best surgeon in these parts, Dr. Green. They need you." The nurse handed him some paperwork. "Mr. Romero, if you get back on that bronc again in 6 weeks, don't come back here." You'll be lucky to find someone who can repair a partially healed re-rupture. Cameron clenched his jaw, biting back the words of refusal he wanted to spit out at the doc. He knew of other bronc riders that came back sooner. There's no reason he couldn't as well. I'll be sending in a physical therapist before you're released tomorrow. They'll give you some basic and gentle stretching to do in the next couple weeks, until you get into a physical therapy program wherever you're going. He unwrapped the bandage on his arm to look at the staples that held the skin of the surgical cut in place. It looked gruesome, but would only add to the scars he already had. It was when the doctor started taking off the bandage on his face that his stomach roiled. Cameron watched Vic's face. She met his eyes. As the last piece of bandage lifted away, the only change in expression was a slight tilt to her chin. Maybe the gash wouldn't be that bad. Maybe everything would be all right. Maybe this accident would push out the fear that held Vic at arm's length. He could be fearless if she could. He had meant what he had said. He willingly would face whatever haunted her and gave her hesitation, together. Vic paid close attention to the exercises the physical therapist had Cameron do. She knew he would be diligent, because she had seen the hard determination in his eyes as the doctor told him he couldn't ride in the Nationals. She knew that look. That same hard determination filled his eyes when she had declined his first date, and the second and the third. She firmed her lips so the smile didn't push forth and refocused on the exercises. Cameron's face contorted in a grimace, but he hadn't let out a sound. You need to breathe, the physical therapist told him. Your muscles need oxygen to work. He gave Cameron a half smile. I'll work on that, Cameron said tightly. It's going to hurt, but you need to not push it too much as well. Too much and you can re-tear it. Too little and you'll lose your range of motion. He cocked his head as he laid Cameron's arm on his stomach. I have a feeling you're the type to push it though. I think you read people well, Cameron said with a laugh. Vic snorted agreement. Cameron was a pusher and stubborn. As much as she needed to guard her heart, she knew their friendship wouldn't be what it was without his stubbornness. You don't have to agree, Cameron said, winking at her. She tried to look innocent, but knew he had caught her. It's not a bad thing, she said softly. After the physical therapist left, they awaited the paperwork so they could leave. She had no idea what they would do, how it would look, and she hadn't mentioned that she gave up her truck and trailer so she could stay with him. So, she started. Brian took the medic trailer onto the next rodeo. Cameron turned toward her, his brow scrunched in worry. I didn't think your work. It's okay. I haven't asked for a day off in over a year and a half that I've worked for this company. I have vacation time. She shrugged. But this isn't exactly a vacation. Cameron fiddled with the pocket on his jeans. He had said he felt more like a man once he had dressed in his clothes again. Vic hid her smile with the comment, but she had to agree. His tight-fitting Wranglers sure looked better than the hospital gown. I don't know, she said. You are forced to be on vacation. I took a vacation. We could make the most of it. You saying you want to go on vacation with me? The hope in Cameron's eyes crushed her. She turned to hide the tears burning her eyes. She wished that she could give him everything he deserved. I told you I would stay with you while you healed, she said, as she pretended to dig through her bag for something. With a few deep breaths, she felt calm enough to turn back toward him with a brush in her hand. The perfect excuse. As much as the bedhead look is adorable, you might want to. She shrugged and handed him the brush. Oh, he said, slightly reserved. He brushed his hair awkwardly with his left hand. Do you want a mirror? Nah, I don't think it would do much good anyway. He turned toward her. How's that? Vic covered her mouth to hide her smile. Here. She reached for the brush and straightened out his thick head of hair. I'll just wear my hat anyway, he said, but he looked like he enjoyed her attention. I'm not sure you can just yet. The hand with the brush dropped and she watched him with concern. Your injury goes up into the hairline. It might be uncomfortable. Cameron's eyes hardened. What's a cowboy without his hat? Still a cowboy, she breathed. I'm sure once the laceration has healed, you'll be able to wear it again. At least wait until we remove the stitches. Fine, he said. So, you don't have a vehicle? She shook her head. I sold my car when I got this job. Didn't want to have to store it somewhere while driving the company rig all across the nation. Makes sense, he said, stroking his chin in thought. So, you'll need a ride wherever you're going. Well, actually, you're the one needing a drive since you can't drive yet. She arched an eyebrow. So, where do you want the driver to take you? Cameron watched her for a long moment. Home. He took her hand. I want you to take me home. Vic's heart thundered, but she nodded her head. She had promised to stay with him, but she hadn't intended on meeting his family, much less staying with them. Would her heart make it through? 11. Apprehension and a sense of distress filled Cameron while sitting in the passenger seat of his own truck. He had seen Vic drive. He knew she had the skills, but the idea of not driving left his body itching with agitation. Are you okay? Vic asked, as she familiarized herself with the working components of his truck. I'll get over it, Cameron said, cradling his arm against the spasms that had started after the first round of exercises, then tightened the sling that held it. He had to push through them. Would you like to do this a different way? She asked him. Her voice held no judgment, just a soft, problem-solving tone, something a mother would use with an upset child. The thought actually calmed him, rather than increased his irritation. Vic would make a splendid mother. Not sure there is another way. We could store your truck and trailer and rent a car? Vic offered. No. I trust you. I don't like not being in the driver's seat. Cameron forced a smile at his own admission. The bandage crinkled, reminding him of the gash on his face, the gash that would face her the entire time they traveled. Thank you for trusting me, she whispered before she started the truck. It was nice of Jake and Beth to bring this for us. I mean, I guess we could have used Uber to get back, but... Yes, it was nice of them. Cameron leaned back against the seat, doing his best to relax. They are good people. They are, she affirmed. I would have invited them along, but while they visited, Jake said they were flying back to spend Thanksgiving with Beth's grandparents. I heard that as Beth and I were talking. She put the truck in gear and eased out of the parking lot. So what is it with Jake's family? She asked once they flowed with traffic on the road. Cameron sighed. He had actually talked to Beth the morning after he and Vic had their argument. Well, he couldn't actually call it an argument, but he didn't know what else to call it. Beth, of course, preached patience and asked if he had shared Jake's story with Vic yet. The turn of conversation surprised him enough to shock him into silence. She encouraged him to share, and he guessed now was the time. Jake and his older brother were really close. They had plans to go into business together, but his brother graduated 2 years before him. He enlisted to earn the money they needed to accomplish their dream, with the promise to return in time for Jake's graduation. That sounds nice to be that close to a sibling, Vic said, her hands tightening slightly on the steering wheel. You said you had 3 brothers, right? Yeah. You weren't close with any of them? Cameron asked, trying not to sound overly excited. No. They were all much older than I was. Besides, I was a girl. She shrugged like that explained it all. I'm really close to my sister. He leaned closer to her. And she's a girl. Well, maybe my brothers just don't like girls. Their loss. They have no idea what an amazing sister they have. Cameron smiled and leaned back against his seat. So, Jake? Vic said, her voice sounding a little breathy. Well, right before graduation, a car with 2 men in uniform. No, Vic gasped, taking one hand off the steering wheel to cover her mouth. Oh no. Poor Jake. Yeah, it ruined him. Everything around him reminded him of his loss, his parents, his sister, his home, his hometown, everything. So he fled. Vic tensed in her seat. Her knuckles turned white on the steering wheel, and she firmly kept her eyes on the road. He didn't speak to his family for a decade, not until Beth helped him overcome the trauma. That's why they were there at the wedding. Vic breathed out. Yeah, and he's trying, but it's still hard on him to be there. Scars aren't just something that are seen, she whispered and blinked rapidly. We're going south, right? Cameron scanned the road and saw the signs leading toward the on-ramp that would take him home. Yes, south. He rested in his seat and closed his eyes. As much as he wanted to talk more about the correlation between Jake and Vic, and the scars she mentioned, he knew Vic well enough that she was done. She would sway the conversation a different way. Besides, he was tired anyway, a side effect from the pain pills they loaded him with before he left the hospital. He had never slept so much in his life. Rest, she said. I know how to follow road signs. Thank you. Wake me up if you need help. He repositioned with the pillow that Vic had brought him from his trailer, to support his arm. The more he relaxed, the more he realized he could get used to this, going on road trips with Vic, even if it meant letting her take the wheel. Vic yawned as she drove over the New Mexico border. The forest she drove through gave way to an expanse of flat ground with barely a tree in sight. To her right, mountains lined the horizon, but to the left the land just stretched out seemingly forever. She had traveled many miles across the mountain territories from Wyoming, and even down into Texas over the last couple years. She enjoyed each location for its own unique beauty. This barren land had a beauty while driving, but to live here. She had to stop letting her mind go down the road that Cameron liked to take her on. Once he found out about her limitations, he would wish he could go back on all the kind promises he had made. She couldn't live with herself knowing she denied him what he truly wanted. Besides, he had no idea the scars she held, both the physical and the deeper ones. Another yawn overtook her. The sun set over the southern end of the Rockies, far out to the west. The sky turned an amazing pink-orange. Even with the beauty, she had trouble keeping her eyes open. A sign for a vista point immediately caught her attention. Maybe a quick walk in the brisk air would help her wake up. According to the roadway signs, they had another hour or so until they reached the turnoff that Cameron had told her to watch out for. She pulled off into the vista point. As the truck and trailer bounced over the driveway, Cameron moaned, grabbing his arm and blinking his eyes. Where are we? Cameron asked. Just crossed into New Mexico. She parked the truck and turned off the engine. I was having trouble staying awake. I thought some fresh air and exercise might help. Cameron nodded slowly and yawned. I'm sorry I crashed. You need the rest. So do you. I'm sure the hospital chair wasn't the most comfortable, nor the nurses coming in every hour, or the constant beeping or the whirring of the blood pressure cuff. Vic smiled at him. Definitely not conducive to a good sleep. What she didn't say was that she was glad for the distraction that didn't allow her to sleep deeply. If she had, she might have woken Cameron up with something a little more alarming. He had talked about his friend's nightmares, so he would understand, but explaining them was something else entirely. That was not something she had wanted to do, especially with him recovering in the hospital. I'll go for that walk with you if you don't mind waiting for my hobbling. Of course I don't mind. She stuck the keys in her pocket and hopped out of the truck, walking quickly to the other side to help Cameron. He grimaced as he slid out, holding his arm close to his chest and tightening the sling he wore to keep it there. Okay, she asked. Peachy, he said. Come on. I can show you where home is. Vic followed him, enjoying the beautiful sunset and even the brisk air. I thought you said it would be warmer here. During the day, he said with a shrug. At night it gets chilly. Cold enough to freeze the animals' water, but then everything warms up again with the sun. They walked to the edge of the lookout. Tall mountains rose up to the west after a long flat valley. From here it looked like any other mountain desert, except much bigger. See the winding bit of green there? Cameron pointed to the southwest at what looked like a canyon lined with trees snaking across the land. Ah, trees, she said with a sigh. Yes, I like trees too. Cameron snuck a glance at her. That's the Cimarron River. If you follow it toward the mountain, you can kind of see an offshoot of the river. Vic peered into the distance, noticing the point he talked about. Okay. I see it. That's home, he said with such longing and pride that it drew Vic's attention to him. So this home we are traveling to is your parents'? Will we be staying with them? Vic tried to keep the hesitation from her voice. Yes, for now. He leaned back against the railing and met her eyes. Last year I bought the land next to theirs. 20 acres. He shrugged. Not near what I need if I ran cattle, but if that's what I wanted, I could take over my parents' ranch. 20 acres is a lot. She didn't quite know how much that was, but she knew in the city, you were lucky to have a quarter acre. It's enough for a homestead for sure, and a few broncs to train for the rodeos. Does that mean you will take them to events all over the country? She asked, thinking of the rough stock owners that she saw at the rodeos. It seemed the broncs and bulls were just as famous as the cowboys that rode them. Nah. He shook his head and turned back to look at the deepening colors that painted the sky. I'm ready to put down roots. Stay in one place. I have no idea what that would be like, Vic wondered out loud. I'm sorry, Cameron said, catching her eye for a moment before looking at the expanse in front of them. That must have been hard. Never had anything to compare it to. Well, imagine a place where you felt overwhelmingly safe, where you knew every inch of property, you knew the best swimming holes, the spot where the fish liked to hang out at daybreak, where the sun shined and when, which trees would give you the most shade, where almost everyone you saw was someone you knew and they were friendly, and the stores stocked whatever you requested, and your home was exactly the way you wanted it, a place you felt like you belonged no matter what. Cameron turned toward her. It's something like that. Wow, Vic said, feeling her eyes burn. The last part touched her the most, a place where you felt you belonged. She hadn't felt like she had belonged anywhere. While a child, after her mother passed, she only felt like a nuisance that was put up with and raised like a boy. Probably because her dad didn't know how to raise a girl. In the military, being the only female medic in her squadron, she definitely didn't feel like she belonged. And as a rodeo medic, yeah, she didn't even know how to ride a horse. You'll love it, Cameron said, reaching for her hand. His fingers were icy, so she kept them in her hand to warm them. At least, that's what she told herself. He painted a pretty picture of what life could be like, but she wasn't perfect. She was a broken, tortured soul. Perfect didn't come for people like her. 12. As they pulled off the main highway and started toward his family's ranch, Cameron felt a nervous tension vibrating inside of him. Vic may not be his girlfriend yet, but her parents knew his intention, and she wasn't ready for that pressure. His mom, as wonderful as she was, could be overbearing with questions. He couldn't call his mom and ask her to tame it down with Vic right next to him, and she had no idea how to text at all, but his sister did. He pulled out his phone. I'm going to let my sister know we are almost there. Does she live there too? Vic asked. Camellia is finishing her master's degree, but she comes home for the holidays. Isn't Thanksgiving next week? Oh yeah. Cameron hesitated. Well, I'll let her know so she doesn't worry, I guess. Vic nodded. Cameron typed out a quick message asking her to please call Mom, and ask her to tame down the interrogation on Vic. He ended the text with a, "Can't wait to see you on Thanksgiving." A moment later, his phone chimed. He held the lighted phone at an angle to read it. Consider it done. Love ya, big bro. He typed out, "Love ya too, lil sis." With a smile, he leaned back against the seat. Everything okay? Vic glanced at him, her face lit by the dash lights. So beautiful. Everything is great. They're going to love you. Vic tensed in the seat, and he knew he jumped too quickly. How could they not? You're bringing me home. That will make you top of their list of favorite people. Vic relaxed slightly. I guess I could get a flight back or a bus. You won't need me with your mom there. No, I mean, I don't want you to lose your job, but please stay, at least until after Thanksgiving. Vic glanced at him, her fingers drumming on the steering wheel. I'll think about it. Good enough for me, he said, stopping himself from reaching to hold her hand. He took in a deep breath. He needed to be patient. She felt what he did, she just had some things she had to work through. He could feel it. Nervous? She asked him. Excited. It feels like forever since I've been home. I miss it. He turned to look at her. You'll love it. Just wait. In the early morning, the sun will come over the horizon and turn the frozen ground into steam. The horses will romp and play. The cattle will bellow. The rooster will sing you a good morning song. Mom will cook up some rib-sticking breakfast. Dad will come in with red cheeks and icy hands. Mom will shriek from his chilly kiss on her neck, and they'll banter good-naturedly until she falls into his arms. Every morning, Vic said with a hint of sarcasm. Well, it doesn't get cold enough for steam and chilly kisses in the summer, but other than that, yeah. Ha, she said as if she didn't believe him. She didn't have to. Cameron smiled confidently. She would see it for herself. Next left is home, he said, knowing that he kept calling it home rather than his home. He spoke in hope. We'll stay at my parents' tonight. Tomorrow we'll see my house. You have a house. I only heard you say property. Vic glanced at him as she slowed the truck down. Well, I haven't seen it yet. They finished it this summer. It's not furnished, and right now would be as cold as the tundra. Vic turned the wheel stiffly, like she had a million things on her mind and none of them comfortable. You'll be safe here. I mean, there's nothing to worry about. Thanks. He couldn't tell if the word had been sarcastic or not, so he took it as not. The truck bounced down the gravel drive, jostling his arm. He clenched his teeth against the pain and held himself as still as possible. You okay? Vic asked. I'll slow down. Yeah, I'm fine. It's past time for more meds, she reminded him. Not yet. I don't want to fall asleep right when I get there. Besides, I'm starving. Aren't you? Cameron asked, knowing the answer. I could always eat, she said. Her words made him smile, though not as much as knowing what she would say. He felt like they were settling into a very comfortable friendship, right on the verge of something more. Where do I park? She asked as the house lights came into view. There's not much light, but just past the house you'll see the flat where I normally park my trailer. Full hookups and it's all free. He laughed. Free, huh? Well, I have to work for it, I guess. No working for you for some time. Doctor's order. We'll see about that. Cameron turned to look at the house he grew up in. The porch lights shone, and lights were on in the kitchen and living room. He saw a flash of the TV as they drove by. Pop must be watching the football game highlights, and Mom was mostly likely working on dinner. The truck stopped, and he felt Vic turn toward him. Good here. Perfect. He grinned, feeling the bandage again but not caring. Now come on. Let's introduce you to my parents. Cameron, It'll be okay. No stress. My parents are easygoing. I promise. She nodded, slipped out of the truck and came over to his side. Her breath trailed out of her mouth in little wisps. It's definitely not warm. No, but the house will be. See the smoke? He pointed to the smoke billowing from the pipe out of the house. Mom likes it toasty inside. I like her already, Vic said, pushing forth a small smile. You'll love her. He took her hand in his. And she'll love you. He pulled her to a stop and looked at her in the dark, her green eyes as dark as the sky. Thank you, Vic. I can't tell you how much I appreciate all that you have done for me, and are doing for me. I couldn't have left you, Vic said, her voice barely a whisper. Cameron clamped his lips shut. He couldn't push her away with such an admission now. You're home, his mom called from the porch before running toward them. She had gained a few extra pounds, but her sturdy body could handle a little cushioning. He let his fingers slip out of Vic's hand to wrap an arm around his mom. Careful, Mama. The arm. Oh goodness me, pobrecito. Did I hurt it? She gave him space, one hand on her mouth and the other touching his hand gently. It's fine. He reached back for Vic's hand. Mama, this is Vic. His mom pulled Vic into a monstrous hug and strung a long line of Spanish words together so fast he barely caught them. Then she put a hand on either side of her face. So pretty, Cammy. She looked at him, cleared her throat and dropped her hands. Welcome, Victoria. We are so grateful for all you have done for our son. Victoria? He watched them closely, wondering just how much they talked on the phone. It was my pleasure, Mrs. Romero. Mom grabbed her arm and tugged her toward the house. No more Mrs. Romero. You call me Mom. Cameron saw Vic tense slightly and his mom paused. No pressure, chica. All Cammy's friends call me Mom. And they call me Pop. Cameron's dad stood at the top of the steps. You look skinny, kid. And you look like you put on a few, Pop. Cameron patted the slight paunch his dad had before clasping him in a careful hug. Pop, this is Victoria, he said the name reverently as he held open his arms. Vic hesitated for a moment before accepting the hug. Thank you for the warm welcome. After all you have done for our son, you are family, my dear. Pop kept his arm around her. Come on in. Mom opened the door. It's freezing out here, and I bet you're hungry after that long drive. We are, Cameron said, breathing in the smells of home. Fresh tortillas and enchiladas, my favorite. Of course it is, Pavitanto. Mom slapped him playfully on his good arm as he stepped inside the warm house. He sighed, feeling like everything was right in the world. Being here with his parents, in their cozy house, his favorite meal teasing his senses, and the woman he loved by his side settled within him. Maybe he didn't need the Nationals as much as he thought. Vic reeled from the constant affection from Cameron's parents. She remembered little from the time her mother was alive, and what she recalled didn't involve affection. She warred within herself because a part of her liked it, and the other part felt overwhelmed and claustrophobic. Watching Pop and Mom, she realized why Cameron touched so easily. It must be difficult for him to be around her, when she did whatever she could to avoid being touched. No one had hugged her like that since, well, she couldn't remember if she ever had. For a moment, she had wanted to lose herself in the embrace of his parents, warm, safe, accepted. For now, at least. They would hate her after breaking their son's heart. She pushed the thought from her mind. For now, she would enjoy the moment and get a glimpse at life different from what she knew, warm, affectionate, kind. Victoria, tell us about yourself, Mom said after Pop led prayers, and she dished a big helping of enchiladas into the bowl in front of Vic. Cammy tells us you're a big eater. She winked. I had to say it surprised me to see you being so tiny with the way he went on about it. Pop jostled Cameron. Vic glared at Cameron. I expend a lot of energy. She jutted her chin out slightly. In our eyes, a hearty appetite is a wonderful thing. Mom smiled. See, Cameron said sheepishly. It's a compliment. Vic made a mental note to see what else he had told his parents about her. So where are you from? Mom asked again. Vic swallowed, wishing she had taken a bite quickly so she had a moment to think. Mama, no 20 questions tonight. Cameron sent Vic an apologetic look. Vic sucked in a breath. Maybe sharing her past more would help her move on from it. She didn't really believe that, but the disappointed expression in Mom's eyes pushed her forth. My dad is in the military, so we traveled all over. The words felt foreign to her tongue, but it didn't sting as much as she thought it would. Your mama raised you without a stable house and family to help? Mom asked, a hand on her chest. Vic hadn't thought about the hardship on her mother. Had she succumbed to the cancer because of the stress, the lack of the support, or just fate? It's okay, Vic, you don't have to. She reached out to touch Cameron's hand under the table. She felt safe here with his parents that welcomed her with such warmth. He seemed to have a fairy tale family that she never thought was real. It's okay, she told him and glanced up at Mom. My mom passed when I was very young. Ay Dios mío, Mom whispered. She reached out and took Vic's hand. You poor child. Growing up without a mother. She shook her head. Cameron squeezed her other hand before she pulled both away so she could eat. This is delicious. Thank you, Vic said. Mom's the best cook, Cameron said. I know how to cook frozen dinners pretty well, Vic said, laughing at herself. I'll teach you, Mija. She leaned in close. I'll teach you how to make Cammie's favorites. Mom. Cameron scolded. I'd like that, Vic said, and she meant it. The gleam of happiness in Mom's eyes made it even more meaningful. After dinner, they sat in the living room. Pop had the TV on mute and fell asleep to the sports highlights. Vic had finally convinced Cameron to take his meds. She couldn't handle the pain lining his eyes, even though he pushed through smiles for his parents. His head lolled, until eventually he rested against the couch and let his eyes close. You're good for him, you know that, Mom said as she laid a blanket over her son. It's okay. Mom patted her hand, still standing, and turned her eyes back to Cameron. I know you two aren't an item, she glanced at Vic with a gleam in her eye, yet that is. There are things that I can't. As easy as it had been to tell the kind woman about her family, she choked on this subject. It wasn't something she had shared with anyone, and it didn't seem right to open up to the mother of the man who loved her, the man she couldn't give what he wanted. No troubles, Mom said. Come. You can sleep in Cammie's room tonight. Don't worry, there are fresh sheets and he won't come bother you. I can stay in the trailer. Vic started toward the front door, fear pounding within her. Nonsense. Our house is warm and comfortable. Come, it's a good bed. Mom motioned to her, a smile on her face. Vic glanced back longingly at the sleeping Cameron. He would be out for the next several hours at the least. She couldn't rely on him to rescue her anytime soon. Vic's body protested as exhaustion weighed on her. She gave in and followed the maternal woman down the hall. The restroom is here on the left, and the next door is Cammie's room. Vic hesitated at the door. Shelves full of trophies and medals lined the walls. Mesmerized, she walked in, lightly touching several of them. A soft smile came to her lips as she slid her finger along a mutton racing trophy. He's been a little daredevil since he could crawl, Mom said from the doorway. Now look at him. She pointed to the far wall full of belt buckles. A national champion. Pride filled her voice. Do you ever see him ride? Some. It's hard to get away from the ranch. It keeps us busy every day of the week. Even Sundays after church, the animals have to be cared for. She pushed off the wall. Besides, it's difficult watching your son ride a crazy bronc, always fearing the worst. I have to tell you, it was difficult not being there for him, but knowing you were there helped. I wouldn't have left him. Seeing. She stopped herself, knowing that going into details would only further Mom's worry. It was terrifying. I'm just happy he will fully recover. Mom nodded, but her eyes said something else. Has he seen the wound on his face yet? Vic shook her head. She had been worried about that as well. The expression he wore, and the way he seemed to analyze her as the doctor checked on it before they left said it all. Well, he's in God's hands. Mom came toward her, giving her another squeeze. You get some rest. You look like you haven't slept in a week. It wasn't easy to sleep in the hospital, Vic said, glancing around the room. An odd feeling filled her when she realized she would be sleeping in Cameron's bed. "We're at the end of the hall if you need anything. Good night." Mom gave her a small wave as she closed the door behind her. As out of her comfort zone as Vic felt, exhaustion wore her down, making the bed look more and more comfortable. She realized then that she didn't even have her bag with her, but the idea of walking back out to the trailer in the cold and coming back in didn't appeal to her. Besides, she didn't think she could make it that far. Once sitting on the bed, she couldn't seem to move. She finally convinced herself to slip her pants off before snuggling under the covers. The bed felt like it hugged her as she slid her hand along the flannel sheets. Though the sheets smelled clean, the hint of spruce lingered in the air, and she drifted off to sleep feeling warm, safe, and fulfilled. If only her sleep had stayed that way. 13. Cameron stirred, his free arm hitting the side of something soft and cushy. He breathed in the smell of home. Home. A smile creased his lips as he blinked the sleep from his eyes. The house lay in darkness, the moonlight making shadows of his familiar surroundings. The fire crackled in the wood stove. He was warm and comfortable. He closed his eyes, intent on going right back to sleep. As he faded back there, he heard the soft murmuring of voices. Female voices. Memories flashed through him, as did the pain in his right arm and his throbbing face. Vic. He had crashed out on the couch, leaving her with his mother. Fear pumped through his veins, pushing him to rise too quickly. His arm screamed at him and his head spun. A moment or two later, he pushed himself to his feet and stumbled down the hall. Had his mother been interrogating Vic all night? The closer he got to the sound of their voices, the more emotion he heard. Vic's voice sounded on the verge of tears, if not in the midst of them, and his mother soothed her. He pushed through the door to his room, the soft light near the bed making him blink. "What's going on? Are you okay, Vic?" "Mom, what are you doing here?" "Oh, hush, son," Mom said, though her voice sent waves of calm through him. "This is a private conversation between two women. We're fine." "Vic?" he asked, his eyes meeting her red-rimmed ones now that he could see. "I'm fine." "Your mom?" Vic glanced at his mom, then ducked her head. "She's wonderful." "Oh, okay," Cameron said, letting his adrenaline dissipate. As he did, he slumped against the door jamb. "I guess I should just go back to sleep." Vic discreetly slipped her pants on and rose, laying a hand on his mom's shoulder before coming to his side. "I'll help you. We'll get you some meds so you can sleep without pain for the rest of the night." He waved off the idea of more meds, but he took her offered support. "I don't need more." He yawned. "It's so delightfully quiet here that I think I could sleep a week." "I know the feeling," Vic said in a way that made him feel like there was more to it. He didn't have the energy to figure it out at the moment. The couch came into view, and he let Vic help him down onto it. She covered him with the blanket, even tucking it under him in places. "Are you sure I can't get you anything?" She hovered over him like an angel in the moonlight. He wanted her to lie beside him, so he could fall asleep in the comfort she brought him, yet something nagged at his mind, something he should be asking her or taking care of for her. His eyelids drooped, then closed. "No, thank you." He yawned and snuggled into even a more comfortable position. "It's nice having you here, Vic." "It's nice being here," she said, and he fell back asleep with a smile tugging on his lips. The next time he woke, sunlight streamed into the room, pots and pans banged around in the kitchen, and the smell of bacon and good home cooking enticed him. The moment he moved, pain shot up his arm, and his body protested every movement. Cameron sucked in a breath, swallowed a word that would horrify his mama to hear leave his lips, and gasped. He had a lot of pain to push through to make it to nationals. Musical laughter traveled from the kitchen, stopping his heart for a split second. Vic. Having her here warmed him, and made his conviction to push hard soften. Winning wasn't everything, at least winning the rodeo wasn't. Becoming Vic's champion was more important. He bit back a groan of pain as he stood. As much as he wanted to go straight to the kitchen to see for himself that Vic really was here and laughing with his mom, The bathroom called. As he came to the door, he saw his bedroom, and a flash of last night filtered through a haze. Vic had been crying with his mom. What had her so upset? He would find out as soon as he got a moment with her to himself. After using the bathroom, he washed his hands, glimpsing himself in the mirror. He froze, the water blasting over his hands, slowly warming until it scalded his hands, and he had to pull them out. He turned off the water and slowly reached with his left hand to touch his puffy black, blue, and green face. Horror filled him. This was the face that Vic had been staring at for the last several days. The bandage mocked him, daring him to see the damage that crazy Bronk had given him. He couldn't even remember the beast's name. He couldn't remember any of it. Tentatively, he tested the edge of the bandage. It pulled at his skin. He dropped his hand. Maybe one shock was enough for the day. He ran his hand over his hair to keep it from sticking up all over the place. No need to look unkempt and beat up. Yet, at the entrance to the kitchen, uneasiness filled him. Of course she had seen him like this since it happened, but now he knew what she saw. His chest squeezed, but his grumbling belly won, and he pushed through the doorway. "Good morning," he said with as much cheer as he could muster. "Morning, mijo," his mom said, sweeping him gently into a hug. She planted a kiss on his good cheek, and then went back to the stove. "I'm teaching your amiga how to make chorizo." "It smells amazing," he said. "I agree. I might gain a few pounds knowing how to cook like this," Vic said with a laugh. "How did you sleep?" "Better than I should have, probably," he said, his eyes searching hers. This morning the redness had faded, leaving their brilliant blue enticing. "Don't be silly, Cammy. You need all the sleep you can get. Besides, Victoria and I have been having women bonding time." His mom looked over her shoulder at him. "That's very important." Vic glanced at him and looked away shyly. "Okay," Cameron said, vowing to get the information out of Vic as soon as he had the chance. "I wouldn't want to intrude on something so important. Should I leave?" "No, sit," his mom directed. "Pop should be in any minute, and breakfast is about done." Cameron did as he was told, grimacing as his body jolted from sitting. He tightened the sling that held his arm while he caught his breath. Vic put 2 pills in front of him, along with a glass of water. He shook his head carefully. "I'm not spending my first day home sleeping. These are over the counter. Not near as powerful. I figured you didn't want to sleep the day away." She smiled, nodded at the pills, then went back to help his mom. Watching her in the kitchen did something to his heart, something he didn't think he could ever unfeel. His eyes even burned, and his throat constricted. Maybe the medicine affected his emotions too. Either way, the need to make Vic want to stay grew with every breath. "I'm going to give Vic the full tour today," he said after taking the pills. "I'm not sure you should ride yet, son." His dad came into the room, the cold seeping off him making Cameron shiver. Vic swung her head to meet Cameron's eyes, fear dancing in them as her mouth slightly dropped. He couldn't tell if she didn't want him to ride or if something else, something deeper, caused her fear. Along with all the other things he wanted to find out about the woman he loved, he wanted to help her conquer all of her fears. Vic found it easy, too easy, to become comfortable with Cameron's parents. Cameron had obviously received his easygoing nature from Pop. His mom's nurturing soothed all those years she hadn't had a maternal figure. Mom had instantly accepted Vic, bringing her under her wings like she had been born there. When she had awoken Vic from her nightmare last night, Vic had almost died from embarrassment. Mom, though, just brought her into her arms and soothed her. She hadn't pressed for information, but talked about soothing children's bad dreams. Somehow the maternal tenderness calmed Vic down immediately, made her feel at home, and started healing that was long in coming. Vic sighed as she readied to spend the day with Cameron touring his family's ranch. It made her cold to even think of going out to the frost-covered morning. She stood at the front door, thinking thermals might be a good call for the day. Thankfully, she wouldn't have to explain to him she had never ridden a horse. Pop saved her when he advised Cameron not to ride. "You okay?" Cameron asked as he came up behind her. "You look like I feel in the chute, trying to decide if I'm ready to give the nod." Vic let herself laugh slightly. "I do feel like that. Nothing out there is going to hurt you. I promise." Cameron reached forward to grasp the door handle. "You sure? That cold seeping in the cracks tells me otherwise." This time Cameron laughed so loud that she feared he would hurt himself. "I can't tell you how many times my mom has said that same thing. No wonder the house is as clean as it is, and the meals are too tasty. I would ensure I stayed too busy to go out too." Vic glanced at the door and wrapped her arms around herself. "She goes out too. We have a greenhouse she manages, and the milking and a lot of other things." Cameron looked closely at her. "Once you get your jacket on and gloves and a beanie and you start moving, you'll feel differently." "And if I don't?" She arched an eyebrow. "Then I will bring you back to the house to warm up." He smiled. "Ready?" She nodded reluctantly, thinking of the irony of being south and still freezing. She pulled her sweatshirt up around her neck and tightened her arms around herself as she ran out into the cold, keeping her head down, intent on the trailer. Yet when Cameron halted directly in her track, she barely stopped before crashing into him. He stood with his good arm outstretched, eyes closed and head back. "You okay?" she asked. "The sun is about to crest the horizon." Sure enough, the sun peeked over, filling the entire land with light and almost instant warmth. She drew in a breath as the sun's rays traveled over Cameron's face and then to her. Amazingly, she could feel where the sun touched her skin. She glanced around the open country, watching tendrils of steam evaporating in wavering streams. "Wow," she said, her hand on her chest, feeling her heart fill to the brim with the beauty. "I told you," Cameron whispered, lowering his head and looking back at her. "I understand now," she said as she scanned the flat country. Except it wasn't all flat. The creek canyon lined with trees, some still showcasing needles and others bare, meandered 100 yards away. The mountains, now glowing in sunlight, stood tall and regal as if they shot directly out of the valley itself. The land she had thought bleak and barren now teemed with life, and something settled within her, something that called in the voice of home. Instantly her heart tightened. This couldn't be her home. She was destined to travel aimlessly for the rest of her days. A place like this, a family like this, deserved perfection, and she was far from that. "Come on." Cameron reached for her hand with surprising warmth. It sent a jolt straight through her, a power that made her cling tighter rather than let go. "After we grab our jackets, I have more to show you. Pop is right, I shouldn't ride yet, but I don't see why I can't drive the Ranger." He pointed to the small off-road vehicle. "Or I can," Vic suggested. She didn't want him jerking with the ride and re-injuring his arm, especially so soon. "You want to?" Excitement lined his voice. "Yeah. I have never driven one before." She looked at the machine in front of her that seemed like a cross between a quad and a truck rolled into one. "Well, then I will enjoy this. Just..." He tightened his sling. "Take it easy if you don't mind. We can do some crazy driving a little later on." "Crazy driving?" "Yeah, like catching air over the uneven ground, donuts, driving so fast your eyes sting, the fun stuff." Vic knew crazy driving in trucks and even Humvees, but in an open vehicle like this. She shrugged. That kind of fun didn't scare her. She sat in the seat, the cold leather freezing through her jeans. "These things don't have seat warmers, huh?" she joked. Cameron smiled, a smile that seemed to promise her the world, even one with heated Ranger seats. How she wished to see how that promise would turn out. She focused on the machine, figured out how to start it, and put it in gear. "Hold on," she said, waiting for Cameron to hang onto the bar in front of him with his left hand. "Take it easy," he reminded her. She needed to take it easy, she reminded herself. Easy on her heart and his. Yet she couldn't stop herself from enjoying the moment. That's what almost dying does to a person. It makes them fully immerse themselves in the moment, because you never know when you'll get another one. 14. Once Cameron had Vic alone, he couldn't bring himself to ruin the moment with something as heavy as the questions looming in his mind. Vic smiled from the driver's seat, her voice rising in excitement when they spotted a coyote on the range, and her voice lowering in reverence when she spoke of the mountains a few miles away. Yeah, he wanted to enjoy this side of Vic, not remind her of whatever haunted her during the quieter moments. There would be time. See that barn way out to the left? Cameron pointed to the structure that almost blurred into the distance. Yeah, that's yours too? She squinted her eyes and peered ahead. My parents, he said. He didn't want to give her the idea that all of this was his. Thinking of inheriting his parents' ranch only made him sad and overwhelmed. It's a barn, right? Why do they have a barn so far out? So it's easier to feed the back 40 during winter. They keep a healthy supply of feed there, tackle equipment and all of that, so it's easier. Oh, she said, slowing the Ranger down. It sounds like a lot of work. It is. Cameron agreed. Too much from his standpoint. Pop has an outstanding ranch manager that takes charge of most of the daily running, but he is still constantly going. I worry about them, she said softly. The Ranger now almost stopped. Cameron smiled at Vic, his chest warming. I knew you would like them. What are they going to do when it becomes too much? Rely more heavily on David, the manager, and me and my sister. He shrugged. They have many good years left in them. We don't need to stress yet. We'll have a plan in place as it gets closer. It's sweet that you care. Vic dropped her head, a blush forming on her perfect skin. He wanted to reach out and touch her, and even if he could get over his fear of pushing her away, he couldn't let go of the handle and chance his arm getting hurt in the jolting of the Ranger. Where is your land? She glanced around the expansive area, the trees winding around the creek canyon giving way to the flat, high desert. Across the creek. He pointed in the general area, a place that couldn't be seen due to those trees he loved so much. She stopped. The Ranger pointed at the creek. How do we get there? Eventually we will build a bridge, but for now, either the road or... Cameron thought about the crossing. It being almost winter, the creek shouldn't be too deep, but they would get wet, and his arm hurt something awful. The jostling into the creek canyon and across would push his pain threshold, as much as he didn't want to admit it. Or... She raised an eyebrow, daring him. He understood her more now, knowing her dad had raised her with 3 older brothers, then went directly into service. Her ego seemed to be wired in a way he understood. There's a creek crossing, but it's rough. He nodded toward his arm. Mind if I wait to show it to you? He watched Vic's face as the realization processed. Her eyes immediately filled with concern, but she didn't baby him or make a big deal of it like his mom would, or probably most others. Of course. So, how do I get to the road? She looked closer at him. That is where you want to go, right? It is, he said, a smile tugging on his lips. The sensation still felt sideways, and he wondered if it always would. He pushed the thought of his damaged face out of his mind. He didn't want to think about what Vic saw every time she looked at him. Without his hat, he couldn't even hide it from her. This way? She turned the Ranger toward the dirt path that would lead them back toward the front of the property. That's right. There will be the path we took from my parents' house, but we can go straight. There'll be a gate at the road. She nodded and took off. She watched him from the corner of her eye as they bounced down the path. He knew if he so much as tightened his lips, she would slow the vehicle down. Settling in his seat, he decided he liked the feeling of being cared for by Vic. She slowed down to a stop in front of the gate. He hopped out and with his left hand undid the latch, opened the gate and waved her through. Once the gate was closed, he climbed back in. She watched him with a look that seemed to say, "Don't push yourself too hard." "To the left," he said with a smile. "You'll see the drive." "No gate, at least not yet." "You said you haven't seen the house, right?" Yeah, I haven't been here since they finished. Are you excited? She glanced at him while she drove down the smooth dirt road. I am, actually. It's one thing to see it on paper, a whole other thing to see it for real. He looked toward his property as something settled inside of him. The trees spread out, filling almost half of his 20-acre lot. Here. They slowed and bumped onto the rough drive. The path smoothed slightly as they wound through the trees. I love all the trees. Vic looked around as they drove. Me too. He leaned forward. It should be up here just another 100 yards or so. Close to the creek, but up on a knoll, so even during a flood it can't reach the house. Sounds perfect, she said, leaning forward as well. When the house came into view, he drew in a breath. The beige, one-story dwelling sat on top of the slight knoll, with the large desert willow tree he had asked them to keep standing regally in front. He imagined a rope swing and tree fort on the tree, with a bench below it, so he and his wife could watch the kids running around in the grassy yard. Of course, right now only dirt surrounded the tree and the land in front of the house, but it was exactly how he had wanted it. It's beautiful, Cam, Vic said as she pulled up between the house and the tree. The large 3-car garage made the house seem even longer, but he wanted to ensure that it protected their vehicles, and he wanted a shop area close to the house. I like how they made the deck wide. It should wrap around all the way along the back. That way we can watch the sunset on the back deck and the sunrise from here. He pointed to the empty deck in front of them. What a great idea, she said, hopping out of the Ranger. Sure, people might call him a romantic, but he looked over at Vic. As long as she liked it that way, that was fine by him. Can we go inside? Vic asked, her hand already on the door. Of course, but it's unfinished. She turned back to look at him. You know, that is one thing I enjoyed about moving so much. You get to start fresh and make it exactly the way you want it. Cameron lost his words, but he hoped his smile conveyed how much what she said meant to him. The more time he spent with Vic, the more confident he felt that she was the woman for him. Vic opened the door. She had never been in a new house before. The smell of sawdust and the chalky scent of sheetrock filled her with excitement. The walls were bare even of paint. He had the chance to fill it with whatever he wanted, however he wanted. The entryway opened to a large living room. A wood stove sat in the corner on the far wall next to a large sliding door that led out to the deck. Wow, she said, wanting to touch the textured walls but afraid of leaving marks. She followed the opening to the left, finding an open kitchen and dining room combo. A bar sat in the center, separating the two rooms. Even without furniture, paint, or personalization, she loved the open feeling. The dining area had a massive entrance into the living room, so they flowed together. This is amazing, Cam. She twirled around to look at the light fixtures and skylight. You could have company and still talk while you cook. Cameron laughed, leaning up against the door jamb and watching her with a satisfied expression. You know how well I cook. You could let your mom teach you. You know, cooking is a skill and skills can be learned. Vic smiled, thinking of the conversation during their first dinner together. She already taught me so much in just one morning. She had really enjoyed the time with his mom that morning, and Mom had promised to show her more this evening. I'm thrilled to hear that, he said, his smile seeming to say more. It's not as bad as it sounds. Your mom makes it fun. She walked toward the other end of the kitchen and laid her hand on the doorknob. May I? Of course. He nodded, still standing against the door jamb. As she had hoped, behind the door was the biggest pantry she had ever seen. She walked into the small room lined with shelves, thinking about all the food she could store here. The military taught her many things. One of them was to be prepared. You like the pantry? Cameron stood at the door. Vic felt the heat rise to her cheeks as she ducked her head and slipped past him. It wasn't her place to be filling her head with ideas on how Cameron's house should look. How many bedrooms do you have? She hoped she could distract him and herself from her daydreaming. 3 plus an office that can also be used as a guest room. 3 huh? She stopped halfway to the hallway on the other end of the empty living room. Cameron shrugged, his cheeks coloring and not from the heat. She wrapped her arms around herself. The house felt colder than outside. I'm optimistic of my future, he said with a secret smile that did her in. Her heart sank into the depths of her stomach. It took everything she had not to break down, fall to the ground, and sob out everything to him at that moment. She sucked in her lip and turned away. She would not ruin his first time in his own home. The rooms were a good size. The office was large enough for a desk and a futon or Murphy bed. The 2 smaller rooms were identical with good-sized closets, and could easily accommodate 2 twin beds or a set of bunk beds. She stifled a sob as she continued down to the master. Cameron had been quiet and watchful while she inspected the rooms, his brow slightly furrowed. Had he picked up on her abrupt change? The longer they were in there, the harder it became to hold back the tears, but she stuffed them as best she could. She hated crying, and after all she had done last night, she wasn't about to start up again. The master had the most gorgeous view of the mountains. She stopped to soak in the scene. Distraction was a beautiful thing. Cameron came up behind her. It's just like I wanted it. You picked a wonderful view to wake up to. Cameron opened his mouth, but his cheeks pinked as he closed it. She wondered what he had been going to say. Part of her wanted to hear the honey-sweet words she had the feeling were about to drip from his lips, but the other part was glad he hadn't spoken them. It would only make the inevitable happen. Don't forget to look at the bathroom, he said with a wink. She opened the door to a large, open bathroom, connected to a closet that seemed bigger than most of her rooms when she was a kid. The bathroom's granite counter had 2 sinks. The toilet was in its own private nook with a door. The walk-in shower had multiple massaging shower heads, and then there was the large jetted tub. Whoa, you didn't spare any expense here. She ran her hands along the raised tub that could fit them both with room left over. Heat rose to her cheeks, and she kept her face turned to hide the thoughts she shouldn't be having. When your body is as beat up as mine, this is what it needs, plus? He stopped and turned away. Who doesn't like jetted tubs? I can't think of anyone, she said and scooted past him. She reached for the slider in the master. Can we go out on the deck? After you, he said, following her out. The air had warmed outside, steaming the chill of the house off her. This is going to be a beautiful home, when you're done with it, Cam. Thank you. Well, he kicked his boot around on the deck. Vic's heart raced. She knew when he got tongue-tied that his words would be ones that would melt her heart, and break it at the same time. She tensed, pushed her chin out, and promised herself she would not let it hurt too much. I was hoping you could help me. Help you how? She watched him, though she wanted to run. Well, I'm a guy. I know nothing about making a house into a home. You have your mom and your sister, she countered. Yeah, and they would be more than happy. In fact, they have offered several times to do it for me. He tugged on the strap to his sling, pulling it tighter. And? They don't, how do I say it kindly? He sighed. They don't have the same taste as me. And how do you know I do? Cameron leaned forward, took a few steps toward her and stopped. I know that we are just friends, Vic, for now at least. He rushed the words out, and continued on like he hadn't meant for them to escape. Over the last several weeks, let's just say, I think you know who I am now better than my family, who I see a couple times a year. Vic raised an eyebrow. I think that might hurt your mom. So don't tell her. Let her keep seeing me as her little Cammy, he said with a sheepish chuckle. But I want my home, the place I live in, to reflect the adult I have become. You know, Cammy, she teased him, you make it hard for a woman to say no. I'm happy to hear you say that, he said. But, oh, I have no idea how to turn a house into a home. She walked away to lean against the railing and lose herself in the mountains. I can't say I ever really had a home. Tell me about it, he asked gently as he came up beside her. I want to know more about the past that made the girl into the woman that's beside me. Vic smiled at his close admission. If only life were simple. We moved nearly every year, it seems like, traveling from base to base. My father's position, though he didn't talk about it much, had to do with innovative weapons training. Once the base we lived at was trained, we moved on. She sighed, turning to look back at the gorgeous house. Military housing is nothing like this. Thank you for sharing. It must have been tough, moving all the time. How did you ever create friendships? They have a saying that military brats either become outgoing and make friends fast, or they shut down and become hermits. She looked at him. I tried in the beginning. I really did. Outgoing just isn't me. She shrugged. Besides, after enough broken hearts you learn to stop. She sucked in a breath and walked down the deck. He was too easy to open up to. She would end up becoming too vulnerable with him, making the end that much more painful. Cameron's steps came up behind her. He touched her shoulder gently. She stopped but couldn't afford to turn around yet. I'm not going anywhere, he whispered. It's not you I'm worried about leaving, Cam, she said and picked up her pace. 15. Cameron couldn't stop the constantly worrying thoughts the rest of the day. He processed what Vic's words meant. She wasn't afraid of him leaving, so she must be afraid she would leave, right? But if she wanted to stay, why would she leave? He shook his head. He had never understood women. Though Vic wasn't an ordinary woman, she obviously still had some mind-boggling ways of thinking. He had decided this while spending a little time with the horses, as Vic helped his mom with dinner. Grooming helped him to think. After processing, he came to the only conclusion he could. Make her want to stay and keep her so distracted she forgets her fears. He would convince her to help him with his house, teach her to love this land and the animals on it. He wasn't one to give up, and right now this was his focus. If he won her over, he could live with never competing again, though the thought made him shudder, causing pain to ripple down his arm. He had avoided pain pills all day, well, except for the over-the-counter ones that Vic had given him that morning. Now his arm throbbed. He knew he would have to plant seeds at dinner, because after dinner he would take the other pills and fall asleep again. Except tonight, he would go to the trailer before he passed out. Warmth surrounded him as he entered the house, and immediately discarded his coat on the rack, something that he had taken for granted before. Now he realized just how wonderful it was to do simple things like slip a jacket on and off without pain or hassle. The sound of laughter and the aroma of good home cooking soothed him, making the pain worth it. This was what life was about: a warm house, excellent food, and the laughter of the women he loved. Vic belonged here, whether or not she knew that, whether or not it scared her. He would make sure she figured that out. Cam stopped in the open doorway, watching his mom and Vic cook. Now add just a touch of chili powder. Too much and it will overpower the flavor of the other spices, his mom instructed, leaning over Vic's shoulder. Like this? Vic asked, smiling up at her. Perfect, Mija. You're a fast learner. His mom gave Vic a side hug. Cameron's heart lurched when he didn't see Vic tense. In fact, she leaned into the embrace slightly. She was at home here, just the way he wanted it. Smells divine, Cameron said, deciding not to let them catch him eavesdropping. Thank you, Cammy. Victoria is an excellent student. She'll be cooking up these meals by herself soon. Cameron sat at the table. Okay. I'm tired of wondering. How is it that you and Pop get to call Vic Victoria? Vic narrowed her eyes and turned her back to him. I didn't know we weren't supposed to. His mom looked at him and then at Vic. It took me a long time to even find out what Vic stood for, Cameron grumbled. I asked, his mom said with a shrug. I like it. The name fits you, Mija, but if you aren't comfortable with it. No, I've come to appreciate it. Cameron had to lean forward to hear her soft response, and though it did slightly annoy him that his mother found out so quickly, it meant more to him that they were bonding. Fine, he said in mock irritation. Maybe I'll just start calling you Vicky. If fire could shoot out of eyes, he swore it would burn him to a crisp with the look that Vic shot at him. Or maybe not. He laughed. You know, when boys tease, it means they like you, his mom said, knocking into Vic. Cameron had to cover his mouth. He cleared his throat. You know, Vic, he over-enunciated her name, is going to help me put my house together. Oh, his mom said, turning toward him. Then she turned back to Vic. You must be special. He hasn't let me or his sister help at all. I haven't agreed, Vic hesitated, looking from him to his mom. Oh, Posh, he needs help. If he has asked you, you should do it. Otherwise it will stay bare and sparse. His mom tested the pot that Vic hovered over. Perfecto. The men will be pleased. I think I could eat just about anything, Pop said as he walked in. It sure smells wonderful. Hey, son. Hey, Pop. Long day. Cameron said, turning to watch Pop as he sat in his chair at the end of the table. Always, but always blessed too. He sighed as he kissed his mother on the cheek, before he joined Cameron at the table. Nothing like coming inside to a warm house, good food, and a beautiful family. Can't get better than this. Amen, Cameron said, his eyes lingering on Vic. The women set the food on the table and joined them. Cameron could really get used to having Vic eating with them every night. Pop said grace, and as Cameron raised his head he saw Vic staring right at him, a warmth in her eyes that seemed to grow every day. Chili relleno, my favorite, Pop said, smiling appreciatively at Mom. Victoria did wonderful, Mom said, pride filling her eyes. You're a skilled teacher, Vic said. And, his mom turned from Vic to look at his dad. She's going to help Cammy set his house up. Vic's head snapped up and her eyes went wide. Cameron just smiled. He knew his mom was hard to refuse, and this evening was working out just the way he wanted. I was thinking we could go online tonight to look at furniture. What do you think? Cameron asked Vic. Her mouth dropped open, but she said nothing. That's a great idea. Though you really should paint the walls before you bring furniture in, his mom chimed in. Call Marcos. He redid our walls last fall. Quality work. Pop nodded. Of course, his mom turned toward Vic. You'll have to help him pick out the colors, otherwise he'll go all white. We women know that we need a little color in our lives. Vic met his eyes. He wasn't sure which emotion won, fear, anger, or confusion, but she wasn't protesting, so he would consider it a win. One step closer to his goal. After dinner, he held off taking his pills a while longer, even though his arm ached something awful. He would not ruin his chance to hook Vic into feeling invested in his house. He wanted it to be their house. She couldn't see it that way yet, but she would hopefully soon. They went to his room after Mom shooed them from the kitchen, and Pop turned on sports. He brought another chair in so they could sit at his desk and search the internet. Look, here's an app that lets you upload pictures of your rooms to see what they would look like in the different colors. Cameron smiled over at Vic, who stared glumly at the screen. Cam, I'm not the one to help you with this. I told you. She wrapped her arms around herself. I don't have experience. He turned toward her, their faces so close that it took all his willpower not to lean in a little further. You don't need experience. Haven't you dreamed about owning your own home and getting to make it yours? Vic sucked in her cheeks and looked away, her eyes unfocusing. Finally she shrugged. I guess everyone does that, right? I think so. I have, but I focused on the structure, not the inside. I definitely dreamed the inside, Vic said with a light chuckle. See, he leaned in a tad more, I need you. He realized then how much those words were true. He needed Vic in his life for the rest of his days. By the next day, Vic's uncomfortableness faded as they talked about colors and furniture types. After only a few minutes, she realized how much their tastes aligned. They both agreed bright colors didn't suit him, but neither did darks nor pastels. They focused more on a variety of earth tones. Tomorrow, they would take pictures of the rooms and use the app Cameron had found in order to perfect the shades. Cameron planned on sending the color choices to Marcos by tomorrow night, hoping he could start on it before Thanksgiving. Once they had the theme of earth tones, furniture was almost too simple. Cameron's budget didn't have limits, and he wanted luxury. His body, even at a young 26, hurt from all the injuries he had received from bareback riding. She pictured the beige furniture in his house, circling the wood stove rather than the television. Cam didn't seem to be much of a TV guy like his father. An image of sitting next to him in the dual reclining loveseat with kids piled up on the light beige couch filled her mind. She twisted toward Cameron. "Wait. Don't order those couches just yet." "Why?" He took his hand off the mouse, watching her curiously. "You need a darker color." "I thought you agreed lighter colors would be better." "I did, but the children." Vic stopped, realizing her surprise at the image she had in her mind had to do with the color of the couch and not the fact that she was in it with a bunch of kids. Cameron's lips parted and excitement danced in his eyes. "The children?" "Yeah, you don't want light-colored furniture with children. Their mother wouldn't want to be constantly yelling at them to not touch the couch with their dirty hands." "Great idea," he said. Vic stood up, panic coursing through her. I need a break. I'm going to go for a walk." "Oh, I'll come with you," Cameron pushed up. "No," Vic blurted. "Thank you, but I just need some time." "Okay," Cameron sat back in his chair, his brows furrowed. "I'm sorry for whatever I said." Vic stopped at the door but didn't turn around. "It wasn't you," she said before fleeing the room and the house. Tears flowed the moment she hit the cold air. She couldn't do this. She couldn't keep letting herself imagine this life, this beautiful ranch life, as one she could ever belong in. She rounded the house to find Mom humming away in the garden. Backing up quietly, she found Pop talking with some of his ranch hands at the gate that would lead her to the road. Searching for a place to be alone, her eyes landed on the barn, and she snuck inside the dim interior. Horses snorted and stamped their feet. The smell was familiar from the rodeos and soothed her emotions. A gray horse put her head over a stall door and nickered. "I hear ya," she told the animal as she wandered over to it. "Life stinks, doesn't it?" The horse blew air out of its nose and shook her head. "You're right. You've got it good here. I wish I could stay." The horse's eyes stared at her, seeming to speak to her soul. For a long moment, she lost herself in the horse, feeling as if the animal held all the secrets of the world if she could only understand what it was telling her. The barn door squeaked as it shut. Vic pulled her hands off the horse and quickly turned to see Pop coming her way. "That's Faith." He nodded to the gray horse. "That's a nice name. Looking in her eyes, I can see why you named her that." Vic allowed herself to touch the horse's soft muzzle, thinking of Beth's horse and the faith she had. Cammy named her that when he was just a small thing. He leaned against the gate next to her. "Oh," she said. "That kid of mine has more faith than most. He sees something as truth, and he stands by it regardless of what comes at him." Vic watched Pop. He hadn't been a big talker in the house, but here he seemed at home. "That takes real courage," she said, feeling even more of an inadequate match. "It does, and he's fearless. Which I'm sure you know." "I do." And she did. She saw it every time he got on the back of one of those broncs. Pop pushed off the gate. "He doesn't give up," and he leaned in close. "He won't give up on you." Vic's mouth dropped open as she watched him walk away. "Maybe he should," she whispered. Pop stopped, hesitated, and turned back. "I'm guessing you didn't expect me to hear that." Vic's chest constricted as she shook her head. "I think you and Faith should get connected. I'm thinking it would be good for you to gain a little of what she has to offer." He reached for the door but turned one last time. "And Victoria, have trust in God. He brought the two of you together for a reason." Vic dropped her head and let the tears fall after Pop left the barn. Faith nudged her gently, as if to remind her of what Pop said. Vic let herself stroke the animal, finding comfort in the sensation. Maybe Pop was right. It was time to tell Cameron the truth and see where it led them. That night she decided she would open up after dinner, while they continued their playing as house decorators. The thought of her imagining them together and with kids stung her battered heart. She couldn't give him what he wanted, what he deserved. She breathed in the lingering scent of faith, hoping it gave her courage to be honest. Cameron deserved the truth, before he became as wrapped up in them being together as she already was. All during dinner, she couldn't focus. She rehearsed what she would say and how. Yet Cameron kept distracting her by scratching at the bandage on his face. "I should look at that." She nodded toward his bandage. "The stitches are probably ready to come out. We don't want to wait too long and have the skin grow around it." "It's fine," Cameron said and dropped his hand. "Let her take care of you, Cammy," his mom said gently, resting her hand on his. Cameron nodded. "I'm finished," Vic said, looking at him. "We could get it over with right now." "Fine," Cameron said, pushing his empty plate away. Vic breathed deeply as she went to the trailer to get her medic bag. She didn't know whether she felt relieved it put her conversation off a while longer, or fearful of how Cameron would react to his fresh scar. 16. Cameron touched the angry red scar that ran from his hairline just forward of his temple, down the side of his face and cheek, a grotesque reminder of tornado. He repelled from his reflection, averting his eyes and angrily slamming his palms down on the bathroom counter. "It will fade with time," Vic reached out to him, but he turned away. How could she look at him without cringing? He had once thought of himself a handsome, boyish cowboy, not any longer. Now he looked like he belonged as the bad guy on a B-rated western, not the guy that would end up winning his bride. "I think I'm going to turn in early tonight," he said, doing his best to keep his tone even, detached. "Cam." The emotion in her voice caused him to pause, but he couldn't bring himself to face her. "We can't let scars define who we are." He bit back the words he wanted to spit out. How could someone as pristine as Vic know anything about scars? "Good night, Vic." He pushed the words out, hoping they didn't sound as angry as he felt. He didn't stop to check in on the games with Pop. He didn't stop to tell his mom good night. The frigid air stung the unprotected skin of his scar. It puckered and pulled, reminding him further of the mark he could never get away from. Yanking open the door to his trailer, he stepped inside and slammed it shut. It wasn't much warmer inside than out. He quickly turned on the heater, grateful for the electricity. Then he paced the freezing metal box. How could he ask Vic to stare at his marred face for the rest of her life? He paced and worried and fretted until the pills kicked in and he could no longer keep walking. He crawled into his bed and let sleep carry him blissfully away into oblivion. The next morning he almost forgot about the gash, until he splashed water on his face to wake himself up. His fingers brushed over the inflamed, puckered scar, and everything came crashing back down. A huge wrench had been thrown into his life. He no longer knew where he stood or what he should expect. He hung his head in shame. After all the work he had done on his ego, on keeping himself humble, he ended up with the most humiliating defacement. Sure, chicks dig scars, but not wicked ones on your face. If his stomach hadn't been churning in hunger, he would have skipped breakfast entirely. Instead, he shoved his hat down low on his head, only slightly cringing as it rubbed the top of his scar, and entered the warmth of the house to plop down at the table. No longer did the chatter in the kitchen warm him. Instead, a gnawing started within him with the idea of them turning, and pity filling their faces when they saw the scar. Instead, when they turned, they wished him good morning like it was any other day and his entire life hadn't been thrown down the drain. "Hats off at the table, Cammy," his mom chided as she went back for the pan of eggs. "I'd rather not." He ducked his head lower. "The rule has been the same since before you were born, son. Take it off." Her voice wasn't harsh or even stern, but it held that authoritative tone that he knew not to push. He could take his hat off as he was told, or he could leave the table. Hunger won out, and he took off his hat as Pop walked into the room. "It's a cold one out there today. Fall has definitely arrived." He started heaping food on his plate, giving a wink to Vic. Cameron kept his head lowered and turned away as much as he could. He should have covered it again. As soon as he ate, he planned to do just that. He shoveled food into his mouth as quickly as he could swallow. The room felt oppressive, and he fought the need to flee. "You want to go over to your house to measure for the blinds and curtains after breakfast?" Vic asked, the weariness in her soft voice the only indicator that something was different. "Not this morning. I got to work my arm. Nationals is only 4 weeks away now." "Don't be foolhardy, son." Pop hardly ever spoke out, so his words caused Cameron's head to snap up. "I'm not being foolhardy. Foolhardy would be giving up the chance to win nationals and the prize money. That money could give me what I need to start up my own place." "There's always next year, mijo." Mom reached out for his hand. Cameron pulled away, grabbed up his hat and slammed it on his head, sending a blast of pain down the top end of his scar. He stormed out into the freezing ranch, not even stopping to welcome the sun as it crested the horizon. A part of him knew he acted foolishly, but the other part would rather his anger push people away than their repulsion of his disfigured face. He burst into the barn. The horses welcomed him with snorts and nickers, impatient for grain. Pop usually gave them grain after breakfast. He grabbed up the grain can and threw grain for each horse into their feeders. Then he picked up a brush to groom his horse, Scrapper. He attempted a few swipes with his right, feeling the tug and pull on his tendon and muscles. He pushed his muscles until he broke out in a sweat and the arm refused to move. Then he took over with his left hand. He continued his routine in that same way, using his right hand until it refused to work, then took over with his left. Saddling and bridling his horse proved difficult, but he finally managed to ready him for a ride. His body rebelled when he climbed up onto Scrapper's back. Pain had been something he had lived with for years now. A bareback rider doesn't go untouched. He knew that most bareback riders were lucky to ride into their 30s. Most were too injured to continue by then. He straightened his back astride his horse. It was worth it. From a decade of competing, he could earn enough to start his homestead and bronc ranch. A life he could love and ride to the end, a life he had wanted with Vic. He kicked his horse into a canter, letting the cold air freeze the tears that leaked from his eyes. Vic didn't know how to act with Cameron, now that he wouldn't even look at her. It had been him that made their friendship work. She paced outside, watching him torture himself, feeling helpless to aid him through his pain. Several days passed like this. Mom kept telling her to have patience. Pop's sad eyes would meet hers and he would say the simple word, faith. How could she have faith when the man that had helped her remember to live forgot what that meant? Every time she attempted to reach out, he would close off and tell her he needed to train. 2 days before Thanksgiving, the day his sister, Camellia, would arrive, Vic set her shoulders back, ready to confront Cameron. She couldn't go on like this. Things either needed to change or she needed to leave. Her heart broke even thinking about it, but she couldn't stay if she only brought him pain. This morning he lifted weights in the stall-turned-weight room, his breath creating a white fog around him as he puffed out steam with every rep. She could hear his determination in each grunt, and in every sigh of frustration at the end of a set. "How's it going? The arm holding up?" She leaned against the stall gate, which stood open. Small talk didn't come naturally for her. Neither did the talk meant to have. She licked her lips as she waited for him to reply. "It's going," he said evenly without turning toward her. Vic bit back the words of frustration wanting to rip through her lips. Instead she breathed, watching the air crystallize and fade away. Each day seemed to grow colder, but she didn't mind, knowing that the warm house awaited her, a house with parents she wished she had had when growing up. "Can I help?" she asked like she had many times. "No, I just need to keep strengthening but the grip." He shook his head. "We could try taping it?" When he shook his head again and went back to doing curls, fire rampaged through her veins. She rounded the corner and stood directly in front of him, crossing her arms and pushing her chin out. He ducked his head, covering his face with the brim of his hat. "Have I offended you somehow?" she asked, hearing the fire in her voice. "No, of course not." He dropped the weight but still did not look up at her. "Then why are you acting like it causes you pain to look at me?" She watched him fiddle with the bench he sat on. "If you want me to leave, Cameron, all you have to do is say it. You have no obligations toward me. I have a job to go back to on should." His eyes snapped up to hers. "Please don't go." I. He dropped his head again. "I'm sorry I've been neglecting you." "Neglecting me? I don't need a babysitter, Cam. I just..." She ran her hand through her hair and struggled with the tightness suddenly in her throat. "I miss my friend." She ducked her head down so she could see his eyes. "I miss you. How can you even look at me?" His words were so low that it took her a moment to process them. "Look at you? You mean because of a silly little scar?" "Little." He sneered, tore off his hat and pointed at the angry scar on his face. "This isn't little. It will fade more than you realize." She softened her voice, feeling the anger drain out of her. "Besides, a scar doesn't define a person." "I beg to differ." Cameron stood and shoved his hat down on his head. "It's a constant reminder that you are no longer the same." His words pierced her, the pain burning along her own scars. Of course he didn't understand he spoke about her as well. He had no clue, so she shouldn't hold his words so personally, but she did, and it ripped through her. "She's here. Camelia is here." Mom's voice broke through the heavy silence between them. Cameron watched her from under his hat brim a moment longer, before pivoting and stomping out the door of the barn. Vic slumped to the bench, her hand over her heart as it felt like it shattered within her. His words rang true. Too true. Her scars were a constant reminder that she was not the same person before the event. She hung her head in her hands, letting her body shudder with sobs. This crying thing was new to her, and she didn't care for it. Yet as she sat up and took in several calming breaths and wiped her eyes with the sleeve of her jacket, she realized that she felt lighter. Maybe crying wasn't as bad as she made it out to be. "Here she is," Mom said with excitement. "Victoria, I want you to meet my daughter." Vic scrambled to pull herself together, her heart hammering as the women closed in on her. "Victoria is practically family now. You'll love her," Mom said as she rounded the corner into Cameron's workout stall. "Hey Vic," a female version of Cam said, pulling her into a hug. "I feel like I already know you." Vic gasped but let the woman embrace her. She had almost become used to hugs, grateful for the colder weather and thick clothes to hide her scars. The more time she spent here, the more she felt it was time to be open about them. She had to tell Cameron first. She owed him that. The opportunity didn't come that night, nor the next day. Cameron made himself scarce, and Mom kept her and Camelia busy preparing Thanksgiving dinner. As much as possible, Vic focused on the moment. She fell in love with Cameron's sister as much as she had his parents, and him. It hurt to think that she might not figure a way to reach Cameron, and even if she did, he might not accept her with all of her own scars. Especially the one that would keep him from his dreams of a full house. She sighed as she stirred the gravy. "Hey, don't be so glum." Camelia knocked into her. "He'll get over it. He's always been a little moody." "Really?" Vic glanced at his sister. "I've never seen that side of him." "Well, this is by far his worst. His image is broken." She shrugged. "He'll get over it soon." "Yeah," Vic said, but her heart was heavy. She still hadn't gotten over her scars, and it had been 2 years. 17. Cameron did his best to focus on the delicious smells emanating from the kitchen. He had covered his scar for Thanksgiving dinner. He couldn't handle the thought of the others losing their appetites from looking at his grotesque face. With his scar covered, he felt himself relax, almost enjoying himself. The house was full. As tradition, they had invited the ranch manager, David, and his family, and any of the hands who didn't have a place to go. Holidays were about welcoming everyone. No one should have to be alone on Thanksgiving. The men joked at a bad pass on the game, and Cameron even joined in. And they say football is dangerous, one man joked. You know that bareback riding is coined as the most dangerous sport? Cameron added. Yeah, just look at Cameron hobbling around if you don't believe it, another hand said. I don't know, man. Have you seen him going at it this last week? I wouldn't say he's hobbling. David smacked him on the back. You keep it up and win those nationals again, hombre. Show them how tough New Mexico ranch boys are. I don't care about national titles, son. I just want you in one piece. Pop squeezed his good shoulder. Dinner. Mom's voice rang from the kitchen. They had put all the extensions on their dining table. It filled the entire dining area and into the kitchen, but with the chairs squeezed together, there was just enough space. Once everyone sat, Cameron looked around the table and his chest filled. This was his family. Pop stood up at the head of the table. Look at this full table. We are blessed to have each of you in our lives. Thank you for joining us. Let's say grace. Everyone linked hands and bowed their heads. Vic's hand slipped into his as her eyes tentatively met his. She gave him a shy smile, and before he thought better of it, he pulled her hand to his lips and kissed it. Then he bowed his head along with everyone else. Cameron's lips tingled as Pop gave thanks for all God had given them over the year. His mind wandered as he squeezed the petite hand in his. God had given him the chance with the woman meant for him, and he almost ruined it. Maybe she would reject him with his new appearance, but he had to give it a chance. Cameron vowed that he would make it up to Vic after dinner. With that intention set, he enjoyed the meal and the company. The women shooed them out of the kitchen so they could clean up and set out dessert. His mom was very traditional in that aspect, though he planned to do more when he married. He couldn't cook, but he understood fare, and he could clean up like a master. His mom did teach him that. Dessert was served in the living room. Vic handed him a plate of pumpkin pie, empanada, and chocolate mousse pie. You think I can eat all of this? He asked. I know you can, she said with a smile, taking a bite off her own full plate. Conversation broke out around the room, but he enjoyed just sitting next to Vic. He would tell her tonight. He had been so afraid of accidentally pushing her away for that last few months. Then he pushed her away in fear of being rejected. It was time to get it all out in the open. Hey bro. Hey sis, Camelia said as she came up next to them. Sis, huh? Cameron smiled at Vic. You're here for little more than a week and now you're family. Didn't I tell you it'd be like that? It's pretty amazing, she said in her soft, sweet voice. We wouldn't have it any other way. Camelia reached toward his face. What's with the bandage? Cameron felt the color drain from his face. He had allowed himself to forget his scar for the evening, but it all came crashing down again. The cold made it raw. I needed to protect it. You should let me look at it, make sure there is no infection. Vic's brow creased in worry. It's fine. Cameron pushed the words out, wishing he could push this conversation to a close. Have you been using the vitamin E I gave you? Mom added to the conversation. Cameron put his fork on his plate, his appetite suddenly gone, and his stomach wanting to rebuke the fact the entire room now focused on him and his scar. You should try calendula. It helps with scarring, David's wife interjected with a nod. The perfect night dissolved into a nightmare. With shaking hands, Cameron set his plate on the coffee table. He stood, kissed his mom on the cheek, and walked a few steps. Thank you for the delicious dinner. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. He forced himself to be proper, polite, then he stormed through the door into the frozen night. He had forgotten his jacket, and even as fired up as he was, the bitter cold seeped into his stiff joints. He stomped into the trailer, letting the heat thaw out his hands and sting his face, grateful that he had left the heat on. Yet here he was trapped, only able to pace the small space. The knock on the door sent the food already churning in his gut, threatening to come out. He hesitated, thinking about ignoring it. "Cam, it's freezing out here." He almost smiled at Vic's comment, but he swallowed it as he opened the door. He had planned on spilling the beans with Vic tonight, but how could he now? The complete focus was on the jagged mark marring his face. "Thank you," Vic said, stepping inside and rubbing her arms. "Teach me to run outside without a coat. You shouldn't have left the warmth of the house. It's warm here." Her chin pushed out slightly, a trait that he admired but not right in this instance. "I'm not feeling well, Vic. I should just head to bed." "Bull." She pushed her small fists into her hips. "You fled." Cameron's mouth dropped in shock. "You are so worried that people will only see your scar instead of seeing you." Her lower lip trembled, but she pursued him, even taking a step closer. "I don't want to see their pity." He swallowed. "I don't want to see yours." "Pity?" she asked, almost in a sneer. "I don't pity you." She reached forward, took off his hat, and carefully removed his bandage. "I understand you." "Vic, you couldn't." Cameron searched her eyes for any signs of disgust or grief, but only pure determination filled her blue depths. "I've been thinking about what you said, about scars reminding us that we are no longer the same." She sighed. "You're right. They do." She took a step back, sucked in her cheeks and locked an intense gaze on him as indecision played in her eyes. With a nod, she quickly and deftly pulled off her shirt, revealing her in only a sports bra. "Vic, what are you?" He drew in his breath, forcing his eyes to stay on her face. "Scars leave their marks inside and out, Cam. I know this. I understand." She looked down, and he followed her hand as it gently brushed against a mass of scar tissue across her stomach, side, and back. Cameron felt gut-punched. His breath caught and he stumbled backward. "Oh, Vic." She pushed her chin out further, her eyes hard. "You see, I've been hiding my own scars." "What happened?" He took a step forward, his hands reaching out to touch her tortured skin, but he dropped it when she stiffened as he neared her. "A mortar. I was doing my best to stop the bleeding on our lieutenant when it blasted right next to us. It killed him instantly and several others in my squad. The ones that weren't killed instantly wished they were, myself included." Cameron couldn't pull his eyes off her scars, not because they disgusted him, not because he pitied her, though he felt awful she went through such a traumatic event, but because she lived. She had suffered far more than he ever had, and she had pushed through, standing in strength, bearing her scars for him to see. "Vic, you're amazing," he stammered, taking a step toward her. She shook her head, slipped her shirt back over her slim body. "Scars do remind us we are no longer the same, and these remind me that—" She dropped her gaze and her lower lip quivered. "It's okay," he reached for her hand. She looked back into his eyes, and his heart ached seeing the pain, the fear, and the tears brimming. "They remind me I am no longer whole, Cam. I'm broken, and I don't deserve to even imagine that I deserve this." She pointed to him, and then swept her hand across her. He knew she meant his family, the ranch, and everything that came with being with him. "Of course you do. It's me who doesn't deserve you." He pulled her into him, but she resisted, shaking her head. "No, you don't understand." She pulled her hand from his and took a step back. "That blast, they may have saved my life, but they didn't save my ability to give life." Cameron furrowed his brow, trying to figure out what she was saying. "I can't give you the family you want, the family you deserve." Tears streamed down her face. I can't have children." "That's he stammered. His mind reeled with all the new information. He couldn't process what it all meant, could only stand there frozen, dumb, and in shock. "It's okay. I don't expect you to give all of that up for me." She took a step toward the door. I just wanted to let you know that I understood." She turned and laid her hand on the door, before turning slightly back to catch his gaze one last time. "Cam, don't let your scar fill you with fear, keeping you from living. You've taught me that there is more to life than the scars we carry. We can turn them into a force that strengthens us. Thank you for opening your heart and your family. I will forever be grateful to you." Then she ducked her head and disappeared into the freezing darkness, leaving him standing there still frozen and dumbstruck. Vic had snuck back into the house and straight to Cameron's room. Being in his space, surrounded by his trophies and medals, smelling his spruce scent, and sleeping in his bed only caused her heart to ache that much more. She had poured her heart out to him, told him the full truth about her, and he had stood there with a horrified expression filling his handsome face. Pop had told her to have faith, but how could she ask the man she loved to give up everything for her? Having a big family was so important to him that he built a house around that dream. Faith would mean being grateful for the gift that Cameron had given her, and leaving him to live the life he deserved without regret or resentment. Her phone chimed with a text from Brian, letting her know they needed her in Amarillo tomorrow. A part of her felt relief for having something to do, somewhere to go. Yet she knew it was the simple way out. By the time a soft knock sounded on her door, she had resigned herself to the idea of leaving, and perhaps never returning to the family that had accepted her with open arms. "Come in," she said, secretly hoping that Cameron had come to talk with her. Instead, Camelia smiled shyly from the door. "Hey," she said as she entered and closed the door behind her. "All okay?" Vic watched her for several seconds, deciding how she would take the first step in her new life. Would she allow her scars to continue to haunt her, or would she embrace them, allowing them to give her strength? She pushed her chin forward and poured out the truth to Cameron's sister, every little bit. "Wow, what did he say?" Camelia asked, after listening without interruption. "Nothing." Vic sighed. "I'm sure he's in shock, but I've made up my mind." "Don't you think you should give him time?" Camelia asked. "I promised to stay until Thanksgiving. They are expecting me in Amarillo tomorrow night." She watched her hands clenching in her lap, before looking into eyes so similar to the man she fell in love with. "I don't want him to resent me, Camelia. He deserves the family he has always longed for." "What if he wants you more?" Camelia took Vic's hand in hers. "Eventually he will regret that, and I don't want to be the cause of his pain." Vic stood and pulled out her suitcase to pack. "Could you give me a ride to town in the morning? There's a bus that leaves early from Springer that will take me to Amarillo. If you still feel the same way in the morning, I will, but you should talk with him. I'm sure you two could work something out." Camelia pulled Vic into a hug before she left, closing the door quietly behind her. Leaving wasn't easy. Vic seriously considered sneaking out before anyone was awake, but being out in the middle of nowhere meant having to call a cab or Uber, and as funny as it was to her, she had no idea where she was or how to direct the driver. She had to wait on Camelia and face the hard goodbyes. Mom had hugged her for a long time, then held her back to look in her eyes. "You always have a home here," she said, her eyes tearing up. Then she waved them away. "What am I doing? This isn't goodbye. I know my Cammy. He'll be bringing you back, so you get ready for that." Vic pushed a small smile to her face. She didn't have the same optimism, but she appreciated Mom's. "Thanks for the cooking lessons. I'm excited to try some on my own." "Well, you know our number if you get stuck." "I actually don't," Vic said, realizing how fast she had fallen in love with the family. "Well, get out your phone and put it in now." Mom dictated their home number as Vic typed it into her phone. "Ready?" Camelia said from the doorway. "You sure you want to do this?" "I have to return to work. As for the rest, I don't know," Vic replied honestly. "You just leave it in God's hands, Mia. You have faith. We will see you for Christmas, and I'll teach you how to cook my famous tamales." Mom gave her a quick hug and peck on the cheek, then fled from the room. Pop met them at the door. So it's true. You're leaving. For now, Pop, Camellia patted his chest. She has to work, but we know Cammy. He's on a ride. You're not going to say goodbye. Pop held her with an intense gaze. The bus leaves in a half hour, and I have to be on it. She gave Pop a hug and kissed him on the cheek. In his ear she whispered, I'm still working on that faith. You do that, Pop said. God sees us through the hard times. We look forward to your return. As Vic rode in the passenger seat, her eyes scanned the open land, hoping for a last glimpse of Cameron. She knew he would be at nationals, even if it left him broken. He wouldn't give up that chance. Her departure from the family left her oddly disjointed from reality and confused. They were so certain that she would return, but did they not understand what choosing her would do to their son? Or to them? She remained perplexed and ungrounded during the bus ride. She had expected Brian to pick her up from the station as planned, but he wasn't anywhere. So she sat to wait for a few minutes before figuring out an alternative. Hey Vic, Courtney stood next to her. Oh hi. You here to pick someone up? Vic asked, standing and scanning the crowd for Brian once more. Yep. You. Come on. Courtney reached out to grab one of her bags. Brian had an emergency to attend to, and asked if I had the time. I see. Vic glanced at the other woman. Thank you. My pleasure. Did you have a good Thanksgiving? Courtney asked as they made it to her truck. Yeah. Vic tried to remember the good parts. There were many. She had never been a part of a warmer gathering, and for a while Cam had been, well, Cam. You? I did. I boarded my horse and flew home to see my parents. Family is everything, you know. Yeah, Vic whispered as she climbed into the truck. Hey, Courtney said as she started the truck, letting the heater blast them. I know we aren't super close, but it sounds like you need an ear. Vic didn't understand the urge to share her life story now, but she tried to find that faith that Cameron's family kept talking about. Beth trusted Courtney. She had shared that Courtney helped her see what existed between her and Jake was real. Vic sucked in a deep breath and then told Courtney her story. That's pretty heavy stuff, Vic. Vic shrugged and looked out the window. You really feel not being able to have children will stop Cameron from wanting to be with you? Having a family is so important to him. You should see the house he had built, all with a lot of kids in mind. The pain tore through her, and her hands wrapped around her forever empty womb. Do you want children? Courtney asked gently. I did. It's just not possible now. Courtney pulled over in a turnout at the entrance of the fairgrounds and turned toward Vic. My mom couldn't have children either. She waited, watching Vic. Vic tried to process what she said. I don't understand. My mom wanted kids so bad, but she couldn't. My dad and her tried everything, IVF, egg donors, everything. Nothing worked. Courtney smiled. But my parents didn't lose faith. Our pastor led them toward a different path, and that's how they got me. Courtney laid a hand on hers. There are so many children in this world that need loving homes, Vic. You don't have to birth a child to have a family. Tears streamed down Vic's face and her heart clutched. How come she never thought about adoption before? She had been so lost in her grief and fear that she hadn't seen different paths. I don't know if that would be okay with Cam. I mean, Vic stopped, not knowing how to tread onto such a sensitive topic. My parents say they love me just as much, if not more than if I had come from their bodies. They have been honest with me since the beginning, saying it is so special to get to choose your child. What if? Vic stopped and searched her eyes. Do you ever wonder about your birth parents? I'm sorry. If you don't want to talk about this. Not at all. I'm happy to share if it will help you, Vic. Sure, there were times I was more curious than others, but my parents put everything they knew about my birth mom in a little book for me. It's not much, but enough that they sated my curiosity. I don't lack for anything. I don't need to know more. My mom and dad are mine. I belong to them. Family is more than just blood, you know. Vic did. After the last couple weeks with Cameron's family, she felt at home, more than she ever had with the family she had been born into. Thank you, Courtney. I think I needed you to be the one to pick me up. Maybe God really did know what he was doing. 18. Cameron had slept little Thanksgiving night. So many scenarios and thoughts raced through his mind. Vic's scarred torso stayed with him. She had been carrying around that burden on her own for so long. Then he got a single scar, yes, on his face, but she was right, it would fade, and he had made a tremendous fuss about it. Cameron used to pride himself on his humbleness, his faith, and his fearlessness, but he had shown none of those traits over the last week. He had been so fearful of rejection, so blatantly rude about scars, and Vic, she stood strong. She faced him and her scars head on. He had wanted to be her rescuer, but she had rescued him. Shame filled him, and he realized he had more to work on in himself than he had ever thought. That morning he woke early. His dad came out of the house just as he had saddled Scrapper for a ride. Cameron waved and took off into the frozen morning before his dad called him over to talk. He needed to figure this out before hearing a well-meaning lecture from Pop. On his ride, he realized that it didn't matter whether or not Vic could have children. He knew she was the woman God made for him. His faith grew as he rode. God worked in mysterious ways. Maybe the doctors had been wrong. He didn't know the extent of the damage, but surely God would provide the family he had always craved. Intent on telling Vic just that, he raced back toward the barn, slowing Scrapper down as they became close. As he rubbed Scrapper down after unsaddling him, he hoped he wasn't too late for breakfast. As he jogged toward the house, Pop's words stopped him. "You're too late," Pop said from a chair on the porch. "Breakfast is over?" Yet something frantic pulsed inside his chest, and he knew Pop wasn't talking about breakfast. "She left," Pop said, meeting his eyes with a hard stare. Cameron glanced around, noticing Camella's car missing. "Sis left without saying goodbye?" "She'll be back shortly, but Vic, she's gone." As his dad's words hit him, the blood drained from his head, leaving him dizzy and plopping into the chair next to his dad. "She left. She told your mother what happened." Fiery shame filled Cameron. He hung his head as disbelief warred within him. He should have heard the finality in her words last night. He should have gone after her, talked it out. I messed up, Pop." "Yeah, you did." Pop stood up, groaning as his knees popped loudly. "Luckily, God and women can be quite forgiving. Don't lose your faith, son, and bring her back." Cameron nodded, feeling numb. "And son." His dad stopped halfway down the steps. "There are many ways to have a family." Cameron spent the next few days floundering. He started a text to Vic 100 times, started calling her half that many, but he could never push on through. What could he say that would make up for his lack of response, for what he had put her through? He felt broken. He couldn't come to her as a broken man. Looking at his face in the mirror, he saw the angry red of his scar faded to a pink. The edges flattened, and overall the scar didn't look nearly as awful as it had before. It made him think of Vic's scars, how she wished she would have died right alongside the rest of her squad. Had she known then that her scars would fade on the outside? Yet they had continued to fester inside her. She had pulled away, shrank from getting close to anyone, and forgotten how to live. She had said he helped her to remember. The thoughts kept rolling through him, pushing through frustration. His arms still did not have the strength nor the grip needed for 8 seconds of fury. Everything rattled around in him, until he screamed in frustration, dropped to his knees, and bowed his head. He begged God for forgiveness, pleaded for clarity, for his path to be laid out in front of him. He held on to the faith that burned within him. Slowly his mind calmed, his thoughts died down until there was only one: there are other ways. Cameron had been so stuck on doing everything the same way, but he was different after his accident. Vic was different after hers. There wasn't only one way to do things. Pop's words filtered through him. There were other ways to have a family, and there were other ways to ride a bronc. He shifted the weight to his left arm, pushed it to its limits. His grip was strong. His bicep was strong. Sure, it would take some adjustment. Doing things differently always did, but it didn't make it wrong or undoable. With new strength of faith, he attacked his training, his internal conflicts, and his life with a fearlessness that could only be born of faith. When nationals arrived, he knew what he had to do. First, he would show Vic that he had gained strength from his scar by finding a different path to his goal. Then he would show her his faith in them, and the many paths they could choose from to have the family their hearts desired. At the nationals, he sat on the bronc in the chute. His faith settled his nerves. The bronc he drew might not give him the championship, but he wouldn't have the wild ride that Tornado had given him. Besides, who could argue with drawing a bronc with the name alternate route? It was as if God confirmed his path was true. A smile pushed to his lips, and though he could feel the pull around his scar, he used it as a driving force. Cameron adjusted his left hand in the rigging. He had practiced over and over for the last 2 weeks. Gracefulness was not a priority, just holding on, and that he could do. He glanced around the arena once more, knowing she would be there. He could feel her presence soothing. Their eyes met with a force that almost knocked him off the sleek bronc's back. He poured his love to her through that gaze and held it close as he turned back toward the gateman. One last check and he gave the nod. The balance of holding on with his left hand was completely different, but he knew that, had practiced it over and over until, though not natural, his body knew what to do. His heels swung up as alternate route bucked out of the chute. He successfully marked out and the ride was on. The muscles on his left arm strained and worked, showing that there was always another way. The noisy arena faded, and in those 8 seconds only he, the bronc, and God existed. The buzzer blared in his ears, waking him from the wild yet almost meditative ride. Adrenaline shot through him as he simultaneously freed his left hand from the rigging and swung off the bronc. He drew out his cross, kissed it, and shot his arms into the air as the crowd roared. That rush that had become so addictive filled him. Yet when his eyes met those of Vic's, even that rush paled from the intensity of the love he held for the red-headed woman. Vic had rushed out the moment that Cameron's name blared over the loudspeaker. She had poured her love into him, while she watched him lower himself onto the bronc. A huge smile spread across her face as she saw him slip his left hand into the rigging. He had found a different way. It made her heart warm and settled. If he could see a different path with his riding, something that had become so ritualistic for him, maybe he could see the same with having a family, with her. When his eyes met hers, that feeling only intensified. She swore she could feel his love pouring into her, and she returned it with more depth than she even knew was possible. The last several weeks had been tortuous. She waited patiently for him to reach out, but he never did. When Beth saw her and listened to her story, she led Vic in a prayer that Vic repeated every day. She needed faith to conquer the fear that kept her wanting to hide. No more. She would hide no more. Today she would profess everything to Cameron, and if she was right about the look in his eyes, they would find faith together. She held her breath for what felt like eternity as Cameron whipped around from his left hand on the back of his bronc, alternate route. What a name for a momentous ride. When the buzzer sounded, and he swung off the bronc, she released her breath, sending out a prayer of gratitude for keeping him safe. His eyes glowed as the crowd roared. She didn't know enough about riding to know if it was a championship ride or not. It didn't matter. Cameron would always be the champion of her heart. When his eyes found hers, the force between them pulled her over the arena fence. He ran toward her and they crashed into each other's arms. "I love you, Victoria Ann Allen." He took her face in his hands and searched her eyes. "Please never leave me again." "I won't. I promise. I love you too much to be apart." His thumb wiped her tear away before he pulled her toward him. His breath shot out in gasps and his eyes never left hers. As his lips brushed against hers, she closed her eyes, letting the crowd fade even as they exploded in hoots and hollers. The kiss filled her senses, shooting love and acceptance down through her, settling in her stomach and spreading warmth throughout her body. She had never wanted to be closer to someone, as she did right that moment. Cameron filled that missing piece in her being, the missing piece that now completed her. Vic now understood faith and the fearlessness that came with it. When Cameron pulled away, their surroundings rushed back to her senses. Heat raced up through her, filling her cheeks. Cameron glanced around, a slight pink to his cheeks as well. "How about we go somewhere, a little more private?" Vic nodded. He took her hand and led her out of the arena to the sound of crazy catcalls and cheers. "Well, that's one way to make a comeback, amigo," Jake said as they reached him. "It was beyond romantic," Beth gushed, hugging Vic's arm in excitement. "It was unexpected but long in coming," Cameron said with a smile, pulling Vic back into his arms like she belonged there. "I've learned that not living is a lot scarier than dying." Vic met Cameron's eyes, wanting to pour her heart out right then and there. "We'll give you two lovebirds some space," Jake said, slapping Cameron on his back. "I imagine you have a lot to talk about," Beth said softly, giving them both a little squeeze. Cameron kept his arm around Vic as he led them away from the bustling crowds. Once they were in his trailer, he turned toward her. "Wow," he said, a smile lighting up his features. We're really doing this?" She nodded. "If you are up for the challenge." "You know how I like challenges." He pulled her into an embrace. "It was a great idea to go left-handed," she whispered against his chest. He pulled apart and led her to the table. "I have so much to tell you." "And you." He sat across from her and took her hands in his. "Me first. Please." Vic nodded. "I have so much to apologize for." Vic shook her head, disagreeing. "No, I do. The things I said were callous, and if I had known about your scars, I never would have said them. What you shared with me took true courage, a fearlessness I hadn't seen before. And you were right, our scars can give us strength." Vic pulled a hand from his and ran a gentle finger down the smooth pink line on his face. "It has faded." She smiled. "I think it makes you look ruggedly handsome." Cameron smiled, took her hand and kissed it. "Thank you for saying that. I see it differently now. I see it as a reminder that there are many ways to meet our dreams." "There are," she said, sucking in her cheeks. As fearless as he thought her to be, her stomach roiled in anxiety. "I know you really want a family, and I do too. Then we will make it happen, together. I have faith that we will have more than our heart's content." "My heart is already overflowing," Vic said, feeling her eyes brim with tears. "As is mine." Cameron held both her hands against his lips. "I can't tell you what a dream it is to reach out and touch you. Your family was right. I feel like I have a lot of apologizing to do," Vic said through her tears. "No apologizing, but let's go home and surprise them." "The Nationals," Vic stood up. "Don't you want to see how you placed?" "That no longer matters to me, though of course if you still have to work." "Tomorrow is my last day of the season." She pulled an envelope from her pocket. "I haven't signed the contract for next year yet." She laid it down between them. "What do you want to do?" Cameron asked, leaning toward her like the fate of his life rested in this one moment. "I don't know," she waffled. She didn't want to be presumptuous of his intentions, even though he had made them quite clear. "Do you enjoy your work?" "Parts of it, of course, but I—" "Vic," Cameron searched her eyes, "you know what I want. That hasn't changed. But if you wanted to continue working, I could continue writing. If you don't, you know you have a home. I'm not saying it will be easy. There is a lot to do to get our homestead running, but—" Cameron pushed out a breath. "What do you want?" Vic sucked in her cheeks as her heart wildly pounded. "I want to go home." Cameron pulled her out of her seat and into his arms. "I'm so happy you said that." Vic couldn't believe how quickly her life had changed, but here was where she belonged, as if she had always belonged here. All those years of wandering led her to this moment, to this path of alternate routes where she had a family to help her through the changes that life brought. She smiled through the tears and wrapped her arms tighter around the man meant for her. Tomorrow she would go home. 19. Cameron didn't know his heart could feel so much. He could never share that with the guys, but watching Vic help his mom decorate their family Christmas tree made his heart feel like it might explode. Pop shuffled up next to him and rested a heavy hand on his shoulder. "I'm proud of you, son." "Thanks, Pop. You and Mom inspired this. Seeing the love in your marriage." Cameron shrugged. "I knew I could have it too." "Does that mean what I think it does?" Cameron took Pop around the corner where their coats hung. He dug into the pocket of his jacket and pulled out a small box. Opening it, he asked, "What do you think?" Pop squeezed his shoulder, his eyes misting. "I think you are adding a beautiful gift to the family." Camellia came through the door. "What are you two huddled over?" She leaned over their shoulders. "Oh." Then she clapped her hands and cheered in a whisper. I told her. I told her." "Shish," Cameron hushed his sister, but he couldn't stop smiling. "When are you going to do it?" Camellia grabbed his arm. "At present time?" "Do you think she would be mad if I did it in front of all of you?" Cameron had been worrying about the how and when since their drive home. He had asked her if she would mind staying at his parents'. He wanted to add until he made things official, but he didn't want to jinx anything. His house was almost finished, and though he could move in right now and deal with a little construction, he would rather be close to Vic. The trailer still parked at his parents' provided that possibility. He wanted to do this right, and he felt like Vic did too. Besides, he didn't plan to wait too long before making it all official. He felt like they had been through enough to know they were meant to be. There was no doubt in his mind, nor in his heart. "It's not like she doesn't know it's coming," Camellia said with a shrug. "Selfishly, I want to see it." "I think you know the answer, son. Just look at her and Mom." Pop leaned over, and Cameron did as well to see Vic and Mom laughing while she shared stories from Christmases when he and Camellia were little. "She belongs here. I knew it the moment you told me about her." Camellia hugged her brother. "Thank you." Cameron met their eyes, appreciation overwhelming him. "She's never had this before, and I know it means so much to her." "I just hope that you all accept mine when it's time," Camellia whispered. Cameron's eyes snapped back to hers. "Are you foretelling?" "I'm not saying anything yet." She smiled teasingly as she pushed past him to join the other women. Cameron tucked the ring back into his coat pocket and strolled over to his parents' old record player. He found the Christmas record they played every year and placed it on the turntable. Soon the house filled with country Christmas songs from days long past, and everything felt perfect. Christmas Eve dinner was splendid as usual, but Cameron could hardly focus on the delicious tamales. His foot bounced, his hand shook, and his insides quivered. He couldn't wait until the next morning. He just wouldn't survive. Every Christmas Eve since they were kids, they each opened one present of their choosing. This year his mom opened the new set of pots and pans his dad bought for her. Pop opened a pair of leather gloves that Camellia had got for him. Cameron opened a present from Vic that held a book about homesteading, a package of 100 heirloom seeds, and a plaque that read, "Home is where you make it." He pulled her into his arms and thanked her. "My turn," Camellia said. She turned to Vic. "I'm a month older than you, so I get to go before you." She laughed while she opened a box with a pair of earrings from Mom. "These are beautiful, thank you." "What do I do?" Vic leaned over to whisper to Cameron. "You pick any present of yours you want," Camellia said. "I would, Cameron stood and paced a little. "Can I break tradition and pick yours for you this year?" "Of course," Vic said, looking relieved. I'll be right back." He saw his family exchange secret glances and hurried before they gave him away. Grabbing the box from his jacket pocket, he realized that he hadn't even wrapped it yet. Maybe he should wait, but the quivering inside of him only worsened. No. He had to do this now. Hiding the box in his hand, he came back to the room, sweating and shaking. "You okay, Cam?" Vic reached for him, feeling his head and looking in his eyes. "Yes." He glanced at his family as they smiled their support. With a deep breath, he looked back at Vic, losing himself in her eyes. Here, everything settled and calm filled him as he clung to the fire of faith within. "I am more than okay. You have filled my life with love, pulling me through with your courage and strength, and giving me such unwavering support that I don't deserve. The moment I saw you, a part of me knew that you were the one that God made for me. So." He licked his lips and sank down to one knee. Vic's eyes opened wide. Her free hand covered her heart, her other squeezed his as if her life depended on it. "Cam." His name on her lips wasn't a warning, but an acknowledgement, giving him the courage to continue. "Victoria Ann Allen." He took the ring from the box, igniting another gasp from Vic. "Please make me the happiest man the earth has ever seen, by spending the rest of your life with me, taking whatever alternate paths we need to accomplish all of our dreams together." Vic looked down at him, tears streaming down her face as she frantically nodded her head. "Yes. Yes, I will." Cameron sighed in relief, slipped the ring on her petite finger and pulled her down to him. His lips brushed against hers, and he wrapped his arms around her, burying himself in her love, once again fearless with the woman of his dreams by his side. Vic stood at the sliding glass door of what would be, starting tonight, her bedroom. The last few months had whirred by. Through the gap in the curtain, she stole a glance at the people milling around. Her soon-to-be husband greeted people, handsome in his tux. His scar had healed nicely, giving his boyish look a more rugged masculinity. Spring had turned the land she had fallen in love with to a green paradise. Their garden sprouted through the tilled ground, promising a great first harvest. The trees along the creek had turned a brilliant green, and some even had a few beautiful blossoms. Cameron pulled her attention back to him, as he rushed up to another man in a tux, wiping his hands nervously down his pants. The other man's back was turned toward her, but the stiff formal stance was as familiar as her own face. Her father. He made it. Her eyes burned and heart ached. It had taken her almost a month after Christmas to work up the courage to call her father and tell him of her upcoming wedding. She knew she would never have the close connection that she had with Cameron's family with her own father, but he was still her dad. What girl didn't want her father to walk her down the aisle? When Cameron pointed toward her, she dropped the curtain quickly and stepped away, her heart racing. "What is it, Mija?" Mom came and fluffed Vic's veil and the ruffles of lace on her beautiful dress. "My father. He's here. God continues giving, my dear. He will be in awe of his daughter's beauty and grace." "Thank you, Mom." Vic's eyes misted again. She carefully dabbed the tears that overflowed without ruining her makeup. "I can't tell you how much it means to have you in my life." "Ah, Mija." Mom brought her into her arms. "It is us who are blessed to have you officially join our family today." A knock sounded on the bedroom door. Vic's heart beat so hard she could feel it echo within her. "I will give you and your father time," Mom said before opening the door. "Mr. Allen." Mom wrapped her arms around the stiff man in front of her. "It is a pleasure to meet you. Your daughter has been such a gift to our son and to us. I will give you a few moments before the wedding begins." Mom walked regally away, leaving Vic's stunned and still formal father in the doorway. "Hi, Dad," Vic breathed. His eyes took her in and softened. "You look like your mother." "Thank you." She played with the frills on her dress. "You found the place okay?" "Yes. It's not what I expected." He clasped his hands behind his back and took 2 steps forward. "It's in the middle of nowhere." Vic laughed and covered her mouth. "It is. You are happy with this life?" "I am." He nodded. Then let's not keep that cowboy waiting. We will talk more later. He held out his arm and she took it. You'll have to tell me the story of his scar. One day, when you are ready, I hope to hear your story as well. What good is a scar if we don't get to boast on how we got it? Vic looked up at her father, as if seeing him for the first time. Had he changed, or had her new perception of life changed the way she viewed him? Either way, she decided she wanted to see what this alternative path led them toward. Those thoughts faded as her dad led her out of the house and the wedding march started. All of their family, including the ranch hands and their friends, Beth, Jake, and Courtney, turned toward her. Their beautiful smiles showered her with their love and support. This is the life that Cameron had brought her into, a life of love and faith. She walked down the aisle, arm in arm with her father, a man full of mystery and formality, who had shown a glimpse of what he might have been like before he wore his own scars. From her past to her future, she walked toward Cameron, her groom. She wasn't sure where their life would lead, what path God would lead them down to fulfill their dreams, but they would ride it together in faith. Her father stopped them in front of Cameron and their pastor. "Who gives this woman away?" the pastor asked her father. "I do," with her approval, of course. Her father lifted her veil, planted a kiss on her cheek, and then placed her hands in Cameron's. She wanted to reach up to touch her cheek. She couldn't remember the last time her father had kissed her or showed her much tenderness at all. "You okay?" Cameron asked, searching her eyes. She nodded. How could she not be okay here, marrying the man that showed her what love really meant, the man that had reminded her how to live, and the man she would soon dedicate her life to? The ceremony flashed by in a blur, their vows repeated with reverence, their love pouring from each other, and the kiss that sealed the rest of their lives. She floated through the rest of the day in pure bliss, soaking in every moment. While dancing with her husband and losing herself in his eyes, she silently vowed to enjoy every moment she was blessed to have with him. God knew what he was doing when he showed her how to be fearless with her bareback rider. Epilogue. Courtney leaned over Flash and stroked her long, sleek neck. "We got this," she whispered to her horse. Flash pranced, full of pent-up energy and ready to leap out the runway. She currently sat in second place for the circuit title. Her pulse pounded in her ears as she drew in slow breaths to calm it. So close to her goal, a goal that she told herself could mark a new path. She would never fully give up rodeoing. It was in her blood, wherever that came from. A wry grin pulled at her lips with the inside joke her family had. Being adopted had its advantages. She could believe her ancestors to be anyone she wanted. Right now they were rodeoers. After today, maybe she would set her sights on something a little more stable. Her internal clock ticked, and as she watched her friends find their mates one by one, her own loneliness became more pronounced. Beth raced right past her and slowed her to an easier pace. She walked her horse next to Courtney and breathed out in a gasp. "I'm too distracted with finals." "Knock down a barrel." Beth smiled even at her loss. "It's yours for the taking, my friend." Courtney smiled at Beth. Her friendship had helped Courtney to grow in so many ways, specifically in faith. "What would I do without you?" "Win with a little less struggle." Beth laughed. Their friendly competition had always been something Courtney appreciated. "Besides, you look the part today. Definitely dressed to win." Courtney glanced down at her new show shirt. Her dad and mom surprised her before the competition. They showered her with gifts, but they also showered her with love beyond measure. She couldn't have asked for a better family. "Mom loves the sparkles. They're beautiful. Now focus." Beth nodded toward the arena. "You're up next." Courtney took her friend's advice. She sat still, one hand on Flash's neck and one on her heart. She raced through the barrels in her mind, perfecting timing and leaning in posture. "If it's your will, God." Then she opened her eyes and waited for their turn. As soon as she was given the go-ahead, she gave rein to the prancing Flash, leaned forward, sent a slight nudge into her horse's sides and clucked. Flash burst into the arena. Courtney kept her balance as she swung around the first barrel, tight against the turn, raced toward the second barrel, perfecting that turn as well. Only one more barrel. She leaned forward, urging Flash a touch faster as she spun around, and they were free and clear to lope straight through the finish. Courtney gasped as she tried to catch her breath. Her entire body tingled as she cooled Flash, listening intently for her time. It seemed to take the judges forever. When the mic crackled to life, she sucked in her breath. Well, folks, that was quite the race. With a 100-second lead for Courtney Stockwell, we have a new barrel racing champion. Beth ran toward her, her own loss forgotten as she pulled Courtney off her horse and into a hug. You did it. I did it, Courtney said in shock. I'm the circuit champion? You're the circuit champion. Beth jumped up and down, holding on to her. Courtney walked around in a cloud of bliss for the rest of the day, her dream fulfilled. Courtney. She looked up to see Vic waving her over. She hadn't seen her since her wedding, almost a year ago. Excitement filled her as she walked toward her. Vic met her partway and gave her an embrace. The petite woman had a glow about her that made Courtney's heart happy. She and Cameron had worked so hard to make their relationship work. I want you to meet someone, Vic said with a smile that filled her face. Courtney guarded her heart, tired of everyone setting her up with their doofus friends, yet wanting so badly to find a man of her own. I hope he's cute, she said good-naturedly. Oh, he's the most adorable thing I've ever laid eyes on. Vic turned and took a bundle from Cameron's arms. Meet Tate, she looked at Cameron and then back at Courtney, our son. Courtney's eyes filled with tears as she stared down at the beautiful boy. He couldn't be more than 3 months old, with blue eyes close to the color of Vic's, and a mop of dark hair. He's absolutely precious, Courtney said, glancing up at Vic, a question in her eyes. We just signed papers today, Vic answered. He's officially ours. Courtney brought Vic into her arms, careful not to squash Tate as she held her friend. She pulled back enough to meet her gaze and nodded her head. Her voice was too choked to say much anyway. Thank you, Courtney. God used you to open our hearts to look at life with an openness that we hadn't had before. She smiled up at Cameron, who leaned over and smiled down at his son. Joy filled both of their faces. No one would know that this baby hadn't come from their bodies, from their blood. They gave a lost child a loving home, and that child in return filled their hearts. Courtney wrestled with her emotions for the rest of the day, battling between excitement for winning the championship and longing for something that seemed so far out of reach. She was overjoyed for Beth and Vic. It made her heart happy for them, but she wanted to find that for herself. After receiving the championship trophy at the award ceremony, she allowed the feeling of accomplishment to settle within her. This was a sign, it had to be. God had answered her prayer. Now all she needed was faith that he would answer her next one. Fans waited for the champions, asking for autographs and pictures. She noticed a little girl that had seemed to be at almost every rodeo in this circuit. The girl had her hair in braids just like Courtney. She wore a shirt covered in sequins, a fluffy skirt and pink cowboy boots and hat. Her freckles squinted as she smiled and waved at Courtney. The girl drew her over, and she squatted in front of her. Rebecca, right? You remembered my name? The girl's little mouth turned to an O. Who could forget someone as sweet as you? Courtney said, tipping her pink hat. How old are you now, Rebecca? I just turned 6. She smiled with perfect tiny white teeth. And do you ride? When Daddy can take me, I focus really hard on my lessons. I am going to be a champion barrel racer, just like you. I bet you will, Courtney said. I've seen you at a few of these rodeos. All of them here in Idaho, she said proudly. Come on. Meet my daddy. Rebecca grabbed Courtney's hand and tugged her along behind her. Daddy. Daddy, Courtney Stockwell remembered my name. She pulled Courtney so quickly between people that Courtney tripped over someone's leg. The ground came careening toward her, as she did her best not to pull the girl down with her. Strong hands caught her before she slammed into the gravel and lifted her back to her feet. "You all right?" a deep voice asked. Courtney straightened herself, heat filling her cheeks. "Yes, I apologize. Guess my feet haven't gotten used to walking yet." She forced a little laugh as she looked up into the most amazing blue eyes she had ever seen. She froze, suddenly feeling like she would topple again. "You sure you're okay?" His brilliant smile only made her even woozier. Something about him tugged on her, something familiar, but she couldn't place it. All she could do was stare at his handsome face, wide shoulders, and height. "Aha," she said, wishing she wasn't dumbstruck. Then she remembered the little girl. She frantically searched around her, before finding Rebecca hiding behind the man's legs. Courtney squatted. "Are you okay, Rebecca?" She nodded, her eyes wide. "I am so sorry, Courtney Stockwell." The handsome man squatted down as well, his spicy aroma coming with him, leaving Courtney heady once again. He pulled Rebecca onto his knee. "You saw what your actions did and you apologized. That was considerate. What did you learn?" "Not to pull someone through a large, crowded area." Rebecca ducked her head. "I really am sorry." "Hey, no trouble," Courtney told the girl. "Besides, a strong set of hands caught me before I fell." She smiled at the man, happy her voice finally cooperated. "Courtney Stockwell, this is my daddy." Rebecca stood between them. "Daddy, this is Courtney Stockwell." "Just Courtney is fine," she held a hand out. The man stood, took her hand, and helped her up, not releasing it even once she was standing. "I'm Dallas. I'm sorry my daughter almost took you out. She can be a bit headstrong sometimes." He let his other hand slide down his daughter's hat to her back. "She's adorable." Courtney smiled down at the beaming girl. "Excuse me," an older girl touched her sleeve. "May I please have your autograph?" Courtney excused herself and turned toward the older girl. "Of course, what's your name, sweetie?" "Hannah. Could you write it in my book?" "Surely." Courtney took the book and pen and wrote out a brief note to Hannah, then handed it back to her. "Here you go." "Thank you," Hannah said before turning back toward her parents with a grin. Courtney saw Dallas and Rebecca talking. Rebecca had her hands on her hips, looking like she was scolding her father. Courtney hid her smile as she signed a few more autographs. When the crowd faded, Rebecca pulled her dad back toward her. "Hi again. Daddy has something he wants to ask you." She narrowed her eyes at her dad. "Go on, Daddy." Dallas's face turned red as he pulled at his collar. Rebecca would. Rebecca pulled hard on his sleeve. "Sorry, Rebecca and I were wondering if you would like to get a burger and fries with us. It's our tradition to go after rodeos." Courtney couldn't stop the smile from spreading across her face. The girl had made this happen, she was sure of it. She looked from the dad to Rebecca, who bit her lip and had her legs and fingers crossed. "Sure. Why not? Just give me a minute to change." "She's going to come. She's going to come." Rebecca jumped up and down, tugging on her daddy's arm. "Meet us at the entrance?" Dallas asked, seeming a little flustered. "Sounds good. Give me 15 or so." "Of course. Whatever you need." He looked down at his daughter and back to her. "Thank you. You have made one happy girl." "See you too soon," Courtney said, turning away, unsure if she was going on a date with the dad or the girl, but she would take it. "See Daddy," she heard Rebecca whisper as she walked away. "That wasn't so hard, was it? You're not as out of practice as you thought." Courtney covered her giggle as she walked away. She hadn't made it to her trailer before Beth, who held baby Tate, and Vic waved her over. "Hey Vic, have you met sweet little Tate yet?" Beth asked, cooing down at the baby. "You are the sweetest little thing." "Oh yes you are." "I have. He melts my heart. I am so happy for you and Cameron." She met Vic's eyes. "Thank you again. We are the happiest parents in the world." Vic smiled lovingly down at the boy. "Hey, We're all going out for dinner. Want to join us? I would love to. Maybe I can stop by after if you guys stay late, but I have a date. She nodded toward Dallas and Rebecca, who waved. With the girl or her dad? Beth asked, her eyebrows raised. Courtney laughed. I'm not quite sure yet, but I'll be happy just looking at him while I spend time with his daughter. Beth laughed. I'm hopeful for you. He is a looker, and she's cute and obviously smitten with you already. Courtney gave Beth a gentle squeeze and smiled down into Tate's adorable face, her heart longing for one of her own. Oh, Vic. You enjoy your time with little Tate. I hope to catch up with you all later. Courtney waved. Maybe life was settling in place. Maybe tonight would be the beginning of another answered prayer. Thank you for listening to Fearless with the Bareback Writer. I hope you enjoyed Cameron and Vic's story. If you have followed along from Unforgettable Cowboys, particularly her wounded cowboy and her guardian cowboy, then you have been able to see some of these characters from the beginning. Want to know more about Courtney and Dallas? Listen to their story, Flirting with the Barrel Racer. Next in Faithful Cowboys. A single dad trying to find his way back to love, a barrel racer looking to find a family, and the little girl who brings them together. Courtney made her dream of becoming a barrel racing champion come true, but as she watches her friends all find love, her dreams shift. Dallas lost his wife to cancer and is afraid to open his heart again. His daughter, Rebecca, is his whole world, and he is happy to leave it that way. Rebecca has a different plan. Courtney knows that family is more than blood deep. Being adopted has taught her that much. She wonders if love can go even deeper, deep enough to heal the hurt in Dallas and open his heart up to second chances. Listen to Flirting with the Barrel Racer now.